Check, check. Check. you're good. Welcome here to Loxahatchee, Florida. It is the christening of a brand new racetrack. Piquet Race Park and Entertainment here is host to rounds 1 and 2 of the RMC Winter Trophy. My name's Xander Clements. You're watching Kart Chaser and qualifying, beginning with the Junior Max drivers here, are about to get underway. I'll be joined in the booth here all weekend long in our skybox, as we've coined it here at Piquet Race Park, with the voice of Rotax Karting, Henry Brodette. Henry, I will send it up to you as we get set for what should be a beautiful day of action. The sun is out. The breeze is going through. It is a beautiful morning here in sunny South Florida.
Thank you very much, Xander. And hello, welcome to our karting family here on Kart Chaser. Hello to the Rotax family. You join us at one of the biggest events at the start of 2023, the US Rotax Winter Trophy, the second year of this revived event, and we have got 85 drivers representing 15 nations here today at the United States' newest karting venue. It's 864 meters, it's 20 corners, it's fast, it's bumpy, it's tight, it's very, very challenging. And we're going to find out this is the first of 4 rounds to decide who are going to take some of the very first tickets to the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. Xander Clements, it's a great privilege to have the Kart Chaser team here covering the whole championship. We've got time qualifying coming at first. We've had 2-3 very, very tough days of practice. The sun is finally shining up here in the skybox, and we're set to go racing. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it is so exciting here to get things started. Of course, like you mentioned, Henry, the last couple days of practice, we really haven't seen the sun. We saw some rain at the beginning of the day on Thursday. We saw some rain yesterday afternoon. The conditions very different from what they saw. Again, the sun really has not poked his head out almost all week long so far. On top of that, like you mentioned, this is a quick rack-em-up and run-it championship. 2 rounds this weekend, and then in less than 7 days, we'll have a champion crowned in Orlando with another 2 rounds of the championship Saturday, Sunday. The teams roll straight out of here Monday, begin testing then Tuesday or Wednesday, and then continue rolling on through. It's a very, very short. You've got to be on your game. There's no time to mentally reset. And again, you cannot get too high off of how happy you might be of how this weekend goes. You can't get too low as well, because you've got to be right back in the seat in just a couple of days.
And of course, there's bonus points for the final round, the 4th and final round next Sunday, which means that all is not lost here. It's a great opportunity for the drivers. We've got a lot of drivers from South America. We've got drivers here from Canada, the United States, from Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, Chinese Taipei, Australia even, as well as lots of countries around South America, Peru, Venezuela, Ecuador, Uruguay, Romania, all here. It's a chance to get away from some of the winter weather, come down here in Florida, in the sun apparently, but it's going to be some really, really exciting racing. Now, time qualifying. Yesterday, we had our 6th and final practice session. We've got the junior Rotax drivers out on circuit first. Now, TNT practice was the 6th and final practice session of the day yesterday. The leader of that session, I think it was Gennaro Trapparo, who was fastest. He is the driver that will lead the drivers out into time qualifying. 8-minute sessions, and you can see on the top here. So let's try and talk you around this brand new, literally it was finished last week. And we're looking at Gennaro Trapparo there, that bright green race suit. That's always helpful. For commentators to look there. But Xander, let's talk you around this 864-meter circuit. Here's the start-finish straight. It's a very fast run into turn number 1.
You go from turn number 1 here into 2 switchback hairpins here, Henry. First through turn number 2, you go back to the right far side of the racetrack for a right-handed hairpin at turn 3, and then a very fast section on the far side of the racetrack here. Kind of a sweeping left, double left turns 4 and 5. You go through these S's kind of down the hill. Quick braking zone in turn number 9, and then you go back up to turns 10 and 11 right here at this other shot we've got on the far side.
So out of turn number 10 and 11, then you come back into the infield section. Another very, very quick section. You flip-flop through turn 13 and 14 now, up the sort of infield straight into the only circuit. This is the Piquet teardrop corner, modelled after the symbol on Nelson Piquet's crash helmet. Up the infield straight to the turn number 16, and then all the way up to turn 17. The final technical complex of the circuit, but then turn 18 now, and you've got 2 more very fast corners. This will sort the men, the boys, the girls from the women through turn number 19 and turn 20 here, flat out to complete 1 lap, 864 meters, Every single corner comes one after the other. The drivers are saying the track's bumpy. It's very, very physically demanding indeed, Xander.
Yeah, you have to be on it the entire lap here, Henry. There's no doubt there as well. Like you said, the track, from the first paving, they've already had 2 separate sections of the track repaved. They've got a plan to work on a bit more of the track as it develops. But again, a lot of this is really just kind of trial by fire or a very good stress test for this facility. It was not even open to the public until Monday of this week. So this is really the first time many drivers not only have gotten to drive on this racetrack, but even see it, experience the facility in person. We're learning a lot. The track team here, led up by Carlos Iaconelli, William Peets, and the entire Nelson Piquet Jr. staff, have been making adjustments throughout the entire week, not only to try and make it race a little bit better, but to make it race a little bit safer. They've already, as I've talked to them, got plans to extend some runoff in certain areas, as we've seen, again, how fast they're going, especially coming through this final corner sector here that they're headed through. As we've got problems for one driver. That's the 205 of Francisco Paredes, who was third here on the opening lap. He's got what potentially would be a chain that's popped off his car. Meanwhile, the rest of the field starting to get their first couple laps in, and your quickest driver from final practice yesterday, Gennaro Trappa, is the quickest. And look at this right here, Henry. Look at
that's the Ecuadorian driver, the driver from Quito in Ecuador, frantically trying to put his chain back on the kart. Of course, the marshal's not allowed to assist the drivers, or if the marshals do assist the drivers, that's it. The driver is out of the session. And again, have to say, you and I, we've been around many, many different kart circuits, both here in the United States and around the world. I cannot speak highly enough of just how hard the circuit staff here at the facility have worked just in the last, since we arrived here on Tuesday, working with Rotax working with them, adjusting things as we go. Of course, you can plan a million different things when you're building a kart circuit, and then suddenly when karts actually head onto the track, you realise, oh my word, there's a million more things to do, and they have been working ever so tirelessly. And it's a great privilege to be able to bring the very, very first ever race meeting, the first racing, we haven't got the racing yet, to you from this circuit. Now, on track, Gennaro Trappa, driver number 202 from Buenos Aires in Ecuador. He's got 2 older brothers racing in senior. He is fastest, a 104.607. 607. Only 840 meters, and that gives you an idea of just how twisting and technical. They're over a minute, and it's a 20-turn circuit, less than 900 meters. You'd be expecting a lot quicker lap times, but that belies the technical nature of this track. You see at the infield straight now, Gennaro Trappa looking for a run into the Piquet teardrop corner in front of us, and then this very fast switchback section. It's the last section of the circuit, though, that really does grab your attention.
Yeah, right here. I mean, this really is what we like to call a rhythm section, where you've got to back up that first right-hand corner, what would be turn number 17, to set up for turn 18. Then turn 18 still, trying to make sure it's a good exit over through 19 and one fluid motion, because like you said, that last turn's flat out. Turn 1 here, flat out as well. They're full throttle from turn 17 on the far back left corner all the way to right here, turns 2 and 3 on the hairpin section. So a long part of the lap that you will pay for dearly if you get a poor exit. So you're sacrificing a lot on the front end. And then again right here, another kind of rhythm section with these S's, where you're just keeping it as narrow as you can, because the next corner is going the opposite direction. So you have to kind of set up for that, at the same time carry as much speed as possible through the line that you're restricting yourself to. So lots of corners here that you've got to kind of back up for the one coming after, because the track is just very, very busy. And then, like you said, very physically demanding here. Some of the sections that have yet to be repaved, we got problems for one of the Praga pilots. That is going to be maybe the 216.
Is that Josh Sankapasand, number 210 possibly? He's on the Zinid racing team. Josh is missing a rather important element of bodywork. As you can still see, Mr. Paredes trying to get his kart sorted, but Josh Sankapasand, now in last year's inaugural at Rotax Winter Trophy, we had a guest class, the Briggs and Stratton class. The idea was you have a guest class, the 4-strokes come in, look at what Rotax racing is about. Josh Sankapasand won that championship, and he went on and bought a Rotax. He bought the entire kart. He didn't buy the entire kart, less the front bumper.
Yeah, he's missing one piece he did buy.
But he has bought it. It's just now somewhere around the circuit. He's learning as he goes. Whole team his dad learning as well. But every class will get an 8-minute time qualifying session. We've got 3 minutes to go, Xander, in this one. It's still Gennaro Trapper who is fastest. Second is Salvador Della Vecchia, last year's Rotax Winter Trophy Minimax champion, the Venezuelan driver from Porto La Cruz. He is second fast at the moment. Frederique Lemieux, one of our 3 young lady drivers in the field. She is third fastest. Then Victor de Alencar fourth. Javier Chaparro is fifth. Francisco Paredes, despite only doing 1 racing lap for his chain parted company, he is sixth position. Then it's Eric Cuesto, Chase Lee, Nathan Dupuis, Josh Sankpassand still out there. Nieto is 11th fast. We've got 12 drivers in junior. Oliver Mrak isn't showing up there. Maybe Oliver Mrak not out there. The biggest fields we've got nearly 26 drivers in seniors. It's going to be very, very, very tight and spectacular indeed. But it's Gennaro Trapper leading the way, 104.607 as well in Kart 202. That's the AM engines entered Esprit chassis. So it's Argentina leading the way at the moment. But again, already, Xander, this first qualifying session, giving the viewers back home. And again, please see the ticker tape on the bottom of the screen. Follow Kart Chaser, their Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube channels. I know Rotax, the official Rotax organisation in Austria, are going to be working well as well to get this event out to as many people as possible. But it gives you an idea of just how difficult this circuit is. The bumps, you want to make sure everything's bolted on properly, everything's tight. You think Mr. Paredes is finally, well, he's still working on his kart, but as the checker flag comes out, it is a forlorn hope.
Yeah, he's unfortunately going to, like you said, just run out of time here in this session to try and get that kart all set and sorted. So again, that will wrap up junior qualifying for at least here for Francisco Paredes. Like you said, he's going to end up 6th in the session, so he'll be one driver to watch as we look forward. We check the rest of the times. Of course, Gennaro Trapper picks right up where he left off on Friday afternoon. But, you know, it's decently tight behind him. Salvador de la Vecchia, Frederica Lemieux, both of them within 0.3 of a second. And with a track as fast as this here, especially in the opening, the last sector into turn number 1, the toe should keep them pretty close together when we get to racing.
One thing you think, so every driver has 2 heat races and then the final today. What every driver has said, overtaking is going to be quite tricky here. There are opportunities, but because of the tight nature of the circuit, you make a move going into one corner and instantly is susceptible to being attacked from behind going into the next corner. So finding that rhythm, qualifying is more important than you would sometimes think in kart racing. Overtaking happens all the time, 10, 20 moves in one race. But here, it's going to be very difficult indeed. And of course, you've got the very fast sections where drivers think, oh, this is my chance to make up some time. However, the close nature of the barriers at the outside sort of give the drivers a little bit of circumspect. They're maybe a little bit more cautious than they would be. But again, Trapper, Della Vecchia, one of the drivers who was sort of one of the guinea pigs there. It was his incident on Thursday morning that sort of got the track sort of moving some barriers around. Salvador, I got to say, a big thank you to his rival, Mr. Chaparro there, for lending Salvador a new race suit, because the medical team had to cut his race suit off as Salvador, but he's fine on his bike in the paddock, showing no signs of any injuries at all. But a new race suit for Salvador Della Vecchia, and he'll start alongside Gennaro, provisionally, subject, of course, to post-qualifying scrutineering from the front row of the grid. Yeah, so like you said, that's such a cool deal of sportsmanship for Salvador de la Vecchia to Gennaro Trapper, and that just, again, a big testament to the karting community as a whole, to the Rotax community. And you mentioned as well the Rotax karting and based in Austria, the major Rotax BRP group continuing to push this event. I mean, this event has doubled in 1 year's time, right? From 50 entries to nearly 100 entries here at Piquet Race Park. A lot of new names as well, which is very impressive. We see a lot here in the States that a lot of the same drivers running between all the different championships, and we can get a little bit tiresome from a spectator standpoint of seeing, man, like the same pool is getting pulled from. There's a lot of different names here at this event. I'd say at least probably 50% or more have not yet touched a U.S. national race, beyond maybe the Rotax Grand Nationals last year in Newcastle. Yeah, exactly, and also the CIK FIA's new system, the global driver ranking system, that's going to encourage a lot of drivers to move around as well. So you're going to have an official global ranking system, so we can say who is the #1 kart racer in the world at any given time. You know, there's going to be a top 10, a top 20. Each of these events have a different coefficient. So this is an international event. It's not the CIK level event in terms of they're the highest ranking, but below that, then you have, this is the second sort of best in terms of ranking points event. Yeah, so it's going to encourage a lot more movement between championships, between engine manufacturers, between classes, and drivers are going to move around. It's giving drivers an opportunity to travel more, to sort of, get themselves ranking in this brand new global ranking system that the CIK FIA are bringing in, which is going to be great news for us because we got another little statistic to talk about. And of course, there's one thing that commentators love, and that is a statistic, ladies and gentlemen.
Statistics and storylines as well, which we have some coming into this weekend. Let's take a look down on the starting grid. We have our overhead camera that'll take a look here at the starting grid for Senior Max, and we have quite a few drivers getting set to head onto the racetrack right here as the first group will quickly take their way out and onto the circuit. So for Senior Max qualifying yesterday, fastest in final practice, no surprise here, the Alessandro's Racing CRG driver of Noel Leon was quickest by the time the dust settled. Closest to him, though, was Eduardo Barrichello himself, his younger brother FIFO running in the Senior Max division, Dad Rubens competing in Masters Max, and talked with Dudu there at the end of the day yesterday. He said, Xander, come on, man, I need a picture or something. I said, okay, we got some pictures of you. He said, no, I want to earn it. Let me go out, I'll get pole in qualifying, then we'll get a picture posted on our official social media. So Eduardo Barrichello yesterday, less than a tenth of a second off of Noel Leon. Very tightly packed group here in Senior Max at the top. And then it kind of spread out with some different faces that, big contact in the teardrop over here. Heavy contact over into the outside retaining wall.
Yeah, that's one of the premier karting drivers there. Looks like the throttle might still be stuck open. That is Sophia Marak, I believe, in the number 317 kart. And, of course, red flags out straight away. I was going to say there are 25 drivers in this class, so it's the biggest class here. Now, off camera, what I can say is I know that Sophia's family might be watching back home. Sophia is up and out of her kart and standing next to it now, so that's the first sign. The driver is up and out of the kart, and she is walking away, somewhat gingerly, but walking away from that incident, and it just goes to show how tight and twisty the nature of this kart circuit is. But Sophia Marak there, her younger brother Oliver is in action. We saw him in junior, but again, so ladies and gentlemen, red flag in senior Rotax time qualifying, Xander, but driver is okay. Kart might need a little bit of work. Barriers definitely are going to need a little bit of work, so we'll have a brief pause in the action, but again, the first test of the Piquet Raceway Park safety facilities there, standing up, I have to say, very well indeed. Sophia Marak standing by her kart. This is where the initial shock of crashing and damaging your kart wears off, and then once the shock wears off, you start looking at the damage thinking, number one, can I get this fixed for heat number one? Number two, is my dad going to be angry because he's now got to buy some new parts for the wagon?
Yeah, so now it looks like, again, that Sophia is, again, pretty much ready to go. And we'll see, the thing is I think that she took the brunt of the impact compared to the go-kart. The go-kart itself might have some bent materials on it, but she's up and standing. Go-kart out of the tire wall. It moved the fence a little bit, so they're having to do some reconstruction on the chicken wire and moving the tires to get back and set. It did its job, though. It caught the impact. She seems okay. In fact, she's just, again, standing around the go-kart there, and hopefully we'll be able to get it fixed up. It doesn't look as bad as the impact was, which is a good testament to the Piquet Race Park safety that they've got. They've got stacks of tires. They have one device that is really cool. I'd love to see if we could zoom in on it. It's featured especially down by turn number 1 and also in the final turn. It's what we call these foam pillows. It was invented here in South Bend, Indiana by racetrack owner Gary Lobot, Michiana Raceway Park, which played host to a U.S. Rotax Grand Nationals not too long ago. And so you can see these pillows right here. They are filmed with individual square blocks of foam, and we have seen multiple drivers make contact with these pillows, and with the pillows either coming apart or still holding together, together, but taking the brunt of that impact, literally like a pillow from your mattress in bed at home, with 0 damage to the go-kart and 0 damage to the driver. So these, to me, are one of the safest, if not the safest invention I have seen in modern karting technology for the outdoor racing karts when it comes to barriers and support systems.
And I've got to say that it's a new safety innovation to me, coming from the from the UK out here. So it's the first time I've seen them in action. I wholly concur with what you've just said, Xander, is that, yes, I've seen, unfortunately, we've seen them in action quite a few times this weekend, just as the drivers get used to this new circuit, and they are doing their job superbly well. Just because they're a pillow doesn't mean you want to lay your head on them, however.
No, not at all. But they are soft enough to cushion the blow,
yes,
which has helped quite a bit. And some of the other barriers here around the racetrack, you can see there is a good thumbs up and a good sign from Sophia as she begins to walk and make her way off the circuit. They've got her cart off in the infield. I'm sure she may just go and get checked off by the on-site medical team, which is stationed outside of turns 10 and 11, but she's walking actually what it looks to be more towards the scale line area. So maybe, again, not even needing any medical check over there after the impact. Again, the impact was more so that the fence broke and, again, took a big part of the force, so they were able to kind of replant that fence, reset the tire wall. We should be back for action here not too long from now. That's a great sign. And that walk was a determined walk. That was a sort of maybe something happened to the cart that sent her off there. It wasn't a driver error. It was a mechanical. So now she's walking back. Now she's thinking, why won't they let me back out? And then we're going to shout at the mechanic and say, why did you not do this? But the good news is she is absolutely certain, ready to go again later on. But first things first, she's absolutely okay. She was at the Rotax Nationals at Newcastle Motorsport Park last year. She was sort of assisting her younger brother Oliver, and she wasn't racing herself. But again, I was speaking to the dad and saying that Sophia's training every single day, incredibly fit young lady in terms of her driver fitness, and that will help in an incident like that. The kart is going to be retrieved at the end of this restarted session. We've got 25 senior drivers in total, 24 now back on track. We'll catch up with the running order. No one really had a chance to get a representative lap time in, but now the signal is the green flag has been given again, and we're off and racing. Susanna, we'll catch up with the running order. It does seem as though we have certainly less than... Yeah, we have about half the drivers still on the grid right now watching the opening couple laps. So knowing how long these qualifying sessions are, there's plenty of time. Everyone assumes that normally your peak lap on a brand new set of kart tires, regardless of brand, is going to be lap 2 or lap number 3. So not needing to go out there and be the first ones out, kind of through the wall, literally through the wall in the case of Sophia, but out as, to poke a hole in the racetrack and to lay down some rubber so they can watch for a moment and see how everyone's karts are handling. Maybe make a last-minute tire pressure adjustment on the grid. So like you said, only half the drivers on the grid right now. That is assuming they did not split the groups, which is a possibility that they may have divided us into 2 groups of 20.
Yeah, they have split the groups. I mean, it could have been tactical. You could have been exactly right what you were saying there, because, a couple of drivers were saying yes. They say, look, for qualifying, it's going to be very difficult to get a clear lap with the nature of the circuit, it's short nature, so tight nature. So I think the organisers, and again, this is one of the great things about the Grid 14 Motorsports, the Rotax promoters here. They are working with the drivers, listening and adopting and amending things as they go. And of course, with it being a new circuit, no one was to know that it would be so difficult to get 25 to 26 karts together for qualifying before they went out. They're reacting to the event as things, working with the organisers and the drivers to make sure that we have the best outcome possible. So in this first half, who is top of the pops, Xander?
Well, it's Timothy Pernod here in the number 311 by quite a margin over Camilo Trappa. So Timothy Pernod in the 311 machine coming from Canada on the Premier Karting Cosmic. Is your quickest here on this, or actually aboard the Bureau Art. Yeah. So there he is on screen, headed over through turn number 3, just being trailed, I believe, by Camilo Trappa in the 308 X-Spree as well. So the fastest 2 on the racetrack, working together as they come through the S's in the infield section that turned 6, 7, 8 complex over to turn 9, and they'll go up the hill to turn number 10. There's not a lot that we could show you here in terms of elevation, but this is a little bit of a shot. It's about maybe a 5-foot incline from turn number 9 up the hill to turn 10 and 11, and then back down those S's over into the Piquet teardrop. This, of course, the little bit lower part of the racetrack, but right up by the RV campgrounds along the backside, there is a little bit of a crest, a little bit of a hill that they go up, and kind of makes that turn 10 and 11 sector off camber, and this corner as well. Kind of a slight climb. You can see the curb there, obviously inclined, but the corner itself, until they get through that dip there in turn number 19, turn 17 and 18 also kind of awkward with the way that it goes through, which again just challenges that driver a little bit more.
And of course, the driver would say that there are hundreds and hundreds of little inclines around the circuit, also known as bumps, because they're coming off the circuit there. But now we're watching in the second kart in our frame at the moment. That's one of the Energy Course chassis. I'm trying to think, that may be Jorge Ortiz, late entry, last year's junior Rotax Winter Cup champion, who went on to finish 14th in the Rotax Grand Finals in Portimao in Portugal. And of course, there is a ticket to the 2023 Grand Finals available for every single class champion here in the Winter Trophy. So there's Ortiz, red race suit, the Energy chassis, running for the SLA karting team. The SLA karting team, they've got 15 drivers here this week. They've got a very, very busy driver tent out there. A lot of activity going on in there, but it's still Pernod from Camilo Trapper, one of 3 Trapper siblings here this weekend. Jorge Ortiz, 3rd fastest. Chris Marino is 4th fastest. Manuel Ochoa from Peru is 5th. Then Manuel Gonzalez, Augustine Trapper, 7th. Miguel, number 310 kart of Miguel Paragreda is 8th, with Brian Garcia and Tim Harrell rounding out the top 10.
Interesting to see here as a few drivers on the screen in this grouping, along with Ortiz, were trying some passing attempts in zones that I thought might have worked out as a good opportunity to get by, not so much, and then in other cases making a pass completed in turns that maybe I didn't predict where they would race. So that's another thing that, again, is something that you just don't know until you fully get racers on the racetrack pushing in a proper race condition, or in this case qualifying, but trying to get clear space of where will be the passing opportunities, where will not be, or will be a little bit more difficult to find your way by another driver. As we'll pick up a few more here headed over through turns 17 and 18, working around. There's Ortiz going through. He's gotten himself some separation, and he's down still in the 4th position. Might be on a bit of a better lap this time. Where does the Energy Kart SLA Kart Racing pilot find himself as he crosses the line for lap 5? Not any bit better, a 103.94, his best at a 103.62. He's still about 2.5 tenths off of the next driver, Camilo Trappa, at a 103.5, or 103.3, then a 103.2 for Manuel Gonzalez, and Timothy Pernod in that number 311 Premier Karting Bureau Art is still your quickest. The Canadian nearly has half a second over the rest of group number 1.
Yes, and I did notice that as we're watching Pernod now working his way through up towards turns 13 and 14, there is Camilo Trapper, who was right behind Timothy Pernod, but then he's decided to back off a little bit. Now in qualifying, normally you'd want to stay quite close to the kart in front of you, just so you can use them as a pick, follow the lap times and let them tow you around. But Camilo thinking to himself, no, I want some clear track all to myself. There is Ortiz, and Ortiz is now up behind one of the other PSL karting Birrell chassis as they come across the line. In fact, that is Pernod as he crossed the line there. Any improvement? No, in fact, quite a way off Timothy Pernod backing out. And what you were saying about overtaking opportunities, Xander, even the drivers themselves won't be 100% sure, because you can go out in practice and you can battle in practice, but of course, that you can make moves, but you're never quite sure whether the driver that you are overtaking is allowing you, or if this is a genuine when it comes to the racing. It's only going to be when the racing begins that we're actually going to see exactly where the prime overtaking spots are, because you don't have an overtaking spot, because in the racing no one's going to allow you to pass. No one's going to be like, no, after you, sir. They're going to be defending every single corner. And there's a great view of the facility here. Some of the flags of the nations competing up here. That is the spectator area adjacent to our skybox here in the overlooking the paddock area, the pit lane here at Piquet Entertainment Park. So, Timothy Pinot, 102.79, Xander. That is the target that all the drivers in the second grouping are going to be aiming at.
Yeah, Timothy Bruneau, apologies to the PSL karting camp. He is, like you said, under PSL karting. I misread off our list, but there's so many new names, so many international names, like you said, showing all those flags there. Lots of new names, new places to find drivers as well. Ortiz has been running with Speed Concepts Racing over in America the last 2 weekends.
Yep.
Is linked up with SLA Kart Racing on an energy chassis here this week. So lots of different drivers to learn. And again, Timothy Bruneau on that PSL karting Burrell Art sets a good benchmark here for his teammates Eduardo and Fernando Barrichello to try and match or best out of 102.79.
So those are the drivers that finished in the bottom half of the order in yesterday's final practice session. Now we've got the top half going out, so we would assume that 1 minute 2.792 will be broken. And of course, you're learning that my illegible scroll on my notes, and oh dear, that's somebody that's deciding to wait. Is that a technical problem?
No, I think this is all gamesmanship here, Henry.
Course,
that's Noel Leon backing off. Barrichello is also going slow there, and I believe Wes Duchak as well. So the first three from final practice yesterday all deciding, no, I don't want to let you follow me. No, all right, I don't want to let you follow me, and then we all back off.
Which is great. So they put on a special practice session at the end of the day yesterday, saying whoever's fastest is the driver that can lead everyone out in time qualifying. And so everyone in the top three who goes out there in the top three says, I don't want to lead. I want to be following. There's Dudo Barrichello, finished 5th in the 2022 Rotax Grand Finals. 5th position. Dad Rubens finished 4th in the Grand Finals back in 2015. So Eduardo is the 21-year-old elder of the two Barrichello siblings, is absolutely adamant that he wants to get back to the Grand Finals to get on the podium so that his dad Rubens can't claim family honours for the highest finishing position in the Grand Finals. So there's a look at turn number 3, out towards turns 4 and 5. This sort of flip-flop section back through there. This is a rhythm section. They go right, left, right again. Then this double apex right-hander at turns 8 and 9 up towards turn 10. I think guaranteed that is just a corner there, turn 10, which is just an invitation to make a lunge.
I think so, but again, with it being that double apex, the braking zone won't be terribly long, so we'll keep an eye out to see if and when anyone tries to make a daring move there. I can only imagine so far what the heat race's opening laps will look like. I think they will be a lot of chaos here as we watch Aiden Fox there as the privateer works his way around the backside of the racetrack. He'll come across the line this time to start his first lap at full speed, complete a full warm-up lap underway. I think it might put him somewhere on the boards here as lap 1 comes to be completed, but they're just still starting. There they go, they'll update now. Augusto Soto Sharipa, his opening lap right behind him in the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart, has also been very active over the last 2 weeks on the North American National season. Started off the year in Homestead for the SCUSA Winter Series, then over to St. Petersburg with many for the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour, and here for the RMC Winter Trophy at Piquet Race Park. Joked with him yesterday as we were doing some pre-race interviews and prep here for the show. Right before final practice, I said, Augusto, we'll be ready for you. Just keep that thing in the top 5. Came by after final practice. He said, Xander, you jinxed me. I went 7th. So he still says he feels pretty confident on that International Motorsport Lenzo Kart. However, as they work their way through the final section here, he is already bested by Eduardo Barrichello. Dudu's gone to 2nd, Noel Leon's gone to the top, and Gianluca Savaglio has gone into 3rd. Soto Sharipa down to 5th, still behind Timothy Pernod. However, that should change this time by lap 2 complete. Where does Augusto go? Decent, 102.92, but Aiden Fox will go better in the 313 OTK. Let's pick up some of your quicker drivers. Here's Noel Leon on the Alessandro's Racing CRG headed through the teardrop.
And as we expected, the drivers in this second group are dominating the top half of the completed leaderboard. In fact, Timothy Pernod, the Group 1 leader, already down to 5th fastest time. Manuel Gonzalez, who was 2nd in that opening group, is 8th fastest overall. Luciano Navarro, look, Luciano. with his number 326 car up into 9th place. Camilo Trapper was 3rd in the first group, is 10th. So 7 of your top 10 overall are currently on track. Noel Leon from Mexico, Eduardo Barrichello from Brazil, Gianluca Savaglio, who is one of 2 drivers here doing double duty. Gianluca, the 18-year-old Toronto-based driver, racing in senior Rotax and in the DD2 class as well. So is Manuel Ochoa from Peru. But it is Wes Duchak who finished second, I believe, in the Rock event last weekend, second or third. Wes Duchak is up into 4th position. Pinot still 5th. Aidan Fox from Connecticut, the New Englander, in 6 faster time. Then Augusto Soto Sharipa, the only driver here on a Lenzo chassis, is 7th overall. Gonzalez, Navarro, Trapper, and Fernando Barrichello. Fernando Barrichello had the best save I have seen. We had a practice session yesterday afternoon, as you recall, Xander, that started dry, and then the rain arrived halfway through. Everyone was out on slicks, and, Fernando, we call it in the UK a Code Brown moment. It was a new race suit for Fernando coming out of the final corner. He just shrugged it up and went, no, I really like rallycross, and I wanted to practice. Yes. But Fernando, the younger of the 2 Barrichello brothers in this class, 11th overall. Still, though, a 102.198 for Noel Leon, the driver from Monterrey in Mexico, who has competed in the grand finals before. There is a look at Eduardo Barrichello, 2nd overall in kart number 319. That red and white, the very distinctive red and white PSL kart, the Birrell ART kart. He comes out of turn number 19. Great camera shot here, gives you an idea of how bumpy, how fast and how narrow this final corner is as they get slingshotted down into turn number 1. And again, this is where you've got to be really brave under brakes for turn number 2. And Eduardo Barrichello now backing off. He was closing in on the driver in front, and he said, no, I'm going to give myself a little bit of time. Or maybe he thought the 102.5, he's not improving. That last lap was half a second off his best, thinking, okay, the tyres aren't going to get any better. I'm just going to sort of head back and call it an early bath.
Yeah, we've seen a few guys do that. Even Noel Leon did that the last 2 laps. Did kind of a push lap and a cool down lap. Yeah. He did a 108, which was about 6 seconds off the pace on lap 3. Then came back this previous lap, did a 102.320. Went back just about a 10th off his best. However, he is still well out in front. 3/10 the better for the Mexican driver, Noel Leon, who is at a very impressive start to his 2022 Pro National season here stateside. A podium finish early on at the SCUSA Winter Series, a podium finish last weekend at the Rock Florida Winter Tour in St. Petersburg, and he has been the man to beat so far here in Loxahatchee as the 3-week stint in a row. And again, not only that here, but tickets to the Rotax World Finals and the kickoff of a very short 2-weekend 4-round championship. A big boast of confidence, would be the first driver to strike. And right now, Noel Leon, as the timer starts to tick on down, looks to be in that spot. And I think he indeed will bring it into the scale line. So he's going to sit on that 102.198 lap time, content enough with that. In fact, a good amount of our field has pulled in here early in the fast group. Still a few more drivers continuing to roll laps, but Eduardo Barrichello, I believe he may also be pulling in here this time. Wes Duchak, we saw him on a burner. He has continued as he's rolling into the Piquet teardrop on that RPG Rawlston Performance Group livery Cosmic, but slowly making his way around. And I think he also will be coming into the scale line here this time. So the checkered flag getting set to roll officially here as the last few drivers come by. Here comes one more into the pit lane. Across the line that time.
It was a 307 of Santiago Igor Aguirre, the Peruvian driver on the Nash Motorsports EOS chassis, and he is down in 17th position. But so Noel Leon, yes, I hope he's feeling better. Yesterday he was battling an illness yesterday. It's one of those illnesses where I think he has to go and double check himself on the weight scales this morning to see how much weight he lost yesterday. But he kept his, he gritted his teeth and successfully this morning provisional pole position subject to post-race scrutineering. He'll be sharing the front row of the grid with Eduardo Barrichello. They know each other very well. They're ex-teammates together from Formula Regional. So they will be, they know exactly how each other operates. They'll be provisionally sharing the front row of the grid for the 2 heat races. Further back, Jorge Ortiz out of the top 12 for Jorge. Last year's junior Rotax champion here at the Rotax Winter RMC Winter Trophy. So a lot of work for Jorge to do, stepping up into seniors this year as the recovery vehicle you see heads out on circuit. That will conclude our two-part qualifier. I'm very, very pleased to see that just below us, Xander, in the pit lane, I can see Sophia Marak, who is discussing what happened with her dad. She is A-OK. Thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up from Dad. Dad's got to pay for it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Drivers ready to go. Wagon will be ready to go very, very soon indeed. We'll see Sophia out in action for the 2 heats. She's going to have to do a top gear from the rear, however, starting from the back. That'll give her plenty of opportunities to practice her passing.
Yeah, so again here as we roll back through the order one more time, Noel Leon, as you mentioned here, he had been phenomenal throughout this entire session from his very first lap, and he will ride with that, a 102.198, 3/10 better over Eduardo Barrichello. Gianluca Savoglio once again into the top 5 here, just like he ended yesterday. Wes Duchak fourth. Timothy Pernod missed the cut line in final practice, but a very impressive lap for the PSO Karting Bureau. Art makes it 2 boys on the Red Army inside the top 5. 4 different operations represented with CRG and Alessandro's Racing USA on top. PSL with the Bureau Art for Barrichello on second, and in fifth with Timothy Pernod. Gianluca Savoglio on the Premier Karting Cosmic, and then Wes Duchak on the independent PK Sports RPG kind of combination Cosmic in fourth. And Aiden Fox, Augusto Soto Sharipa, Manuel Gonzalez, Luciano Navarro, and Camilo Trappa, your top 10. We'll take this time to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, 2 sessions down, 4 more still to come your way here as qualifying rolls on at round 1 of the RMC Winter Trophy from Loxahatchee, Florida. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage live from the PK Race Park and Entertainment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the opening round of the 2023 Rotax Winter Trophy here at the brand new Piquet Race and Entertainment Center in Loxahatchee, Florida, near to West Palm Beach. We are watching Max Masters underway in their timed qualifying session. 16 drivers, including ex-Formula 1 drivers Rubens Barrichello and Antonio Pizzonia. Pizzonia, last year's Max Masters champion in the Winter Trophy. Barrichello second, although Pizzonia couldn't participate in the grand finals. Rubens went in his place, and Rubens ended up finishing disappointing in DD2, the 2-speed kart, but still, Rubens is a multi-time competitor in the grand finals, as well as just a 326 Formula 1 Grand Prix. We're looking at on-screen, I think, is that the Techno kart of Romania's Laurențiu Mardan, who finished third in last year's championship, the Chicago-based Romanian, and watching the first drivers just get underway, get their first flying lap in. 16 drivers. We've got Mundi Loya, the eldest driver here, 56 years old. He'll be in kart 601, the driver from Lima, Peru. Mundi has been racing karts since 1978. Ladies and gentlemen, he's taken a couple of breaks in between. His son Patrick is his driver coach here. It's obviously, normally it's the other way round, where the dad coaches the son, but no, it's the son coaching the dad here. And up at the moment, it's Rubens Barrichello, driver number 611 on the red and white PSL Karting Birrell ART chassis, who is fastest of all. Harold Watson from Peru is second fastest. Vince Carey from New York City is third fastest. There is a look at the moment, our provisional pollster, Rubens Barrichello. You can see him easing back. These are the single speed senior karts just for the Masters division. Drivers over the age of 32, and you can see Rubens just easing back. He's coming to the flip-flop section now at turns 6, 7 and 8. No, it's actually, I do apologize, he's coming around turn number 14 now into the teardrop corner. So Barrichello giving himself plenty of clear track. Antonio Pizzonia in the number 617 Tony kart for the Zanella Racing team has gone quickest. And we're looking at one of the other Tony karts in the field. I think that is going through the middle portion of the second. So it's Antonio Pizzonia, 103.402, who now leads his countryman Rubens Barrichello. In fact, we're looking, we picked up Pizzonia on our screen. Is that Antonio? And oh, it looks a little bit tardy there. Possibly that's one of the other Tony karts. Maybe that's Dioniso Espejo. I think that might be Dioniso Espejo. Recognise his crash helmet. Dioniso and his daughter racing this weekend. But it's Pizzonia, Barrichello, Watson, Mundi Loya, Vince Carey, Laurentiu Mardan, then Lucas Iglesias, Daniel Ramirez, Dionisio Espejo, Andrew Le Provost and his brother David Le Provost are next. Francisco Barber, followed by Loden Fueling, Victor Kuzmichov. 16 drivers in total participating. There is Mundi Loya on your screens now, heading out to the top end of the circuit in kart number 601. Mundi in fourth position at the moment, coming up the infield stretch into the Piquet teardrop corner, which is turn 15 on this 20-turn circuit. Now doubles back on himself, that red crash helmet, takes a wide entry into turn number 15, then hard on the brakes now for the right-hander at 17, a quick switch back. He's got to get a good exit out of this corner. Now it's all about momentum through 19, flat out, past the palm trees, through turn number 20. He's eased back though quite considerably. There is our provisional pole sitter, Antonio. Oh no, he was our provisional pole sitter, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Senior. Junior will be out in Micromax later. It's now Rubens Barrichello who is back on top of the timing pylon. 103.182 seconds for that driver on your screen there, Rubens Barrichello. Here comes Pizzonia Jr. on a hot lap. So Pizzonia Jr. on a hot lap. He comes through turn number 2. Can the driver on our screens depose Rubens Barrichello from top spot? He's going to make up 0.3 of a second to do so. Out through turn number 4 and 5 goes Pizzonia through the flip-flop section. Oh, he's got one of the GP karting entries in front of him. That's going to cost him a bit of time. And already Antonio has backed off almost to a standstill. He looks over his shoulder in that 617 kart. Now he tries to find some clear track. 16 drivers, you just go to show that even with 16 drivers on the circuit, this 864 meter venue can get very crowded very quickly. It's Barrichello, Pizzonia, Watson, Loya, Carey, Mardan, Iglesias, Ramirez, Rodriguez, and then the first of the Le Provost, Andrew Le Provost, is the next driver. That is your top 10 at the moment. So, hand in the air for, I think that is Dionisio Espejo. he will return to the pits in one of the Tony karts. I believe that is a Speyo. I'm just having a look there. Is that the number 606 kart? It is indeed. The 39-year-old driver from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic pulls in. So, Barrichello, 103.1. Pitsonia, 103.4. Time ticking down. And there's, you're looking at Laurent Mard on the second kart on your screen, chasing what I believe is that's the Esprit chassis of number 609, Daniel Ramirez. Ramirez is down in 8th place. Mardan is 6th. So Laurent Mardan banking on Ramirez, giving him a tow, and that's not going to, yes, Xander, that's not conducive to a good lap time, overtaking in qualifying.
No, but I mean, credit to Laurentiu. Again, that's another corner going into turn 18. I don't think that would have been really an ideal place to pass for a lot. Laurentiu Mardan showing, hey, you can get by in that corner.
Well, I have to say that Daniel Ramirez still didn't think it was an ideal place to pass.
Probably
because
not.
He was the one that was he was the passee. Mardan was the passer. Mardan's thinking, well, okay, that'll work for me. There on your screen now, Pitsonia Senior. I'm going to call him Pitsonia Junior loads. Oh, dearie me. No, now Pitsonia on a hot lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, he backed off quite a bit last lap, a 1:34. Big time cool down lap for Antonio Pizzonia Sr. He'll round the final turn. Pedal to the floor for the OTK pilot, the former F1 driver. Can he knock off Barrichello across the line? He cannot. 3.5 tenths off his best time. So even with drivers trying to take a lap to cool the tires back down, we're not seeing anyone in the full-size divisions really be able to improve from their first or second lap on fresh rubber here, Henry, which, again, is something to keep in mind for those DD2 drivers set to go. Is, again, there's still only a handful of classes to run. With the nice part of the RMC Winter Trophy and the Rotax Max Challenge structure is there are not a ton of classes. There is a ton of track time today. 2 full rounds of practice were ran from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. here local time. After qualifying, it's not 1 but 2 heat races and a main event all before 5 p.m.
I think on Thursday, drivers had 90 minutes of track time each. Yesterday, they had an hour of track time. It's certainly they're getting a lot of track time for their buck here as the checkered flag waves. Pitsonia, can he improve? 2 corners to go, make that 1 corner to go. He just kisses the curb on the outside. It's a 103. It's a 104.3, so no is the answer. Rubens Barrichello will set provisional pole position time in Max Masters. Time of 103.182. It's an, well, if it, you have to say to yourself, you know, you've got the 2 ex-Formula 1 drivers at the front row of the grid. If you're Harold Watson and Mundi Lawyer, the 2 Peru-based drivers on row 2, you've got to be pretty pleased with yourself. Think, okay, you know, we're starting going 2 F1 drivers. Let's see what you can do. But the provisional order: Barrichello, Pitsonia, Watson, Lawyer, Carey, Mardan, Iglesias, Ramirez, your top 8 in Masters. And already engines fired down on the double grid because we've got our next class up next. It is Minimax.
Minimax getting set to go here, I believe, and then Micro should follow right after before the DD2s get set to hit the racetrack. A couple shout-outs we've got already as we've got some superstars in the chat. FIA World Champion Mateus Morgado watching her home. Last weekend's winner on Kart Chasers coverage from Rock Florida Winter Tour in St. Petersburg. Yep. So how you doing, Mateus? Good morning to you. Good morning to the rest of you watching. I know Gianluca Savaglio's got a couple Canadian fans that have been in the live chat talking about him as well here on the live stream today. Of course, thank you for tuning in, everyone. Like we mentioned, there's a lot of track time coming your way. 2 full heat races and the main event. It's a short 30-minute lunch for us, but that means you guys are getting a lot of track time here before 5 p.m. local time.
Gianluca Savaglio officially has the fastest mechanic here because we had a special mechanics and parents race on the rental karts last night, and Gianluca Savaglio's mechanic emerged that. So again, mechanic could be saying, okay, Gianluca, just do what I say. And Gianluca was, okay, well, fair enough. Then I have no choice because you did win the mechanics race. But again, Mr. Morgado, the world champion, fantastic. He was at the Florida Winter Tour last year doing some driver coaching with some of the drivers. Maybe we'll see him in Orlando next weekend. But yeah, great to see people. And this is what happens, you know, karters watch karting. It's a sport that you ultimately so passionate about. And again, Kart Chaser bringing racing every weekend almost here in the United States to the viewers via the Kart Chaser YouTube and Facebook page. And this is, I think this is the first chance for the Kart Chaser family to watch a major Rotax event in the last couple of years in the flesh.
That's correct here. Our very first one. We're set to bring all the action here from Loxahatchee, all the action from Orlando Kart Center. This year, we get to join you up at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Nationals in September. Very excited for that as well. And then working very hard to hopefully someday get to those Rotax World Finals this year in Bahrain. One of my bucket list racetracks. That track just looks so amazing to go to.
I have to say, it'll be a pleasure to have you on board if and when you can get to the Grand Finals. And but yeah, like I said, this event, anyone who has been to the Rotax Grand Finals or have watched the coverage, it is the biggest, most colourful festival and friendliest festival of speed anywhere in kart racing. Drivers racing not for their team, not for their chassis manufacturer, but for their nation. And you ask any driver, what is it like to walk out on the circuit with your nation on your shoulders, not your team? And they say it's a very, very special moment indeed. And we have drivers off the circuit. Yeah, that is at the turn 10 area. And again, haven't seen the driver number. A driver is moving around in the kart. That is, see the drivers moving
one of the
around.
Comp karts there.
So we've got 17 drivers in this class. I'm thinking there we've got the two comp karts. It's Bashi Jimenez is in one of the comp karts. Max Mokarem is in the other comp kart entry. They're privateer drivers. They're both running with the Zinid race team. Don't know who it is.
I guess it may be Bashi Jimenez there in the 104.
Yeah,
so
Bashi Jimenez has not put a lap in yet. So yeah, Bashi, the 9-year-old driver from Virginia, is with the the circuit staff are there again. The officials very quick to get to the job. We haven't gone red yet. We have got a yellow flag waving. So drivers aren't going to be putting in their quickest lap times at the moment. Kai Johnson is quickest. Alexis Bayerjon second. Antoine Lemieux third. Edward Kennedy is fourth. We'll keep one eye on the incident off camera, ladies and gentlemen, as we got yellow flags waving. The driver, again, moving around in the kart. That's always good to see, just having a chat. Often it's the case, it's the shock factor. And then when the shock wears off, you think, okay, I'm actually all right. I'm disappointed, but I'm okay. But on track, Kai Johnson, 106.428. Kai, runner-up in last year's Winter Trophy. He is on the number 116 kart. It's a Benick chassis. Is that the Kai that we're looking at there? No, that's the number 113.
Just up the road from these two. Yeah,
this is Edward Kennedy, number 113, the Energy Core chassis. Just going past the incident there from Bashi Jimenez. And again, it's one of those things that, and now the red flag comes out, Xander. Now we have red flag being waved. That is obviously they decided that, okay, the driver's probably going to, rather than carry on the session with the driver sat in their kart, they've assessed the driver, they've had a look at him, they've talked to the driver, and now they think, okay, yeah, we're going to just need to I have to say, there is a medical assistant there with young Bashi, and the drivers will all stop on the start-finish line, and we will have another delay in proceedings. Kai Johnson, Alexis Bayerjon, Antoine Lemieux, Edward Kennedy, Luke Konjanapatak, and David Zhao are your top six. Iso Tseng, the driver from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, is 7th fastest. Yago Yempen is 8th fastest. Alex Miller and Luis Cifres round out your top 10. You can see the karts now have lined up quite correctly as they were instructed to do on the start-finish line. The medical staff here at Piquet Race and Entertainment Centre are with young Bashi Jimenez, and we do wish him well.
Yeah, that's the at least good part, right where he did unfortunately have his incident there with the outside wall in turns 10 and 11 is right where the on-site medical team is stationed with the full ambulance and bus set to go. So they're going to continue to work with Bashi Jimenez and try to get him out of the go-kart, and then again just check him out. It looks like he is up on his own. and just kind of holding his arm a little bit gingerly off screen. Obviously won't show that, but he is up under his own power, which is very, very good to see for Bashi Jimenez. So,
and people will say, "Oh, why aren't you showing it? Why aren't you showing it?" Because at the end of the day, these are racing drivers. We treat them as professionals. However, they are kids, and for every family member they've got here, they've got 5-6 family members watching at home. Who and it's the tasteful and correct thing to do is that we can describe what we see, but we're not going to show or glorify accidents, which are a part of racing, obviously, as they are in any form of motorsport. But the good news is that Bashi is up. He was holding his arm a little bit gingerly, but he was walking off with the medical team. They'll sit him down in the back of the ambulance. They'll give him a full assessment as we watch. There's the Blast Force team. The team that come from Quebec in Canada, one of their drivers. They've got quite a few drivers.
Yeah, they got Baillargeon as well.
Baillargeon, they've got Brunetti, they've got Pelletier, Louis Thomas Pelletier. They've got 3 French Canadians, all from Quebec. Alexis Baillargeon, top 5 in the Micromax Grand Finals back in 2021. Now moved up to Minimax, finished 3rd in last year's Micromax Winter Trophy. But the remaining drivers, Xander, all look as though they're positioned single file on the start straight. The marshals here at Piquet Raceway Park are just manoeuvring some of the tyre barriers that were dislodged when Bashi Jimenez reversed his go-kart into them. And they're now working hard. And we'll be back underway, I'm sure, with time qualifying here in Minimax very shortly.
Yeah, it should be underway soon. There was set to be about another 3 to 4 minutes left in the session. Right now the timer is going. They may add a little bit of time to give these kids some more laps. Right now just 2 to 3 laps completed so far for the Minimax drivers in qualifying. Very, very tightly packed top of the grid here. Probably the tightest front end of the field we've seen. We've seen a couple of tenths of a second separate, and it's expected on a longer racetrack, minute-plus lap times for everybody here to see that delta be a lot bigger. Coming for a lot of the Kart Chaser viewers from last weekend in St. Petersburg, the temporary circuit at Tropicana Field was sub-40-second lap time. So, of course, you're going to see drivers spread just 2 to 3 tenths. There's not enough time in the lap to really separate yourself.
No, exactly.
You've got a lot more of that here. So it makes it all the more impressive that the Minimax drivers right now, half a tenth for Alexis Baillargeon to Kai Johnson, 400ths from Baillargeon back to Antoine Lemieux, and then only a tenth and a quarter back to Edward Kennedy, and then Luke
Conjanapatak.
Very cool last
There we
name.
go. Oh, yes.
And
I have to say, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching back home, please keep your comments coming in to the Kart Chaser live chat. Let us know, number 1, who you are, if you race, and where you're watching from, and who you are cheering for. It's always good to get an idea of where our viewers come from. This is going out all over the world, so please let us know. Once we've seen time qualifying, obviously up here, Xander and myself, we don't give predictions about who we think is going to win. We just describe the action. But once qualifying is completed and you let us know, where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, then let us know who you think might emerge victorious come the end of the day today. But again, like you were saying, the time is so close there. Kai Johnson and Alexis Baillargeon separated by 400ths of a second. That's 400ths of a second over 20 corners, which is what is so impressive as we watch the drivers now get them back up to speed. I think the tyre wear issues aren't going to be as prevalent in mini and micro as we were in the full-size classes. The tyres last a little bit longer here, so we could see some very, very last-minute changes as we're watching there in the blue race suit. That is our provisional pole sitter so far. Kai Johnson, number 116, driver from Mooresville, North Carolina, saying that he's a big NASCAR fan and he is tipping Kyle Larson to win the Daytona 500. Just, out of curiosity, he's a big NASCAR fan. And if you're going to come from Mooresville, North Carolina, you've got to be a big NASCAR fan.
Yeah, well, they've relocated over there. He's kind of got a split almost home location as well. Born in St. Petersburg, Florida, then moved over to Mooresville, North Carolina. It's where his father, Obie Johnson's business is up there. One cool other note, pro shifter American driver A.J. Myers works for the family business up there, which is and Obie, being the race dad and race fan he is, allows us to still get to see A.J. get behind the wheel stateside, which is awesome. Unfortunate not have him here, but there should be an opportunity for him if the Rotax platform in the U.S. continues to grow on the DD2 class, which we haven't seen in a long time here in North America.
Yeah, no,
at least stateside, I should say. There's a big group up in Canada.
Yeah, and again, there's been a lot of hard work to get the chassis here. There was the interest from the drivers, especially we got Jonathan Markinson coming over from Sydney, Australia to race, but he can't really put a DD2 chassis in his hand luggage.
No.
So getting the chassis here, of course, the front brakes, that was half the challenge. And again, a big well done to the organisers here in Rotax for sort of working with CRG, working with Praga to get the karts here so that we've got a grid. Because, now the karts are here, you can see the grid start to grow. But the checkered flag has waved, and Kite Johnson was able to hold on. But Antoine Lemieux, the younger of the Lemieux siblings, within 7/1000ths of a second. That is, you could, quicker than a blink. Antoine Lemieux, second fastest. Bayerjon, third. Edward Kennedy, fourth. Well, Kai Johnson, don't look over your shoulders. Our friends from the Great White North are second, third, and fourth behind Johnson. Then Luke Konjanapatak, born in Thailand, raced at the Beera circuit in Thailand, which is owned by the family of Prince Beera, who was the very first Thai Formula One driver back in the 1950s. Now he's based in Miami. David Zhao, born in China, now based up in Canada. And Iso Tseng, the very first driver to represent Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan in the Rotax Winter Trophy. Iso, seventh fastest, ahead of Peru's Yago Yempen, and then Alex Miller and Luis Cifres. Now, did we get all 17 drivers out there? No. So in addition to Bashi Jimenez, Maddox Ruiz also did put in a lap time. The driver from Orlando, Maddox, missed testing yesterday, he had to go to school. And Maddox's dad, double Olympian, diving.
Really?
Not as in diving, soccer players diving, as in jumping off a diving board into a swimming pool diving.
Yeah.
Double Olympian.
The actual sport, not the theatrics. That
no,
should
not
be
the
for
theatrical sport,
play.
the actual sport. The actual sport, yes, diving off a board into a swimming pool for points in the Olympics. Double Olympian, Maddox Reese's dad, but it's his granddad, it's Popper, who is running Maddox this weekend.
Okay.
Yes, he's this feeling dad is just paying for it.
Well, unfortunately, Maddox will have a lot of work to do. His work cut out for him. 17th or 16th, depending on where they slot him and Bashi Jimenez after qualifying, of course, for the Mini-Maxes. Now we go into Micro-Max qualifying here. We go one age group down on the order.
Indeed.
And the youngest drivers in the Rotax Max Challenge structure make their way onto the racetrack, which has also been a decent turnout in this division. We saw 17 here on the grid for Mini-Max. A little bit less than Micro-Max, but a lot of new faces, which is always good for the sport and good for the Rotax Max Challenge.
We've got a lot of new faces, but we do have the defending Rotax Winter Trophy Micro Max champion, Julian Rivera, the driver from Quito in Ecuador, the 9-year-old driver on the Energy chassis for the Goodwood Kartways team. Now, Julian got the ticket last year and then went to the Rock Cup final in Italy and broke his arm 2 weeks before. So didn't get to represent Ecuador. He's got his race suit on. He's got his Team Ecuador race suit on. It was all ordered, ready to go. So he's back this year really with a bit between his teeth because he earned the right to do it and race in the grand finals last year, and then injury kept him out of it. So he is back here. But also drivers to look out for. Look for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. It was this event 1 year ago that Antonio Pizzonia Jr. did his very first ever kart race, and he has come on in leaps and bounds in the years since. If we're looking at him on screen there, he's in kart number 15, the Zanella racing driver on the Paralin chassis. So hard to believe. 1 year ago, it was at Orlando Kart Center, the very first round of the 2022 Rotax Winter Trophy, and it was his very, very, very first ever kart race, and he started off 10 seconds a lap slower than everybody else. By the end of that first weekend, he was 4 seconds a lap slower than everybody else. By the end of the second weekend, he was on the podium.
Yeah, and then he took that from there. He went all the way through the rest of some of the North American races, went to the Supercar 2 SA Super Nationals, qualified on the pole in the micro split division over there. Then here to start the 2023 season stateside, he was dominant to begin the weekend, and in Homestead he was fantastic there, swept both main events in just 2 weeks prior, was quick in St. Petersburg last weekend, was one of the drivers who dominated through a lot of the heats, and here this weekend he is right now the odds-on favorite to knock off reigning Micromax RMC Winter Trophy champion Julian Rivera. So a quick 12-month progression for Antonio Pizzogno. My goodness, to think of where he started just 12 months ago.
Exactly, and of course, the son of Antonio Pizzogno, again, 20 Formula One Grand Prix for the likes of Jaguar and Williams. And like the Barrichellos, Eduardo and Fernando Barrichello, Antonio Jr. showing that the talent apple rarely falls far from the tree. Again, you could say that, you've got the opportunities as sons of ex-Formula One drivers, but no, you still need to have that element, that talent, that natural ability that to get you started in karting. And it's, but however, we say that, Julian Rivera is saying, not so fast, Antonio Jr. You've still got I'm El Champion in this series at the moment, and I am here defending my crown. Julian Rivera was fastest. Does Pizzogno Jr. replace him at the top? No, Pizzogno Jr. stays second. It's Rivera, Sebastian, and Maxwell Matcha now goes second. Maxwell Matcha on the number 5 kart goes to P2. Sebastian Piemonte, the Colombian driver from Bogota, he was 18th in the Rotax Grand Finals last year. It seems only about 6 weeks ago in November in Portimao, Portugal. Piemonte is third, Pizzogno Jr. fourth. Dominic Vieira, the youngest driver we have here. Dominic was one of 2 prize winners in the DM Kart competition. So he had a full day's training, and the prize for winning that competition is this weekend. And Dominic Vieira, 7 years old, 5th position overall. Melville Dos Santos, Aidan Kishan, another 7-year-old. Blaise Diniz, who is a distant cousin of ex-Formula One driver Pedro Diniz, and Mathis Lacroix are your 9 Micromax drivers. That is the order. Rivera leads the way.
But we'll see if that gap comes down at all, as Maxwell Matcha was quick the last lap around. This time by, he's got a good toe in that Kart Republic, trailing right in line, and indeed he does go a little bit better. He'll close the gap to Julian Rivera, so Maxwell Matcha on that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic in the number 5, only a 1/10 of a second off. He's right behind the driver he's trailing, and is that Rivera that's right up the road from him? I don't believe it is. It looks like to be one of the AM Racing.
Yeah, it's a Paralink. Maybe Sebastian Piemonte. I think it might be Sebastian Piemonte in the San Antonio Racing Paralink. I can't quite check the number. It might be the number 8 kart. Again, lots of teams represent. Only 9 drivers, but you've got SLA karting, the Goodwood Kartways, you've got San Antonio Racing, you've got the Zinid team, you've got VSR, you've got Primer Racing, and you've got Zanella as well. So almost as many teams as drivers represented in this class. A good variety of equipment as well. You've got a Kart Republic chassis, you've got Energy, Paralin, Praga, Tony Kart, Birol, 6 different chassis, only 9 drivers. And this is smart driver of Maxwell Matcha. We haven't talked much about slipstreaming and drafting because the circuit is so tight. But in Micromax, Andy, you still can get that slipstream, and that's what Maxwell Matcha is doing. He's allowing Piemonte to tow him round. Has it made a difference? Not on the last lap. 108.47 still Matcha's fastest lap, a 108.60 for Piemonte.
Yeah, Julian Rivera has not really improved much either. The previous time around for Julian in the number 6 was 7/10 of a second off of his best lap. He'll come by the start-finish line right now as Matcha and Piemonte go on by, but Julian Rivera, no improvement again, a 108.59. So even in the Micromax classes, the tire fall off at least, or just falling out of rhythm, whatever you'd want to call it, not seeing many improvements beyond the opening couple laps on the circuit here. Lap 3 for Matcha there at a 108.47, granted with a big toe. There is a look, I believe, at Rivera in the number 6 machine as he works his way towards the infield section. That double left around the trees and in towards the Piquet teardrop, which is, I believe, what's that, turn number 15.
Yes, it is indeed. Now, off camera, I've just noticed there's a bit of gamesmanship going on because Pizzonia Jr., here we go, we pick it up now, coming out of the final corner. Pizzonia came slow down and came upon, Matcha and Piemonte caught up with Pizzonia, and then there was a little bit of a discussion of who has been the lead kart, and then they all decided, well, the time's running out. Pizzonia Jr. is the driver that has to lead the trio as they come through the flip-flop section through turns 5, 6, 7, and 8 out to turn number 9. Matcha is the driver in second place. So Maxwell Matcha, he has got the best seat in the house, so he can follow and slipstream with Pizzonia Jr. Pizzonia Jr. can't back out because he wants to improve on 4th position and time is ticking. And then the back of the queue, Piemonte, where he can follow them both. So there was a little bit of jostling again. Cat and mouse, good bit of... I love that type of gamesmanship in kart qualifying.
Yeah, so they'll work their way over to turn 17 and 18 here. And you can see the gaps again, just about 5 car lengths headed between all of them. So Macha will get a little bit of a tow. Won't be a crazy one, but he's in a good spot to start a lap if they get one more, which they will. So this is prime opportunity here for Piemonte and for Macha if Pizzonia Jr. can really set some good lap times down. That time by overall, no improvement there, but this lap here, you can see Macha's already closed in 2 car lengths to Pizzonia Nito. So if he gets a good lap and he closes that 5 car length gap down to maybe 1 or 2, I mean, he'll be in a really good slipstream opportunity down the front straightaway.
Exactly. So he's got a couple of corners, half a lap to go. They come out of turn number 9, up towards turn number 10 now. You can see a little crest into turn number 10. They hit hard left through 10 and 11. Matcha within a kart length. Following in Pizzonia Jr.'s wheel tracks. Don't forget Matcha trying to depose Julian Rivera from pole position. Pizzonia Jr. trying to improve on 4th place. They come through the Piquet teardrop corner onto the second infield straight. Just about a third of a lap to go through turn 16. Now up towards turn 17. This is where Matcha will now get the slipstream coming out of this corner now. Out of 18. He tucks into Pizzonia Jr. wheel tracks through 19. And into the final corner. Will this be an improvement for Maxwell Matcha? They cross the line. Checkered flag is out. The answer is no. After all that, Maxwell Matcha 2/10 off his personal best time. So Julian Rivera, by virtue of heading out and getting that banker lap in early doors, he is your provisional Micromax qualifying pole sitter. Maxwell Matcha will start on the outside of row number 1. Sebastian Piemonte will be on the inside of row number 2 with Antonio Pizzonia Jr. in 4th position. So in Micromax here in the US Winter Trophy, it is Ecuador leading the United States, leading Colombia, leading Brazil, with Melville Dos Santos 5th. Dominic Vieira, his first international kart race. What a result for the young 7-year-old driver from Chia in Colombia. He will qualify 6th fastest with Blaise Diniz, Aidan Kishan and Mathis Lacroix rounding out the 9 drivers. And that means, and we have just 1 timed qualifying session to go. That will be for the fastest karts we have here. There may only be 5 of them, but trust me, that is more than enough to provide some spectacular action. We'll be straight into the heats thereafter, and then a brief respite to refuel the commentators' batteries, as it were, and we'll be in after the first few races. But again, Nelson Piquet Jr. is here, and again, we've got something very special lined up, just televisually for you all here watching the Kart Chaser coverage to signal what will be the very first official race here at the Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Centre.
Yeah, there's a lot of eyes on this event here, especially in the United States and North America, to see this new racetrack.
Yep.
A lot of excitement around it in Florida and around the country. There's a lot of people you would not expect to be down here at the RMC Winter Trophy that are here, keeping an eye out, talking with the Piquet race
Let
park.
me guess. King Charles from England. Is he
No,
here?
no, I
Oh,
can't say
damn,
him.
damn.
No. But
Damn. Is it
everyone,
Dustin Hoffman, the actor? No.
I can't say we don't have the stars out that way. But a lot of this entire country has been excited to see this track come to fruition, to see the first few laps on it, to watch the stream, to come out here in person. Of course, it's got that Rock Cup Winter Tour date in 2 weekends as well, where Mike Burrell, Robbie Poupard, and the Rock USA crew will bring the Florida Winter Tour for the second national in just as many weeks to Piquet Race Park. Again, just a track of this length, and with the pit space slowly expanding, now adds another option for all kinds of races to come back, including the Winter Trophy in 2024.
And again, I have to say, the pit space has expanded in the last couple of days. We have had diggers and earth movers out in the paddock tirelessly. I've got a bit of an exclusive breaking news story for you. Carlos from Piquet Race Trophy, he has cancelled sleep for all the staff for the next 2 weeks. They've been working so incredibly hard, and Nelson Jr. was saying that there's more hard work to do. So, sleep, unfortunately, if you work here at Piquet Race Park, has been cancelled for the next 2 weeks at least.
I mean, what a hard-working crew here to get this going on. I mean, they've been working late at night, every single night this week, to make more adjustments, whether it's moving barriers, extra bits around the racetrack. And again, like we said, the drivers may be complaining that it's a little bit bumpy in certain sections, but they've already started making improvements. They've already repaved multiple corners, more to go, and it just adds to it. It's still smoother than where we've seen some of our parking lot racetracks.
You know drivers, and they'll just complain. That's that's in their nature, they complain. I personally think that they should leave the surface. It is bumpy, but yes, you don't want every single circuit you go to be billiard table smooth. It adds to the challenge. If you're going to be a champion, you've got to win at every type of track. You've got to win at the temporary circuits here in the UK. You've got to win at the fast, smooth, open tracks like Newcastle, places like that. And you've got to win at the technical, bumpy, sort of get up on the wheel type, and hustle the cart round like Piquet Raceway Park. That is what makes a real champion. Drivers, the drivers, they'll just give them a reason, they'll complain about something. But what we're not complaining about is the fact that we have DD2 racing back in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. That is a cause for great celebration. 5 drivers, let's take you through. We've got the number 702. We're looking at on your screen at the moment. That is the Racers Edge Motorsports number 707 of Canada's Gianluca Savaglio doing double duty here. I have to say now, Gianluca's dad, I think, is coming today. Unfortunately, while Gianluca's on circuit, I'll let the viewer into a little secret. So, Gianluca's second lap out on Thursday for testing. It was wet. He went out. He went, I think I can do turn number 20 flat out. He couldn't. He was fine. I said, Gianluca, you okay? He goes, yeah, I'm fine. My dad's going to be ticked, though, because he may have bent one or two of the components on his car. It's been fixed, though, and he's out there. There is one of the CRGs on circuit. That's Manuel Ochoa from Peru. Now, Manuel raced in the DD2 class in the last year's Grand Finals, finished 60th overall. It was his very first DD2 event. He's racing in seniors, and we had a late withdrawal in DD2. So to make up the numbers back to 5, Manuel went, it's okay, I will do a double duty. So they put a kart together for him. Last minute did the team from SLA Karting, SLA Karting, and he is out there. We've also got Matthew Taskinen in kart 704 from the official CRG team. Colin Livingston as well, CRG Racing Importer for Canada. And Jonathan Markinson, John Markinson, all the way from Sydney, Australia. So if you're watching back in the land down under, good day, although it's good night because it's evening over in Australia at the moment. But in terms of the most air miles travelled to get here, Jonathan Markinson wins hands down.
And unfortunately, I think he was slowing there, coming around the final corner. I saw Colin Livingston go on by him, and I believe Jonathan was able to make it across the line and did. Maybe not. The Praga was slowing back at turn number 19.
I have to say that Jonathan was up all night on Wednesday night, on Thursday night rather. He was up all night to get that kart built. And so he has worked to get that Praga chassis built, and he has done incredible amounts of work. We've got one Esprit, that's Gianluca Savaglio. Savaglio is quickest at the moment with a time of 102.639. 3 CRGs with Livingston, Taskinen and Ochoa, and the aforementioned Praga from there. Who have we got, Xander, tuning in on the live chat?
Well, we've got quite a few that have joined our live chat here, talking to us here live this morning. First of all, from Bogey Mo from Canada, saying go Team Canada here. Well, he's got Team Canadian driver Gianluca Savaglio quick so far, as they've had one more pull on in. In fact, most of our DD2 drivers have pulled in after an opening lap. Luke from Holland, also a big fan of the United States and big fan of motorsports in the U.S. Hello to you, Luke, there in Racing Luke 2. And for Lavoliette Racing, good job to Antoine Lemieux, giving a heads up and a cheer to Premier Karting, the Canadian-based OTK team. And, of course, Christian Savaglio giving a big shout-out to Gianluca Savaglio, who is still your quickest. With just a couple laps turned so far for DD2 qualifying here. Savaglio at a 102.63. No one really left on the racetrack besides
Mr. Livingston.
Mr.
Dr.
Livingston
Livingston,
himself.
I presume. Scott Campbell as well, one of Rotax's most decorated drivers. I think 13 or 14 straight grand final appearances. Scott Campbell watching in. Hopefully I'll be seeing Scott and the team out in Canada later this year for an event they have put on. But again, thank you very much. Keep your comments coming in. And Colin Livingston, the 49-year-old driver from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, getting some TV time. He is, well, how do we put this? He's in the top 5, Xander. He is solidly in the top 5 in qualifying with a time of 106.233 seconds. And yeah, again, he's a big thank you to Colin for bringing the karts down here to help make the grid. Again, it's not the biggest grid, but again, if you don't have the people that put their hat in the ring and start and take the plunge at the very beginning, you never get a new class going. And that would be, something that is we're very grateful for.
He was our RV neighbor here. We stayed overnight Thursday night, and he was saying about a 44-hour drive down from Canada. Had traded some good old war stories there, and he said he normally makes the drive down with Matthew Taskinen's dad. However, Matthew Taskinen's father had to fly in, so he did the entire drive down with Matthew himself, driving the big RV all the way down.
I'm wondering, so whilst sharing some of those war stories with you on Thursday night, was that a reason why Matthew Taskinen was not feeling, should we say, 100%? On Friday morning.
Very well could be. See, you don't have to be. There's differences. There's a commentator or mechanic shape, and there's driver shape.
Yes.
And, we were not on a driver shape regimen, I would say, Thursday evening.
No. And quite rightly so. After 44 hours, you deserve, how do we say, a little tipple to refresh yourself afterwards. So, qualifying is almost and then Colin Livingston will come in. So Gianluca Savaglio, Matthew Taskinen, Jonathan Marcus in the top 3, Manuel Ochoa and Colin Livingston the top 5 in DD2. Qualifying will come. Oh, our flag man here doesn't even get to wave the checkered flag because everybody's decided to go into the pits. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's it here. You can see that qualifying is set and the racing is about to commence here. Live for Piquet Race Park, Junior Max will be coming your way right after this commercial break. The first round of heats, the first ever round of races from Loxahatchee, Florida. Stick with us. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park in Loxahatchee, Florida, and the first ever race session is set to get underway as the warm-up lap gets completed for Junior Max here, heat number 1. And, well, let's take you through your starting lineup here, Henry. Qualifying commenced with the 11-driver field, and Gennaro Trappa and the number 202 topped the boards over Salvador De La Vecchia, the driver who he lent his backup suit to after De La Vecchia had a ride through the wall to the hospital and back on Thursday, and now he's in full form, second on the grid.
Indeed. Frederic Lemieux and Victor de Alencar on row number 2. So we have Trappa, De La Vecchia, Lemieux and Alencar on the first 2 rows of the grid.
Javier Chaparro rounds out your top 5, about 0.6 of a second off the pole in qualifying. To his outside, one driver that got only 1 lap in qualifying, Francisco Paredes in the number 205 Tony Kart will be a driver to watch. 1 lap before the chain came off. Kart's been reset, back and set to go, and the 205 machine will roll to the outside of row number 3.
Row number 4, Eric Questo and Nathan Dupuis, the young Canadian driver Nathan Dupuis, one of the youngest drivers in the field, just 11 years old. The remaining runners, Chase Lee, Josh Sankapasan, hopefully with his nose cone attached, Tiziano Antola Nieto, and hopefully we have Oliver Marak, who did not go out in qualifying. That would be the full 12 kart grid. Although, Xander, looking up at the thing, do we have all 12 drivers? I hope we do. But for the first time, Xander, bring them to the line. We're about to get the very first ever race here at Piquet Race and Entertainment Center underway.
Live from Loxahatchee, Florida. Put 12 laps on the boards here into the tram lines. History being made as you're watching it live here in the paddock and around the world. Let's go racing, boys and girls, down to turn 1 in Junior Max. Great start down the inside for Gennaro Trappa. They'll go 3 abreast for third.
Round turn number 2, cleanly, all 11 starters. Oliver Marak didn't get out there, but it's Trappa with an early advantage. The rest of the field thread them out, side by side for the race lead, or the second position rather, and that was, I believe, Frederic Lemieux trying to have a little look at the inside, or was that, it was actually Javier Chaparro tried to pass Frederic Lemieux, backing out of it, but that has given our pole sitter, Gennaro Trappa, a huge advantage here on just the opening lap in what is going to be a very, very hectic 12-lap race here at Piquet.
Yeah, very hectic 12 laps on the boards. They work towards the back sector through turn 16, turn 17 for the very first time. Gennaro Trappa, like you mentioned, a big lead as they battled for second. De La Vecchia finds himself back in the third spot. They'll come across the line. 1 lap in the books, 11 laps to go here as we come across the start-finish line straight away. And where do your field all cycle on through? It is Trappa out in front by a decent margin over Frederic Lemieux. Eric Questo is actually up to third. De La Vecchia, terrible start, all the way down to the 9th position. Oh, a little contact for P3 between Eric Questo and Javier Chaparro. Questo will hold the spot just barely, and now Chaparro's got to worry about that National Motorsports EOS card of, I believe, Victor de Alencar.
Who's that?
Is that that's second place?
That is the number 206. That's Frederic Lemieux out of the race. Oh, the young Frederic Lemieux out of the race, and she stomps away from the. He stomps away from the abandoned kart there. We did have all 12 kart starts under. Oliver Marak missing qualifying, already up to 8th position, but what a start from Eric Questo. Now, that would put Questo into
look at
P2.
This. Big dive bomb there from Victor de Alencar there on Javier Chaparro. That's now for the third spot. They're going to make contact out of turn 18. Crossover move. He'll bring one more with him, or nearly, as it looked like Nathan Dupuis tried to get a move done on de Alencar. So your updated order across the line. Gennaro Trappa, big time lead of nearly 3 seconds. Back to Eric Questo in second. Third is Chaparro. Fourth is Victor de Alencar. Fifth, Dupuis. And sixth is Francisco Paredes. And then right at the end of that train is Oliver Marak from dead last on the grid up to 7th and digging for more as they go through the S's. Look at this. De Alencar all over the rear bumper here. Maybe a move. Will it be up at turn number 10? I don't think he's close enough. Not this time as they crest the hill here and go back on down towards the Piquet teardrop.
Well, already the junior drivers are giving a lie to the thought that there was going to be no overtaking opportunities. They're finding ways to make the moves. There's a move up the inside into teardrop. That is the Alencar. It on the inside of Chaparro. Paredes also tried to go through as well. So a new third-place driver now, Victor de Alencar, and already you can see there's Javier Chaparro in the LN chassis, but that's allowing Eric Cuesto in second place to get away. Chaparro in third, de Alencar in fourth position, Paredes in fifth, Dupuis is in sixth position, and then Marak at the back of this group, Chase Lee, Josh Sankapasan, Tiziano Antonio Nieto, and Frederic Lemieux and Salvador Della Vecchia both out of the race. More action, Xander.
Great pass by Francisco Paredes. He goes down the inside on Victor de Alencar there for fourth. So right as de Alencar went by, the driver who started in sixth with only one lap completed in qualifying moves up to fourth here. Again, this is the first of 2 heat races on the day before the main event gets underway, so they'll still get another crack at it to try and make up for lost ground. Great news again for De La Vecchia, who also is out, as well as Frederic Lemieux. So 2 drivers that have not had anything go as Chaparro runs wide in the teardrop. That'll bottleneck everybody up. That's one thing I'm noticing here, seeing everybody together in a pack, is the number of mistakes you make just because of where the bumps lie. You easily go offline. It's a very narrow apex that you have to hit in some of these corners in a very one-lane circuit. If you miss that, the bumps you'll hit will knock your car even farther to the outside lane. And so we're seeing a lot of drivers have big variances from lap to lap, because you're not just a foot or 2 off of the spot you're supposed to be. You're maybe 5 feet wide, an entire cart width, which allows as a few guys we've seen get by. Look at that right there. See, Paredes just locks up the brakes, goes wide in turn number 3, gives up a spot to Nathan Dupuy, move him up into the 4th position. And
I think Paredes was getting flagged there at the start line. I'm not quite sure which flag it was, but there was certainly a number board going out with the 205 on it. So maybe there's a bit of bodywork or something working loose on that kart, and that's causing it to drop back. What we are learning, though, Xander, is that if you do make a pass here, you will lose an awful lot of time to the kart that is in front of the driver that you are trying to make a pass. So you've got to be very, very, very careful about where you choose to pass, because you pick up a place but you lose ground to the kart in front of you. There's a move. That is Nathan Dupuy up at turn number 18, and Dupuy sends one at the inside of Chaparro, put Nathan Dupuy in the number 213 kart, the Goodwood Kartways driver, into 3rd position. It's Trapper. We're not watching it, and more action as Chaparro comes back.
And Dupuy will lose another spot as Paredes goes by in turn number 3. Awesome racing here in the midfield as Gennaro Trappa continues to pull away. Over 5 seconds out in front from this battle for 3rd on your screen. It's Javier Chaparro in 3rd. Dupuy back to the 5th spot. Paredes is 4th. De Alencar is 6th. And then behind them, a pairing starting to form, Oliver Marak and Chase Lee for 7th and 8th. But here they go through into the teardrop. Look how close he is. He'll go to the inside. Francisco Paredes, and trying to go by is Dupuy. Little contact, still wheel to wheel. Oh! They make contact at a 360, and he keeps it going. Unbelievable.
What a save. I was just about to say that was absolute classic karting there from Nathan Dupuy, because Paredes opened the door into the teardrop and Dupuy went through and took advantage of it, and then literally rear wheel to rear wheel contact, and at a full 360 airborne. And there's another one. That's the Alencar now passing Nathan Dupuy, who but Chaparro, full 360 airborne. He kept his foot in the gas.
Are you kidding me?
Pinned. And you know, we're only halfway through the very first race. Right, where are my tablets? And we're going to need them both up here in the booth before the end of it, because this is insane.
I don't know who had a 360 keep your foot in it, one position lost spot on their bingo board, but you probably got bingo at this point with the very first race of the weekend, because my goodness, Javier Chaparro, do not give up. I think he's won over a lot. Is the Alencar. What a send. That was a car length and a half away. Crossover, trying to get back as Dupuy. And we got more contact here as Chaparro. Oh, I think he's finally.
Yeah, I think Chaparro realized that number 201, there was a problem with that kart that sort of developed. I mean, it's unsurprising that there was something sort of worked its way loose as the kart was pyramided through the air. Oh, my word, side by side. through the final corner. That's the Allen car and Dupuis. You're not supposed to be able to do that. And now Dupuis back to the inside. Oh my word, up into turn number 2. Nathan Dupuis, this is now for 4th position. So this is 4th, 5th, and you've got 6th, 7th, and 8th on your screens as well. Marak, Sankaprasad, and Chase Lee moving into position. So just go to how much this battling is slowing the drivers down. The drivers at the tail end of the field now catching back up. There's Sankaprasad holding off Chase Lee. The last driver still running is Tiziano Antola Nieto in his very first race, the competition winner from Peru. We're not watching much of the race leader, and that is because Gennaro Trapper is 8 seconds up the road, but also because the action back in the pack has been superb. Now there's the yellow flag wave, and they've got to move Chaparro's kart off it was almost on the racing line there. So take a breath, reset. Lap number 8 of 12. It's Trapper leading by 8 seconds over Eric Cuesto. Eric Cuesto 2 seconds in front of Paredes, and then Paredes is a couple of seconds in front of this battle you're watching on your screen. Nathan Dupuis and Victor de Alencar, and they are chased by Marak in 6th, Lee 7th, Sankaprasad 8th, and Antola Nieto rounding out the remaining runners in 9th place. Lap number 9 of 12. Finally, we have a little bit of calm.
Yeah, just a bit, and it gives us the opportunity now to give some spotlight to the kid who has led the majority of this way here as the battle for 3rd continues to rage on between De Alencar, or for 4th between De Alencar and Dupuis. Francisco Paredes up the road there in 3rd, and then way up the road you find Eric Cuesto, and oh no, that is going to be Eric Cuesto. Oh, commentators curse right as we go to talk about him. He's got a problem and is off the racetrack in the Piquet teardrop. The driver from 2nd that had over a second-and-a-half lead back to Francisco Paredes. Off is Eric Cuesto, and now once again Victor de Alencar is in and Dupuis get put into the battle for 3rd as they come across the line to see what should be 2 laps to go, and indeed double sticks in the air, 2 more laps around as the field goes over to turn number 2. So this battle for 3rd now, Paredes 2nd, and a 10.6 second lead for the lead as we've got a pass for 4th, or 5th, sorry.
Yep, side by side for 5th, that's Oliver Marak, and is that Chase Lee? It is Marak and Chase Lee, the driver who has got is living lives in Fort Lauderdale, but his dad is from Manchester, England, UK. So he's got the English flag and the stars and stripes on the side of his kart. Here, though, is the battle once again for 3rd position. I've got to say, last year, Nathan Dupuis came to this event. He finished 10th in juniors, but he was the kart was driving him, shall we say. He has come back this year. He's done a year of learning, won a couple of 4-stroke championships around the place, and is now looking so confident. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Gennaro Trapper, the 14-year-old from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Here goes Paredes across the line. Now the battle for 3rd. Victor de Alencar has not given up just yet, but it's Nathan Dupuis, and further back I can see side by side going into turn number 1. I think that was Oliver Marak repassing Chase Lee for 5th position. But Xander, well, when they write the history books of this circuit, they will put one name in the column, but it says first ever race winner. And that name, well, we've had the commentators curse once already. I won't put it on it just yet, but I think it's pretty safe to say he's cruising around. That name will be Gennaro Trapper. What a walk in the park.
Yeah, he has done a phenomenal job here to start the day. Still one more heat race to go in the main event, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Gennaro. But an 11-plus margin of victory for the very first session of the weekend here in race conditions. Gennaro Trapper will win heat number 1 in Junior Max as he coasts across the line and takes a look backwards here to find the rest of your battles there for 2nd and 3rd. Well, where does everybody else slot on in? Oh, we got one pulling in early. Oh, no. Was that a driver that was out of 2nd? Was that Paredes that pulled into the scale line?
It absolutely was.
Oh, my goodness. Francisco Paredes pulls into the scales on the final lap.
Why the Goodwood Kartway driver, was that a mistake? Or was it a very last-minute sort of technical problem that came up? I do not know. Of course, some of the drivers are new to the United States karting. You've got the cross flags that signal half distance. You've got the 2 sticks in the air that signal 2 lap to go. Then you have the white flag that is 1 lap to go. Those flags aren't used universally in karting. I'm wondering if, as his very first time in the USA, if Paredes saw the flag waving and mistook the white flag for the checkered flag. That remains to be seen. It's going to be but you think if it was a mistake, it happened in a heat race, not a final. So your unofficial finishing order: Gennaro Trapper, from Victor de Alencar, Nathan Dupuis, Chase Lee, Oliver Marak, Josh Sankapasan, then Tiziano Antala Nieto, and only 7 of the 12 starters running at the end. Francisco Paredes pitting early will be classified 8th. That was a long race, nearly 14 minutes to do 12 laps there. That is going to be very taxing indeed. It shows that these drivers are going to be in for a very, very tough physical day. So are the karts. And yes, there will be a delay while we retrieve some of the karts that failed in that race, Andy. But again, as races go, the very first race of the circuit, that wasn't bad, was it?
No, I mean, I don't know if that had anything else you could ask for. So, yeah, first race in the books. Of course, we only have a couple more heat races before the lunch break will hit, and we'll take a short 30-minute break. We've got Senior Max set to go, and then right after Senior Max, I believe Masters Max follows it right after.
Yes, so we've got Seniors and Masters before the lunch break. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that you have seen one race here at the circuit, give us your thoughts on the track. Give us where you think we're going to see overtaking. Let us know. Keep your comments coming in on the Kart Chaser live chat. Really helps us to know who's watching, where you're watching from, and who you're cheering for. Again, it's as first race goes, this track is going to be a very, very exciting track for drivers. It's going to be a very physically demanding circuit, and it's going to be one of those circuits the mechanics aren't going to look forward to coming to, because the karts also take quite a lot of punishment as well. So it's going to be an absolute test, not just for the drivers, but for the teams as well here at, Loxahatchee?
Loxahatchee.
Loxahatchee.
Loxahatchee. Easier known as north of West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what we like to hear. North of West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Lots of letters in Loxahatchee.
Lots of letters in Loxahatchee, Florida here. But man, oh man, what a crazy start here to the morning. Lots of action. Of course, unfortunately, we did have a couple small red flags throughout qualifying. As we saw, at the same point, we have seen nothing but, just smiles and drivers getting up under their own power, ready to fix the karts, get back after it. This track, very unforgiving. Not a lot of runoff space. They've done a lot of work to, again, continue to improve the safety. We highlighted some of those foam pillows earlier on in the stream that they use around here, tire walls, plastic barriers that all move and absorb the impact of the cars sliding out to them, and then some different runoff areas and gravel around the outside of the final turn and turn number 1 as well. So they've done a lot. They're still doing a lot. This is a learning weekend for everybody, and a very big learning weekend for us as well, the viewers, to see just what racing looks like here at Piquet Race Park.
But don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. After the lunch break, you're not just going to have to see myself and Xander, as nice as we are to look at in the booth. When we have delays after lunch, maybe we'll try and get down into the pits and try and speak to some of the drivers, so we can put some faces to the names and the brightly coloured crash helmets, because this race, this event is all about the personalities of the drivers as well. We're going to try and bring you as much sort of personalities, as much of the drivers, the faces, as put faces to the names and get their insight into this event to make the broadcast complete. But we'll work on that over the next day and a half after we get ourselves set up, because it's a learning experience for everybody. I think one thing that the PK team are going to learn is that they might need 2 recovery vehicles, not just the one, because this track is going to be a kart breaker. I think it's safe to say, just the nature of it, the physical, the bumpiness of it, the mechanics are going to need to bolt everything together just a little bit tighter than usual for the remaining races. We've got a lot of laps to get through. I think there'll be some of the senior drivers already on their phone for their chiropractors saying, Monday morning, book me in.
Yeah, because, again, they got to get back after it in Orlando Kart Center here in less than 1 week's time for rounds 3 and 4, and on track usually within about 2 or 3 days to begin pre-race weekend testing. So all that to get underway. Let's take you a little more look at the shot of the Senior Max grid that is down on towards turn number 1, the biggest class.
25 of them. Oh, yes. 25 Senior Rotax grid. So 12 juniors gave us that much excitement. What will that do? We will bring you the starting lineup as the engines are fired very shortly.
Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment in Loxahatchee, Florida, and Senior Max drivers are on to the racetrack. One of the 2 headline divisions here for the RMC Winter Trophy alongside the DD2 Max classes return. And we've got a lot of drivers in DD2 that we saw earlier in qualifying, pulling double duty and getting back behind the wheel in Senior Max competition to see the racetrack for the first heat race. Noel Leon in the Alessandro's Racing CRG will slowly group the field together. Joining him on the outside, longtime friend and teammate, of course, in Formula Regionals, Eduardo Barrichello in that PSO Karting BRLR. Gianluca Savaglio in the REM Premier Karting Cosmic will make up the inside of row 2 alongside Wes Duchak in that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. Then Timothy Pernode will put his PSL Karting BRLR in 5th. Still the last few rows trying to form together. It looks good enough. It will get the green down to turn number 1, and we're racing here for the second group, the first heat races at Piquet Race Park. Can everybody make it through turn 2? Barrichello goes wide, and through the inside to second is Gianluca Savaglio. Lots of shuffling, lots of elbows out racing, but they're all going to survive the opening couple hairpins here, Henry.
And I think that's organized did a very, very smart job there of bringing them to the field very slowly. They did not give them the green flag until the last possible minute, just to keep speeds down, whatever is bunched together through the first couple of corners. And we have got all 25 drivers in the class. I'm assuming all 25 drivers have started this race, making their way up through the field. Hope down. It is still Noel Leon with the top spot. Field making their way through the teardrop section and up towards the last couple of corners. Yes, it is. It is Leon. I think that is in the race lead. One of the Barrichellos is second. That'll be Eduardo Barrichello. Actually, Barrichello in 3rd position. And it looks like Gianluca Savaglio, who is getting a lot of love on the online chat. Gianluca up into P2, the 18-year-old driver from Toronto. And they're now flat out through turn number 1 down towards turn 2 again. Leon trying to break away. Savaglio and Barrichello trying to close back in. Side-by-side action back in the pack.
That was Aiden Fox going at it with Fernando Barrichello. Barrichello going to lose another spot there as one more driver slips on by. That might have been Manuel Ochoa. I don't believe it was Jorge Ortiz. We got one in the wall. Wes Duchak has pounded the outside wall coming out of turn number 5 or 6 here.
It's coming out of the infield section. It's actually coming out of turn number 9 on the run up towards turn number 10. And Duchak up and out of the cart. By the looks of it, you can see how close the barriers are there to the exit of the circuit. The marshal there with the driver, Wes Duchak, and it looks as though that is all she wrote. Where's dejectedly now? The question is, that cart is right on the racing line. The marshal moves the driver to a safe spot. That's the first course of action. Now we've got to get the cart out of the way because that is perched right on the exit of the racing line. Up at the front, it is Leon leading Savaglio. Eduardo Barrichello closing in 3rd position. Then a slight gap back to Timothy Pernod in 4th place. Augusto Soto Sharipa is 5th. Then it's Luciano Navarro. Jorge Ortiz is 7th. followed by Aiden Fox, Camilo Trapper, Fernando Barrichello, Manuel Ochoa, Santiago Aguirre, and now you can see just how close that kart is. They come out of turn number 9, and I have to say, I without wanting to tell the track division what to do, they're going to need to move that kart out of the way, I would hazard a guess, because that could be an incident. Looking down the order, we had a total of 23 karts starting the race, of the 25 on the entry list. Tim Horrell is out there. I don't think Sophia Marak did make it out onto the circuit, however, so after her qualifying accident, she hasn't made it out for heat number 1. And I'm trying to find out to see who was the other non-starter, but we'll have to catch up later on. But one thing is for certain, though, Xander, Noel Leon extending his lead 3/4 of a second now as the leaders thread their way through the first couple of back-to-back hairpins, the switchback section.
Yeah, for a moment it looked like Noel Leon was going to get reeled back in by Gianluca Savaglio. That time by, he evened the pace back out to second. The opening lap, he gave up a tenth or two, or the second and third lap. Sorry, as we got one around. That is Timothy Pernod to the top of the hill.
Trapper almost went into him there. That was lightning quick reactions, and Timothy Pernod there parked at the apex, and of course that has caused everyone to back themselves up, and now we've got a huge scrap going on.
Yeah, big midfield pack here, going back from Camilo Trappa in the 308, Jorge Ortiz in 8th and 9th, then to Fernando Barrichello, Manuel Ochoa, Santiago Aguirre, all the way down, probably to the end of that group, maybe 16th or 17th to maybe Isaac Canto in the 324 Canto race machine. So across the line, 4 complete, 8 laps to go. Noel Leon continues to lead, and he added about a tenth of a second last time. Barrichello closed in on Savaglio. Soto Sharipo there in no man's land in 4th. The same for Aiden Fox. And then this big group here as Ortiz has them bearing down on him as they're going to battle back just outside the top 10. 2 by 2 headed up the hill to turn 4. It'll get a little bit dicey there. Single file as they go down the hill through the S's.
Already this circuit is gaining a reputation as sort of like a street circuit, but you know, not on the streets. It's like the Monaco of kart racing. You see the drivers, again, they've got to thread the needle. Good work by the safety crew here at the circuit to move Wes Duchak's kart out of harm's way. But here is the main battle on your screen. That's Jorge Ortiz in the red. That is that Jorge Ortiz in the red race suit? Yes, it is, in 7th position. Luciano Navarro is 8th, then Fernando Barrichello. So the 2 red and white Birol karts. Manuel Ochoa in that group as well. So is Timothy Pernod trying to recover from that earlier accident. You can see now, flat chat through the final corner, down the main straight into turns 1 and 2. Jorge Ortiz, and there's a battle going on behind. So behind Ortiz, that is Manuel Ochoa passing Luciano Navarro, and Navarro trying the crossover move and make it work. But look how much they back themselves up. 2 passing maneuvers, and suddenly they've got 4, maybe 5 karts sitting right on their rear bumpers. And not on their rear bumpers, it's side by side through turn number 9.
Yeah, Chris Farino getting into it. He misses that pass, and look at this. They're 3 wide. Nearly contact. That could have got ugly as well. Luckily, they backed out of it. This is still just a heat race, and the first of 2 today. You don't want to throw your day away early in the morning before you even get some lunch in you. But these Senior Max drivers letting it all out here in the midfield as Noel Leon continues to lead over Savaglio and Dudu Barrichello. There's a look at Jorge Ortiz. Fernando Barrichello and Timothy Pernod are closing in on the SLA kart racing driver for 7th. On the energy there, look at Barrichello. Wow, you talk about FIFO Barrichello. Fernando being the one with the biggest save yesterday. Well, it looked like he had to do it again in the final turn. He had that right rear tire hanging out over the curbing coming out of turn number 20 here, Henry.
Talk about high, wide, and handsome. Here's the battle into turn number 3. We go 2, 4, 6 karts. And what we're learning is the battle pack moves further and further down the order. As one driver gets away, they can scoot into some clean air. More drivers catch the back of the group and start squabbling over this. Manuel Ochoa up the inside trying to defend his position. This is now down in a 10th, 11th place. We've got Timothy Pernod has escaped there, so we've got Ethan Thorne, Augustin Trapper, Manuel Gonzalez, Isaac Canto, Miguel Parra also maybe in this group as well as we come up through turn number 18. The leaders, well, Noel Leon is clear at the front of the field by 1.7 seconds over Gianluca Savaglio. Savaglio has got a 1.1 second advantage over Eduardo Barrichello. We continue to watch this next group through the final corner and on to the start-finish straight. We're looking now at turn number 2. There's the battle for what is
seventh,
eighth, right there. Ortiz, Fernando Barrichello, and Timothy Pinot, the recovering Timothy Pinot. Very impressive from Timothy Pinot. He's able to, after recovering from that mistake, he's picking him up and putting him down.
Yeah, Timothy Pinot might get all the way almost back to where he started, which would be very impressive. He started again in that 5th position, fell back, got up to 4th early on, then of course had that half spin, and now he's charging back forward. Somehow the kart okay, of course, avoided all contact. Didn't really flat spot the tires too bad, and now he is working with his PSO karting Bureau Art teammate of Fernando Barrichello. They are 7th and 8th, having gone around Jorge Ortiz at the start-finish line, working lap number 8. So 7 complete, 8 laps to be completed this time by, just 1 lap ahead of where we are. There's our ticker. We'll update here. So 8 laps complete now for Noel Leon, as we got problems for one driver in the farther back section. Is at the 324.
Well, it's a kart with the
indeed,
rear
Isaac
bumper
Canto.
Yeah, that could be the Tony kart of Isaac Canto. Into the pits comes Canto in the number 324 kart. That is the Tony kart, the driver for the Piquet sports team out of Boca Raton, Florida. Side by side now, Jorge Ortiz thinking to himself, no, I want a bit more of this. Somebody off at the bottom end of the circuit. That's at turn number 10. Driver trying to regain.
Traffic?
Is that? It could be that. I was going to say, we run, with 25 karts on the grid, 23 taking the start, and that is the number 327. That is Matthew Verose, who was down at the back of the field, so I think that was lap traffic. But again, with the gaps growing here, this is only lap 8 out of 12. Lap traffic, I'm sure, in the finals could also be a problem for the race leaders. But there's Ortiz now back in front of those 2 Bureau Arts. And at the back of that kart, that largely white machine, that is the number 326 of Luciano Navarro on the Tilken Spirit chassis.
Man, what a mixed bag of races here for a lot of different drivers in Senior Max. You have the likes of Timothy Pinot that had a spin and is trying to come back forward as he makes a mistake there in turn number 3, under braking. Barrichello, who's had kind of a up and then down, and now maybe trying to get on the back up train inside the top 10. Jorge Ortiz has had a pretty incident-free main. And then you have a dominating run by Noel Leon, where it's a game of inches behind him of Eduardo Barrichello and Gianluca Savaglio trying to pick up speed. Barrichello was working through Verroque, and when Verroque went off, and that's cost Eduardo Barrichello quite a bit of time. So Big Brother a little bit up the road, but losing out on that hopeful run to try to get to second. This time by, though, we'll see 10 laps complete here, as there's a good dive bomb by Barrichello, and he goes wide. Little bit too deep on the brakes in 17.
So this brand new tarmac has got lots of rubber on the racing line, absolutely none off the racing line. Fifo Barrichello sent it up the inside, made the move, ran a little bit wide, and you can see the kart just slithering around, and he's lost 20 kart legs. It wasn't a case of you make a move and, a lot of tracks, you understeer out of the corner, you lose maybe 2 or 3 kart legs, you lose 20 kart legs. Here comes Navarro to the inside, wheel to wheel with Fernando Barrichello, and Fernando holds on. Now he slides wide, and he's off. He understeered going into turn number 4, and that is Fernando Barrichello. But because of the gaps that have grown, he does lose places. But I think Ethan Thorne went through, Santiago Aguero went through, maybe Chris Marino, but he only lost 3 or 4 places. We're on lap 10 out of 12, and no, Leon, it's like I say, kudos to the race director for sort of like keeping up to where things are. Karts are all over this circuit. White flag goes out. 1 lap to go. Our race leader is coming through turn number 3 now. We're watching some of the back markers. Ortiz still squabbling. Ortiz in 7th position, just behind Camilo Trapper. Aidan Fox in 5th. But the battle is on between Ortiz and Timothy Pinot for 7th. That's what we're watching on our screens, Ander.
Yeah, half a lap to go here is they just worked their way out of turn number 3. A long 1-minute final lap here in these heat races at 12 laps in total. Ortiz with a good enough gap over Pernod. He should be safe. The leader's going on the other section of the racetrack, coming on by Osgosta Soto Sharipa there, and all the way up to Noel Leon. And that Alessandro's Racing CRG. He has been perfect out front. Even had to get through a little bit of lap traffic. Besides that, no passing, no battling. A great early start. They got him a half-second lead. He'll round turn number 20, and Noel Leon will pick up the heat race win for heat number 1 in Senior Max.
Checkered flag waves. Mexico's Noel Leon wins from Canada's Gianluca Savalio, Brazil's Eduardo Barrichello in third, and then representing the United States, Miami's own Augusto Soto Schripa finishes in fourth position. Aiden Fox comes home in fifth place. Camilo Trappel sixth, and just there, Jorge Ortiz does hold off Timothy Pernod for seventh position. Ethan Thorne and Luciano Navarro round out the top 10. Santiago Igor Aguirre and Chris Marino are next on. Augustine Trapp is 13th. Man, what happened there? Fernando Barrichello comes home in 16th position. Still drivers flooding across the finish line. That was another dramatic. So we're learning all the time here, Xander. And one thing that we've learned after just 2 races is that qualifying is so important here. If you qualify at the front and get round turns 1 and 2 cleanly, then the battling behind you will mean that you have got a clean run at the front. We haven't seen a really good battle for the win yet. We've seen some tremendous battling for the lower places. But yeah, if you could get through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, and then you can set off and you, all things being equal, you have a relatively safe run. But back in the pack, those drivers that did not qualify well are now ruining that mistake, because they can see, oh dear, if I'm on row 4 or 5, I better get my elbows sharpened, because I am in for a race-long dogfight.
Yeah, that's and that dogfight will go on and cost you so much time that you've got to be very careful to not make a mistake like we saw with Barrichello or others, where even it was just one botched pass in the dogfight, you were having a dogfight for 5th or 6th. You end up having a dogfight for 7th or 8th. There's a look, unfortunately, at Wes Duchak over in the infield. The Rollison Performance Group Cosmic driver out early. Didn't even get to experience much here in heat number 1. He's got his arm folded here, and he will hopefully keep that determination to make up for it, get him some good recovery points in heat number 2, and salvage at least maybe a top 10, top 15 starting spot in today's main event. But in the biggest class on the weekend, the last thing you want to do is go out in one of those qualifying heat races. One thing to have an issue in DD2, say, or maybe Micromax,
something like that. Yep, but not in seniors. So Wes Duchak, he's thinking himself, okay, even if things go perfectly well in his second heat, he is going to be starting right in the middle of that snarling pack in the final itself. You say, most things say, oh great, we got 19 laps in the final to sort that out. After the drivers have experienced this, thinking, oh my goodness me, 19 laps around here, that is going to be a workout. But one race to go before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. It's Masters Max up next, and these are the drivers, again, the more experienced drivers. I'll call them old, but some of them are old. We'll call them more experienced drivers there. They will be looking at thinking, wow, I hope I took my vitamins this morning, because I am in for a tough time. But again, what a great opportunity it is for you, the viewers, to experience the Rotax Winter Trophy for the first time here on Kart Chaser TV. And it's a great pleasure for me to be able to join Xander and the rest of the Kart Chaser crew. We've got Trevor on the buttons, who is doing the editing here. Up on the top of the thing, the cameraman who is braving it all, that is Aaron up on there. Danger Aaron.
Let's go see here. Trevor, can you have a look from the far side of the racetrack? We'll show you some of our angles here. From the opposite side of the track, you can see what we're doing here to give you all the action. This is from our far camera. This is on top. So we'll shoot across. There you can see Aaron. He's chalking with race director Rusty Ferguson up on the top step. Over there, they are on the 3rd story, these stacked up containers. So he's 3 stories up in the air, climbs up a ladder right above us. There's where we are, up in the skybox. As you can see, this is live look into timing and scoring. Of course, the live broadcast production there. Trevor in the middle on the buttons. And then if we flip the cameras around, you will be able to see our other elevated camera shot is on the far end, on top of the Kart Chaser RV. And that is our friend Simon, who is over there bringing you all the angles from directly across behind turn 10 and 11. And in the danger zone, our final camera, that speed shot down at turn number 20, with our good buddy Caleb over in the KC by Pride tent. He's on the far side of the racetrack over there and bringing you the action from the final corner of the circuit and taking himself a little break down in the chair as well. But that is a look around the circuit here at Piquet Race Park from our eyes of where you're seeing all the action.
Exactly, and again, just go to show that, this event, I mean, you guys, you were confirmed for this event very, very late in the day. Xander and his team have pulled together a huge amount of work to get here, to get set up. That is what is bringing you there. We haven't got a cameraman in here. The skybox here at the very well ventilated skybox here, the VIP area up here at Piquet Raceway Park. But we got the VIP area off track. We've now got some of our VIPs on track. It's time for Heat 1, Max Masters up next.
Yeah, we'll get it to the racetrack here and take it on live for Masters Max as the outlap begins. I'm still waiting for these VIP passes that got us into the skybox to come. I don't know where the hors d'oeuvres are and where's our waiters and everything. I must say there's some improvements that have to be made here in the next 2 weeks before we come back.
It's not why you know, it's who you know, Xander. Trust me, I got my finger on the pulse here. My man Nelson here has been controlling things on the grid for the last couple of days. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Here we go. Your starting lineup for Max Masters. Leading the way, it will be number 611, Rubens Barrichello. He just watched his eldest son, Eduardo, come second in there. There he is on your screen now. 326 Formula One starts. But of all his career, he said the most proudest moment of his career was just in December last year when he won the Brazilian Stock Car Championship at the age of 50, coming from third of the championship at Interlagos to win. Alongside Rubens on the front row of the grid, 20 Formula One starts to his name. Antonio Pizzonia from Brazil. Harold Watson and Mundi Loya start from row number 2 from Peru. Then Vince Carey and Laurentiu Mardan from New York and Romania. Well, now based in Chicago is Laurentiu Mardan, the Techno Kart. He starts on row number 3. Then it's Lucas Iglesias, Daniel Ramirez, Diego Rodriguez, Andrew Liprevost, Dioniso Espejo, and the rest. Lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. Barrichello on the inside. Pizzonia on the outside. Rubens Barrichello leads them through turn number 2. All the starters, Laurentiu Mardan, 2 wheels in the air as they go down towards turn number 3. But I can see that it is Barrichello leading up into second place. Is that Mundi Loya? Or is it, no, it's Pizzonia in second. It's Mundi Loya, I think. Harold Watson possibly on the red speed kart is up in the front of the pack as well. Vince Carey through there as well, but it is Barrichello leading under pressure though from Pizzonia on this, the opening lap.
So here they come out of the Piquet teardrop here, just a car length between Rubens Barrichello and Antonio Pizzonia Sr. They were 2/10 apart in qualifying. They look to be a little bit closer here on cold tires. No big dive bomb yet, though, as the two countrymen work their way out of turn 17, 18, and 19. And here they come, the full Masters Max field at full song through the final corner of the racetrack. Full speed ahead as we got one driver in third, a little bit sideways, and there's a block from Barrichello down the inside. Around the outside, Antonio Pizzonia trying to get there. Barrichello runs him wide, and it'll cost Pizzonia dearly as there's more contact there for third.
And that is, I think that might be Harold Watson. I think Harold Watson is up into the mix as well. Vince Carey having a really good run at the start of this one, but a little bit of gamesmanship there. Rubens Barrichello, I thought, automatically slowed down. I thought that Pizzonia up the inside and backs out of it there, and tyre on the grass. Mundi Loya, that tyre gets collected by 1 or 2 drivers, while Pizzonia locked up, committed going into turn number 10, then realised, that ain't going to work, sunshine, backed out of it. Oh dear, number 609, that is Daniel Ramirez, the 41-year-old Peruvian driver from Lima, out of the race. I think he collected one of those errant tyres as we wait to see. So it's Vince Carey who will now take over second position. Well, New York's Vince Carey, battle going on the circuit. That's Harold Watson, I believe. Watson is up in the third place. Mundi Loya is next in line. Across the start-finish line, we've got Barrichello has now sort of played that really well. Vince Carey runs in second place. Vince Carey qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals the year that it was cancelled, literally 10 days beforehand due to COVID. and has never been able to represent his nation. There he is on your screens now. He decided to race this last minute. It was a very, very late decision. He finds himself running in second position behind Rubens Barrichello. Further back, here is the recovering Antonio Pizzonia, and he's absolutely scything his way through the field. He's already in 30th place. He goes past Viktor Kuzmichov up into 12th position. Logan Fueling is 11th, then Andrew Leprovost 10th, Francesco Barber 9th, Diego Rodriguez 8th, David Leprovost is 7th, Luis Iglesias is 6th. I'm looking down, we had 15 drivers take the start. I'm not quite sure who didn't take the start. Maybe, well, this Logan, we've got, I think it might have been David Fluelling who didn't take the start, one of the GP racing drivers. There's Pizzonia Jr. up the inside again. Well, he is picking them up and putting them down at the moment, but he has got a long way to recover, and Rubens Barrichello cruising out at the front.
Yeah, I thought that some of our other drivers like Chaparro and Junior Max, or maybe even Pernod in seniors, we got a problem there for one in front of Pizzonia. Is that going to
looks like,
be maybe Provost?
Is that a Praga kart I think we see? No, because there's no Praga chassis out there. It might be one of the Cosmics. It might be Rodriguez or Iglesias.
It's a 607. Maybe. David La Provost was running P7 in the 607. That, as you mentioned there, bumper's completely dislodged on the right rear side, so they'll give him the meatball. I'm sure he can feel it. When it drags like that and it knocks that kart sideways like it is for him, he's got to know that bumper's dislodged. As we see more battling back at the front of the field. Carey under fire. This is for second from Harold Watson. Big run, looking to the inside. Turn 4. Oh, we had to lock up and back out of that. That got a little bit tight there as well in the back in the opening sector. The
always exciting Mr. Spectacular Harold Watson. He says, I'm gonna do something special for you today, Henry. And he's trying to put on a show here. The showman, Harold Watson, is what he calls himself. He says, I'm going to put on a show for you. So the showman, Harold Watson, in third position. Vince Carey holding him off. Right behind him, Mundy Lawyer, 56 years young Mundy Lawyer, racing since 1978 with the white race suit, the red-orange style crash helmet there. Into turn number 17 they go. This is great news for Rubens Barrichello, who can pull away. And Watson has a little look. The showman up the inside at turn number 19. Can't make it in. Now flat out to turn 20. Harold Watson makes his move and moves into P2. Can Harold now set up and close in on Rubens Barrichello? The gap, though, is 2 seconds between Watson and Barrichello, with Carey and Lawyer right behind. Laurentiu Mardan runs in fifth. Lucas Iglesias is sixth, and Antonio Pizzonia has recovered to 7th place at the moment as we head up towards turn number 10, past the tyre barriers that were dislodged earlier by Antonio Pizzonia. And yes, it was. We've got Provost. I was saying that Provost and his team, they turned up yesterday afternoon. They drove all the way down from Toronto, only arrived yesterday afternoon. And I think that maybe one or two of the drivers there, just, a few things that weren't bolted on quite in a rush to get themselves ready. But they're having a good time, the GP racing quintet. 5 drivers of them, and here's the battle for second place, Ander. And it's certainly, after what we watched earlier on, our first 2 races, this is a little bit of a calmer affair. Not much, but a little bit. What these 3 drivers have to now be aware of is the fact that Laurentiu Mardan on that Techno kart is closing in rapidly.
Yeah, last time by, Laurentiu Mardan was 2 tenths to the better. And here's a look further back as Pizzonia picks up another one. He gets Lucas Iglesias in turn number 3. So good catch there, Henry, for Antonio Pizzonia. Here's a little battle for third as they try to go side by side. Mundy Lawyer looking on Vince Carey. Can't get the job done. So Mundy Lawyer still unable to get by. Closes it deep into the Piquet teardrop. He is watching Harold Watson start to pull away. So Harold Watson now with a big-time gap back to Vince Carey. When does Mundy Lawyer want to go? He wants to go now.
Is the
17.
Yep.
And through, yeah, right there, right then. Once he got the run, he ran with it. And now Mundy Lawyer is up to third. He'll block into the last turn. Does that hurt him on the exit? We're going to find out. Big run for Carey, not enough for turn number 1, and we'll put another lap down in the books.
Here comes Laurentiu Mardan to the inside on Vince Carey, and Laurentiu picks up a place. Vince comes straight back at him side by side. These two drivers, well, they raced wheel to wheel throughout last year's Winter Trophy. They both went to the US Nationals. They raced wheel to wheel there as well, and now they're racing wheel to wheel here as well. At the moment, it looks like advantage Mardan. Again, Mardan, the Romanian driver. One thing you might know, the Techno karts, they were made initially by the Pedrozzani brothers from Italy. Techno, the only racing manufacturer in history to build everything from a go-kart to a Formula 1 car. They built Formula 3 cars, Formula 2 cars, go-karts, and in the 1970s they built and raced a Formula 1 car. It wasn't very good, but they still built it, and they did. The only company in history to manufacture and produce everything from a go-kart all the way up to a Formula 1 car. I can't wait to see the new Tony Kart Formula 1 car coming out personally, Xander.
Yeah, well, they got that new investor group. They got to get some more value for them,
exactly.
Right? They got that infusion of cash, and now they have people wanting to get a little bit more value out of it. No more value than you could get into the biggest racing series in the world, Formula 1. So maybe.
Who knows? The rumors started here.
Yeah. You could blame us for that. We've got plenty that we've started on our own. However, no rumors really to be taken away from this one. Just facts. Rubens Barrichello has pulled away in a fantastic fashion so far in Masters Max. As we see back to Laurentiu Mardan ahead of Vince Carey, has settled that argument for now here with 4 laps to go, 3 to go at the line as we work lap number 9. And they've got a long way to go since, again, just 2 passes, right? Mardan going by, Carey by, and then I guess maybe 3 with Mardan getting back around him or holding the outside, depending how you want to call it. And the amount of time they lost to Mundi Lawyer is tremendous. Huge gap there. Lawyer's already still playing catch up for the time he lost, going by Vince Carey to catch to Harold Watson.
Yeah, and you saw the move that Lawyer made going into turn number 17. We were saying, when's he going to make the move? The answer was it was then, because he could see Watson getting away, and I think he's learned enough to know, okay, I've got to go now because the gap is growing, and if I don't do something about this, the gap will be too much. And it's taking him lap after lap. We got 2 to go. We're on lap 10 out of 12. Lawyer trying to close in on Harold Watson. Last time around, Mundi Lawyer did it was a 104.1 for Mundi Lawyer, and then a 104.8 for Harold Watson. So Lawyer is quicker. Will he run out of time? Behind him, though, the battle is still on between Mardan and Carey. And out of our view, we've lost Dionyso Espejo. Diego Rodriguez has retired from the race. We've only got 10 karts still running. Antonio Pizzonia is sort of even back into 6th position, but certainly, as to coin a phrase from the late great Murray Walker, the mouse are getting at the machinery. We lost both Le Provost's, Diego Rodriguez, Espejo, Ramirez, and we didn't have David Fluelling at the start, so we got 10 karts still running. In 10th place is Victor Kuzmichov, 9th is Logan Fluelling, 8th Francisco Barber, 7th is Lucas Iglesias, Pizzonia is 6th, Vince Carey 5th, and then Mardan in 4th. These are the 2 karts on your screens that run in 2nd and 3rd, Watson leading Moya, but they're all trailing Rubens Barrichello by an extended margin now of 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, it's a healthy gap here for Rubens Barrichello to the point that he has started to slow his pace down. Last time by, he was an entire second slower than his best lap overall. His best lap at a 103.899. That time by a 104.82 for Rubens. Behind him here, there goes Rubens on through, turn 17 and 18. There is the battle for second with Harold Watson and Mundi Lawyer. It will come down to the wire as the white flag will wave this time by. There goes Rubino down the front straightaway. Rubens Barrichello, a 4-second lead here in Masters Max. Across the line for second and third. Watson checks the gap. It's only a car length and a half back to Mundi Lawyer. Does he go defensive through 2? He does not, as they go for turn 3. Almost close enough. Mundi Lawyer should be close enough for a dive bomb very soon. He's almost there in turn 4, Henry.
These 2 drivers may be countrymen, but they drive for different teams. The Nash Motorsports kart of Mundi Lawyer chasing the SLA karting machine of Harold Watson. They're through turn number 10, and Harold Watson can't breathe easy just yet. We go round 13 and 14. Are we going to see him move up the inside into the teardrop? Mundy Lawyer thinks better of it. It's going to take a brave move now, but we've seen Mundy Lawyer make a move into turn 18. Are we going to see it? We've got half a lap, a quarter of a lap to go.
All the way up here, turn 18, deep on the brakes. Not this time, they're through. Rubens Barrichello goes out of the final corner. We'll try and keep an eye on the battle for second. It'll come down to the last turn. Barrichello is through the final turn. He'll collect the Heat 1 victory. And in Masters Max, it will not be enough as they go across the line. Hanging on is Harold Watson by 0.06 of a second over Mundy Lawyer. Fourth to Laurentiu Mardan. Fifth to Vince Carey. Sixth to Antonio Pizzonia. Seventh will be Lucas Iglesias as he's got a healthy gap over Francisco Barba. Here comes Iglesias across the line. And then Alessandro's racing Tony Kart. And that will wrap up the first couple of heat races here for the RMC Winter Trophy. There goes Iglesias and Barba on by. Here is Logan Flewelling on through in ninth. And then it should be Victor Kumzichov. That will be the final 1-2 finish here in Masters Max. Here comes Victor. And your top 10 all completed. As you mentioned here, lots of DNFs in that one. Diego Rodriguez, Andrew Leprovost, David Leprovost, Daniel Ramirez, Diego Rodriguez. Again, Pizzonia rebounds to 6th, but I'm sure he'll be frustrated at the way that one went down between his spin and his battle with that guy right there, Rubens Barrichello, on the opening couple laps that sent him into the hornet's nest that we call the mid-pack.
Yes, indeed. So there'll be a wry grin on Rubens Barrichello's face. He defended, forced Antonio to go around the outside, eased Antonio off the line. Then Antonio got a little bit hot and bothered, and then halfway around the next lap, he overcooked it, trying to recover. But nothing beats experience, as they say. Well, Xander, what a morning of racing here at the Piquet Race and Entertainment Park. Fantastic qualifying, even better racing, and plenty more to come this afternoon.
Yep, we've got the second half of the opening round of heat races, another run through the bracket for heat number 2, and then main events here from Loxahatchee, Florida. The lunch break was set to conclude in about 10 minutes. I don't know if we'll stick it with that or if we'll add a few more minutes to give the staff time to get some water, get something to eat, and get set for an afternoon of racing here. So we'll be coming back shortly, right around the top of the hour, with the Mini Max division and Micro Max and then DD2 Max here live from PK Race Park in Loxahatchee, Florida. Stick with us or grab yourself something to eat and find a place to watch. Plenty more racing to come this afternoon on Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 RMC Winter Trophy here in Loxahatchee, Florida, just north of West Palm Beach, the brand new Piquet Race and Entertainment Center. And you are about to witness the opening heat race of the day for Minimax. We had a shortened lunch break, but we're back on time schedule here on Kart Chaser. My name's Henry Baudet. Joining me later on in the broadcast will be Kart Chaser's own Xander Clements. But we first have a 10-lap Minimax race to get underway. We had 3 heat races, 3 very exciting and dramatic heat races earlier on this morning, and now we are back with this afternoon slate. We've got 3 heats to go in the first round of heat races, and then the full second round of heat races. Your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position is Kai Johnson. Alongside Kai on the front row of the grid will be Antoine Lemieux. Alexis Baerjean and Edward Kennedy start from row number 2. Luke Congenapitak and David Zhao on row number 3. Iso Tseng and Jago Yempen on row number 4. Alex Miller and Luis Cifres on row 5. Remy Guzman and Matisse Brunetti on row 6. Luis Thomas Pelletier is on row number 7 alongside Max Mokarem and Megan Espejo. Bashi Jimenez and Max Ruiz round out the field. Hopefully we have Bashi Jimenez out on circuit. He had a crash in time qualifying. Max Ruiz didn't post a time in qualifying. He went out and felt that his neck brace was loose, came in to tighten it, and then of course wasn't allowed back out. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 drivers out on circuit, so I think Bashi Jimenez may be missing. 17 drivers in the field in total. You're watching the karts go through turn number 16 now on this 864 meter 20 corner circuit, already proving to be a very, very tough proposition for the drivers and the karts. It is a physical test. It's a test of the drivers' stamina as well as their skills. Kai Johnson, though, from Mooresville, North Carolina, in kart number 116, the Bennick driver, leads them out of turn number 19. The formation looks very good. The flag marshal there, slowing them down with the yellow flag. Johnson on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, the black kart, Lemieux. We wait. They come into the tram lines. Is that Lemieux or is it Baerjean? It is Lemieux. Then, very slow start into the tram lines, past our flagman. They cross the line. They wait. They wait. They wait for the green to be given, which it is now. We're off and racing down towards turn number 1. Kai Johnson makes an excellent start, already into the hairpin at turn number 2. All 3 wide, back in the back, 2 drivers at the outside. In fact, make that 3 drivers come together and clash. They're all safely out of the barriers without any issues, and they're all back in the race, albeit right down the bottom end of the field. Antoine Lemieux, I do apologise, into P2, chasing pole sitter Kai Johnson. Now, in every race we've had so far, all 3 races, the pole sitter has been able to break away and have an easy run from start to finish. All the battling has been back in the thick of the pack. Can Kai Johnson do the same here? Well, Lemieux hoping that will not be the case. Edward Kennedy is there in 3rd position. Battling going on further back, a little bit of side-by-side action there. I think that might have been our Iso Tseng, the driver from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, in the middle of there. And we've got an incident marshal running there to get the yellow flag here. But at the front of the grid, Lemieux challenging Kai Johnson for the lead, nose to tail, as they complete lap number 1 of 10. On to lap number 2, down towards turn 2, and Lemieux has Johnson in his sights. In fact, Antoine Lemieux to the inside. Change of lead here at turn number 3, and there is a new leader. That leader is Antoine Lemieux. Kai Johnson in 2nd position now. Then it's Edward Kennedy in 3rd, and a gap back to David Zhao in 4th. Luke Congenapitak is fifth. In fact, make that Luke Conjanapatak is sixth because Alexis Baerjon has moved into P6. Baerjon, I think, qualified second, then was maybe excluded or had a problem. Yellow flags waving, trying to see who that is. Oh, it's Megan Espejo. And there's a move as Johnson retakes the lead up at the teardrop, the Piquet teardrop corner. Now we moved past the yellow flag. You can see there you've got Megan Espejo's kart at the outside of the corner. So Johnson waited till they were past the incident before making his move. Top three, nose to tail. Edward Kennedy there in kart number 113, the 10-year-old from Montreal in Canada. They cross the line. It is the Benic chassis of Kai Johnson leading the Paralin kart of Quebec's Antoine Lemieux. Then it is the energy of Edward Kennedy. There's Lemieux to the inside. Another move for the race lead. That is up at turn number 4. Now they go back through the flip-flop section. Kennedy is right there in third. And now we begin to look back to see Alexis Baerjon, David Zhao, Luke Conjanapatak trying to close in as well. These three karts battling for the race lead. They will slow each other down, trip over one another, and that will allow still stationary yellow flags there at the inside of what is corner number 13 and 14. This is turn 15 now as we head back up towards turn 16. Hard on the brakes for turn 17. Now the switch back into turn number 18, and from this point onwards it is full gas all the way around turn number 19 at the short chute into turn number 20, flat out to the final corner, on to another lap. They look over their shoulder. The race leader looks over his shoulder. Antoine Lemieux has the lead into turn number 2, neck and neck for the top two. Fourth position, Alexis Baerjon closing in the Blast Force kart number 106 out of turn number 4. Now they go through 5, 6 and 7 down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Turn number 8 out of turn number 9, up the hit straight towards turn 10, just over the slight crest and into the second half of this lap. You can see at the outside of the circuit, Max Mukaram has also sadly retired from the race. We are down to 14 runners, so it's Megan Espejo, Max Mukaram out of the race. Remy Guzman is running in last position at the moment, but it's 4 for the race lead as we now complete run lap number 4 of 10. So we've got a first real battle for the race lead, Xander Clements, as they complete lap number 4. So we're approaching half distance. This is lap 5 out of 10. At the end of this race, at the end of this lap, it'll be the halfway mark. Lemieux and Johnson have swapped the lead several times, with Kennedy and the fast starting Baerjon, who qualified right up at the front of the field, was then excluded and sent to the back of the pack. Baerjon has made a lot of progress, so it's 4 for the race lead as we approach half distance.
That's very impressive to have done that in just a couple of laps, of course, and not to be a surprise that this is the class that we have seen such a battle for the lead all the way through, Henry. The lap times again in qualifying, the tightest at the top of any grid here was in Minimax at about only 0.2 of a second for the entire top 4 as they'll exit the Piquet teardrop. They'll head towards the final sector of the racetrack, about 2 car lengths between 3rd and 4th of Edward Kennedy and Alexis Baerjon closing in, while your leader, Antoine Lemieux, is starting to open up a bit of a gap over Kai Johnson. Last time by, about 0.2 better from 1st to 2nd. What does it look this time? What does the battle for 3rd look like? Big run. Here comes Alexis Baerjon to the bumper. It's into turn number 1. A little bit sideways there, so he won't be able to capitalize in turn number 2, but it could be maybe in turn 3. Looking, not enough. At the same time, Kai Johnson had a bobble in that opening hairpin. They're going to bottle up. He'll use Johnson as a pick, but he gets on the outside. And what a battle forming for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as they go through the S's.
Yeah, Johnson just missed a couple of apexes there through turns 2 and turns 3. That back them up behind Baerjon is finally able to capitalize on the domino effect there and take over 3rd position from Kennedy. They have pulled away from Luke Conjanapatak in the Zenit Racing Praga kart, running in 5th position. David Zhao is 6th. Then it's Iso Tseng 7th. Alex Miller runs in 8th. Maddox Ruiz from 9th on the grid, from the back of the grid up into 9th position. Then Matisse Brunetti, Iago Lempen, Luis Cifres and Remy Guzman. Luis Thomas Pelletier, I believe, has retired. In fact, I was looking down there, and there was a Blast Force kart at the back, going backwards into turn number one. He's out of that barrier, though. But let's see if he continues on. No, he's out of the race. But the battle is on for second position. And there's a move. Finally, Baerjean gets it done.
Yeah, Kai Johnson for the second lap in a row goes wide in turn 2. I don't know if he got a little bit of help from Baerjean, maybe a bump and run, NASCAR style, of course, but he did not get down to the apex. It allowed Baerjean to get through on the inside without a lot of time lost and with a gap out back. So now the question becomes, can Alexis Baerjean try to eat into that gap beginning towards Antoine Lemieux? That gap has opened up tremendously. It's over 2 seconds now from first back to second as Kai Johnson's backward slide continues now into the front bumper of the Energy Nash Motorsports entry of Edward Kennedy. They'll exit turn 16 here this time, and as they go to the final sector, this time by 3 laps to go.
And at the front of the field, Antoine Lemieux now leads by nearly 2 seconds. Classic move there from Baerjean. Not the pass itself, but what happened after the pass. As soon as he made the move, he gave the signal to Kai Johnson, saying, no, now you follow me. Kai Johnson is ignoring that advice at the moment, and Kai Johnson returns the favour. And Baerjean is sort of shown, this is the outside of the circuit. Oh, there's dust in front. I think Kai Johnson may have overcooked things slightly. Where's Edward Kennedy? Well, Johnson went in so deep into turn number 2 that he couldn't slow down even after the assist from Alexis Baerjean, and then ran wide himself, and that has allowed Edward Kennedy, 10-year-old Edward Kennedy, up into P2 on that Nash Motorsports Energy Core chassis. It's allowing Antoine Lemieux to sail away, even like Enya, sail away into the race lead. Baerjean will not be second. It's Kennedy second. Then it looks like it is Johnson and Baerjean rebattling over third position, although Baerjean in third, Johnson back to fourth, then a long gap. So finally the field's starting to get a little bit spread out as we watch them come out of turn number 18 there. Now's the view into turn number 20, and it's finally settling down as we complete lap 8 out of 10.
My goodness, they're hard to say if Kai Johnson was either trying to repay the favor to Baerjean,
or no, it's not hard to say at all. Yes,
or if he's having some braking issues, because again, the lap before, both laps before, 3 laps in a row, Kai Johnson was going wide in turn number 2. The fastest and hardest braking zone. Again, that is coming off of 3 full throttle 90-degree corners, that long front straightaway. So a very long braking zone, and like you said, a little bit dusty as well. We've obviously had multiple drivers go off, including this session in turn number 1. When they can move those karts across the racetrack, when anyone drops a tire, it brings all that dirt and gravel and grime onto the circuit and just makes it a trickier braking zone. So in any case here, with less than 2 laps to go, we're looking at about a little bit further back down the grid. I believe that is that car. Ganja Napa.
That's Zhao and Seng. We're looking at there, the red and blue.
Indeed.
The red and blue race suit of the Chinese Taipei national team. Iso Seng racing in the grand finals last year in Portugal. Came 64th in Minimax. Here now gaining an awful lot more experience. He's working with Daniel Caligaris, who is a very, very experienced driver and knows exactly what he's doing. But the white flag has waved. The white flag is in the air. Oh, somebody is pitting there from the back of the field. Couldn't quite see who that was. Mechanical issue further back in the pack. Yeah, this battle on your screen is the battle of a 6th position between David Zhao in kart number 119 and then Iso Tseng in kart number 118. But up at the front, Antoine Lemieux is controlling things beautifully after some very strong passing in the early stages, and then the race sort of settled down, and like we've seen now after that battle, the leader is able to break away.
Yeah, Antoine Lemieux, great drive to be able to build that gap when the opportunity arose, and they fought behind him. He did not let off the gas once. Last time by, just 3/10 off the best lap. He's got to end with a 4-second margin of victory as he'll go full throttle through turn 20. Antoine Lemieux wins heat number 1 at Minimax over Edward Kennedy and Kai Johnson. They're second and third unofficially. Fourth to Alexis Baerjean. The driver we lost, I believe, was Iago Lempen on the Paralyn for SLA Kart Racing in the number 5, down in 13th. So he'll fall down outside the top 10. Was running in the 9th position before pulling into the scale line as we caught there on that turn 20 live low shot. A little change across the line for Luis Seifras. He gets by Matisse Brunetti for the 9th position there in the final lap. And Alex Miller and Remy Guzman will round off the 12 drivers that finish the opening Minimax heat. But just as it has been for the other divisions so far, multiple drivers, including those with some quick runs, having some DNFs or trouble. On the flip side, again, great drive forward for Alexis Baillargeon. Lots of argy-bargy racing for Baillargeon, with Kai Johnson there in the fight for 2nd and 3rd as well.
Yeah, so neither driver wanted to give best, and I think, you did make a good point there. Kai Johnson looked like he was suffering a few braking issues. As that race progressed, certainly the number 116 Kart not as strong at the end of the race as it was at the beginning of the event. But Antoine Lemieux, the driver who qualified for the grand finals in Portimao, finished 49th in Minimax. Antoine, 12th in last year's Winter Trophy, but starting his account this year with a very, very strong victory. Also have to say a big well done to Luke Conjanapatek in 5th position. And Iso Tseng, again, just shows how one big international event can really boost a driver's confidence. And Iso from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, finishing 7th. Maddox Ruiz. Maddox said to me before the start, he goes, "You got to watch out for me. You're going to be coming up from the back of the pack." And he did indeed, up into P8 for Maddox. A reverse dive up there. But that is the end of the opening Minimax race. Micromax up next, and the opening round of heat races will be rounded out by DD2. They will be coming up here on Kart Chaser very, very shortly indeed.
Indeed, yeah. So here's a look once again from Piquet Race Park. A look at all the countries represented, just a few of many here live from Loxahatchee, Florida. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage. We'll take another commercial break and come back with the Micromax division next up, as it is a sunny afternoon, partly cloudy skies, getting into the lower 70 degrees. Everything you could ask for from Florida in January of 2023. You're watching Kart Chaser here live from Piquet Race Park and Entertainment. Well, welcome back here live from Piquet Race Park in Loxahatchee, Florida, as we get set to bring you more action here from the first ever race weekend at this brand new racetrack. Micromax getting set to go green here this time by myself, Xander Clemens, in the booth with Henry Beaudet. We've got the starting lineup for the Micros here set to go, and Julian Rivera will lead the field off, the reigning RMC Winter Trophy champion, alongside Maxwell Macha.
On row number 2, the rest of the field, we have Sebastian Piemonte, we have Blaise Deniz, we have Aiden Cushin, we have Melville Dos Santos, we have Mathis Lacroix, and we have Maxwell Macha, and we have Antonio Pizzonia Jr., as well as Dominic Vieira, the youngest driver here, aged just 7 years old. 9 drivers, 10 laps, the youngest field we have here, and we're going to have a red flag situation. Not quite sure why. Now, I can see 8 karts. Can I see 8? No, I can see 9. I can see all 9 are there. I just have to get my count on my fingers and toes. Not my toes, just my fingers. There we are. But 9 drivers, you can see now.
Yeah, all of them are giving a lot of hand signals to each other there on the pace lap. It looks like the officials saw that as well, that it was a little bit messy trying to come around the final turn, so they want to chat with the kids really quickly, remind them of what they need out of them to get this race underway, and then this heat race will roll. DD2 is currently down on the grid, and then we'll be going down to chat with some of our junior and senior max drivers once we get through to that one here. This Micromax heat will roll through and see how things begin to roll. Julian Rivera, again, will line up on the pole. Macha second, Sebastian Piemonte and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. are supposed to be row number 2, and I believe Pizzonia Jr. and Piemonte are on the opposite lanes of the track of where they're supposed to be. So that could be part of the reason. Pizzonia Jr. qualified 4th. He's there on the inside lane in 3rd, and Piemonte on the outside in 4th, qualified 3rd.
Yeah, now, Xander, are you familiar with the well-known karting game called Shut Up and Listen?
A little bit. Henry, why don't you brief me?
Okay, so when it comes to starting a go-kart race, this is what you need to do. You need to get yourself in the correct positions at the start. Then the pole sitter and the second driver on the front row, the outside front row starter, need to control the pace to the start. If they cannot do that, the race director will give them a pass. One time around, we'll go through this again. But then, if they can't do it a second time, we play what is called Shut Up and Listen, which is what they're doing now, because the drivers aren't in the correct position. So, the race director tells the drivers to shut up. And then the race director will tell the drivers, in words of 2 syllables or less, how to correctly start a go-kart race, i.e. being in the correct position and coming at the correct sign. And the drivers have to listen. So, the prize, if they don't get it right the next time, the prize round is a free trip to the back of the grid. If you cannot start a go-kart race properly after 2 times, the race director will play the game of Shut Up and Listen, and then if you still can't do it, you win a prize direct at the back of the grid. If you have a look there, you can see that the Mr. Pizzonia Jr. and our other contender in the game this particular round, Mr. Piemonte, were invited to an audience with the race director where they stood and nodded. The race director explained to them what to do, and now they will go back and hopefully they won't win the star prize of a free trip to the back of the grid. That is how you play Shut Up and Listen.
Well, I mean, it seems simple enough, and it looks like they're well into the game so far here. So Pizzonia Jr. getting moved over to the outside. They're going to move Maxwell Macha. Should go up in front of him, and he will. So they'll get that row corrected. And, again, just a little bit of reorganization. It looks like Melville Dos Santos is in the right spot there on the inside of row number 3. So they just need to get them moved around.
Now, they should let them sort of go and sort themselves out on the next rolling lap. But these are the youngest drivers here. So you got Dominic Vieira and Aiden Cushin are just 7 years old. And then you got Maxwell Macha is 8, as is Melville Dos Santos. 9 years old, Julian Rivera, last year's champion in the Rotax Winter Trophy, the US Winter Trophy. He's 9, as is Sebastian Piemonte. Sebastian finished 18th in the Rotax Grand Finals back in Portugal. Matisse Qual is also 9 years old. The granddaddies of the class, the oldest drivers in the class, aged the ripe old age of just 10 years old. That would be Blaise Diniz and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. So you're getting an idea of just how talented these youngsters are, because they all go back to elementary school on Monday, or when this championship is over. They go back and they learn how to do their shoes lap and stuff like that. What did you do on the weekend? Oh, well, I went to a fun park, or I played with my plasticine. What did you do? Oh, I raced an international go-kart race halfway around the world against, in the same event as ex-Formula 1 drivers, things like that. Oh, that's nice. There we go. Just gives you an idea of just how talented these young sportsmen and women are. So we can forgive them once or twice for getting the order in which they're supposed to start wrong. Only once or twice, though. And now we look like we have the correct order and the correct sides of the grid. And for the second time of asking, we will get this opening Micromax race of the 2023 US Rotax Winter Trophy here at Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Park underway. We have a collection of, well, karting parents is another fascinating topic of discussion. You have the dads, generally, hanging over the pit wall, anxiously looking on, their job to encourage and cajole. And then somewhere behind the scenes, you have the mums. And the karting mums, well, they come in two varieties, karting mums. Karting mums that have to watch every single corner of their sons or daughters' races because they cannot bear to see they cannot bear to not watch what's going on. Then you have the other variety, which are the ones that are hiding back somewhere in the awning or in the driver's tent or in the RV because they cannot bear to watch so much as one corner of their son or daughter racing. So the dad's job to encourage and cajole, the mum's job is to worry and then pick up the pieces when things go wrong and they've got an upset child. There we are. Fascinating insight into karting mums and dads. The drivers, meanwhile, they just want to go out there and drive as fast as they can, as often as they can, and then hopefully not break anything so that they don't miss the next session. There we go. Now, for the second time, Julian Rivera, our reigning champion on the Goodwood Kartways Energy chassis from Quito in Ecuador, will line up alongside Maxwell Matcha, driver from Fort Myers in Florida, on the Kart Republic chassis for the SLA karting team. Sebastian Piemonte and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. on row 2. Melville Dos Santos and Dominic Vieira, row 3. Blaise Diniz, Aidan Cushin, row 4. Matisse Qual on row number 5. Take 2 in Micromax about to begin. We hope.
We hope, right? They've got them all sorted now. Not sure how they got a little bit confused out there. Maybe a little bit of gamesmanship. That's the one thing that the young drivers are always able to play off of and say, oh, I didn't know, I'm only 7, 8, 9 years old. Some of them know a little bit how to mess with each other, how to try and catch one out and maybe start where they shouldn't start. And I think we might be in that same position again. I don't know if they were trying to reset the order and we got confused. In any case, Pizzonia Jr. is on the inside now. The driver that was slated to start in 4th is all the way at the rear in Piemonte.
I think there may have been a post-race penalty in qualifying.
That would make sense. That would make sense. So let's see. Yeah, that's what it was. Green flag there. Piemonte had to go to the rear. So that makes total sense there. Pizzonia Jr. was doing his job in 3rd. Piemonte went all the way up to 4th. As we battled through turn number 3, little pass made there from Melville Dos Santos battling with Dominic Vera for that 4th position. The top 3 get away early here, and it's an early lead just by about car length for Julian Rivera. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. there. Maxwell Matcha is there. How long will it take Sebastian Piemonte to be able to work his way forward through the grid? He starts back in 9th, lap 1 halfway through. He's already up 1 or 2 spots as the field heads through the S's and towards the PK teardrop for the very first time.
Pizzonia Jr. late on the brakes into the teardrop. He's going to get a good run coming out of this corner, but Rivera has done enough to stay in front. Matcha there in third position. Now we run down towards turn number 17 for the first time, hard on the brakes. They set the karts up straight away for turn number 18. Now, gas, full gas, out of 18, through number 19. Will they use all the circuit and a little bit more? You see the flash across the screen there at the back of the pack. The Praga of Blazed it is. Oh, side by side for fourth position.
Piemonte.
That was Piemonte. So you asked the question, how long would it take Sebastian Piemonte to get up from the back of the grid? The answer is not long.
Not long at all there as Maxwell Macha drops a tire coming out of turn number 3. He'll lose some time in that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic, so Maxwell Macha will fall back just a little ways here in third, as up front Antonio Pizzonia Jr. continues to follow for the lead here, just about 2 car lengths back from Julian Rivera with a lap complete so far. 9 laps to go. Julian Rivera showing the way by, again, just a slim margin back to Pizzonia Jr. Now, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. got to watch his father and Rubens Barrichello go at it, and, well, didn't work out too good for Pizzonia Sr. Let's see if Pizzonia Jr. tries something a little bit different here when he gets up to battle for the lead in Micromax. If you can get there, of course, Julian Rivera doing a good job keeping him at that 2 to 3 car length bubble where he's just out of striking distance, and behind Maxwell Macha has already fallen fully off of the draft of the top 2, and he's got company with Sebastian Piemonte closing in on him there for third as we round the final corner. 2 laps complete, 8 laps to go here in heat number 1.
Pizzonia Jr. doing a good job of setting up the race leader there through the last couple of corners, taking different lines into the corner, which he can afford to do now. The battle is our attention is turned to the battle for third position as Maxwell Macha looks to try and hold off the fast rising Sebastian Piemonte. So Piemonte in kart number 8, the 9-year-old driver from Bogota, Colombia, is right with Maxwell Macha as they head down towards turn number 10. The 2 leaders are well clear of this battle, and Pizzonia Jr., Pizzonia Jr., he's sort of hanging on and harassing our race leader like the unwanted guest at a house party. Here's the move for third place, and that is P3. Sebastian Piemonte not quite as quick as that, though, says Maxwell Macha. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, yes, I do, says Sebastian Piemonte. Macha tried to regain the position going up the inside into turn number 13 and 4 into turn number 16 rather, but Piemonte held him off on the outside line. Now Macha has to sort of regird his loins and go for the move again. He's in the slipstream coming down the main straight as we begin lap number 4. He takes a wide line into turn number 1, Xander. Can he slingshot up the inside? No, he can't, but it's game on up at the front. Just in front of these 2, the leaders are still nose to tail, and Pizzonia Jr. looks to the inside. Change of lead. New leader. Driver number 15, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. What can Julian Rivera do about repassing him for top spot? The answer is nothing yet going into turn number 10. But Piemonte and Maxwell Macha, now if they work together, Xander, they can potentially catch the top 2, providing Rivera starts coming back at Pizzonia Jr. and battling.
Yeah, that's what they need here. It's hard to say what the balance will be on this racetrack. Obviously, you've got a long straightaway, so pushing alone will do a lot, but we've seen so much there as a bump and run is given by Rivera. That'll open the door for a crossover, but Pizzonia Jr. holds it tight coming out of turn 18 and keeps that thought out of Rivera's mind. But like you say, Henry, there we've seen so many times already here this morning how many drivers lose a massive amounts of time with a single passing maneuver or even passing attempt. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of those, and all of a sudden we've got a 4-car party at the front once again here. With 4 laps complete, though, Pizzonia Jr. and Rivera, the gap they've got back is 1.8 seconds to find Sebastian Piemonte in third.
Now, what we did see there for the first time is we saw coming down the start finish straight, Julian Rivera really tuck in behind Pizzonia and bump draft him, slipstream, work with the race leader. I think that little incident going into turn number 18 the lap before, that wasn't so much Rivera trying to elbow Pizzonia out the way. I think it was just he was a little bit too late to get to the rear bumper to try and work with Pizzonia Jr. And we saw sort of Pitsonia going a little bit wide, but then Rivera didn't attack, and then he worked with the race leader because the gap, the previous lap between the top two and third place was 2 seconds. As they crossed the line to complete the last lap, it was 1.8 seconds. Now I think it's going to start going back up again, because even though Matcha is working with Piemonte, the top two aren't battling. Let's get a time check next time by as we complete lap number 5 out of 10.
Down into turn number 2 here this time. Still again pushing with him. Julian Rivera, this is a point in the race where he can continue to learn from Antonio Pizzonia Jr., see where his weak points and strong points are in comparison to his own. And at the same time, by pushing him and not battling, he's evening that gap back to Sebastian Piemonte, who has the one of the quickest times on the racetrack, one of the quickest go-karts on the circuit as well. But Piemonte was only able to match that of the leaders last time by and keep that gap at 1.8 to 1.9 seconds on the fluctuation. So by staying in line again, he's learning from Pizzonia Jr. where he may struggle, where he may be a little bit better than the Paralines. Piemonte, big mistake there out of the teardrop. Here comes Macha to the inside. He'll again get the door shut in his face there in turn 15.
Well, Macha tried. Right, I mean, there's Piemonte again running wide through turn number 17. He does get it together, but Macha, this is going to allow the top two to break away again, because Macha, well, I mean, Piemonte ran so wide through turn number, the Piquet teardrop, that Macha had no choice but to try and pass him. The gap grows once again as we watch this battle continuing for third place. The battle of the lead is still on, though. Rivera is not allowing Pizzonia Jr. to get away, but he's not battling. This is smart driving from Julian Rivera. He's obviously content. He thinks, okay, Pizzonia isn't much quicker than me, so I'm content to sit behind him because I'll be able to get him and battle. Now, behind the top four, Dominic Vieira runs in 5th position, just in front of Melville dos Santos. Then there's a big gap back to the battle for 7th position. And it's a good battle for 7th position between Blaise Diniz, Aidan Kishan and Matisse Lacroix. But that is happening quite a way behind, nearly 30 seconds behind the two leaders who we are watching now. And Rivera back in front, Xander.
Yeah, he was able to get around Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and pull quite a hefty margin on him with now 3 laps to go. You can see the two behind them are closing back into view just a little ways thanks to the battle up front. That time by, the gap went from 2.1 seconds back to Sebastian Piemonte down to 1.7, 1.4 away from Pizzonia Jr. So he's closer than he's been in a little bit. Macha coming along for the ride as well. So they need, again, 1 or 2 more passes like that one to get themselves within that 1 second to 7/10 of a second window where that slipstream starts to take effect and pull them the rest of the way. However, they're banking on Antonio Pizzonia Jr. being the catalyst for that because he fell back quite a ways from Julian Rivera. He's closing back up to him now. He'll have a shot at him in the teardrop here if he wants it. He got a big run. Here he goes. Turn 15, and Pizzonia Jr. back to the lead out of turn number 15.
Now the gap was 1.4 seconds back to Piemonte and Macha, and they'll be able to see this. They're watching this in front of them, and they think, okay, now we've got to really work together, and the proof is in the pudding because Piemonte and Macha are closing in. The question is there time? Time waits for no man or Carter for that example. And as they cross the line, 2 sticks in the air, 2 to go. The gap between second and third is down to 0.8 of a second. But Antonio Pizzonia Jr. is able to start edging away ever so slightly from Julian Rivera. Has he left it too late, though? Because I think Piemonte and Macha have caught them. One mistake from Pizzonia, 1 more attempt from Rivera, and we have got our 4-kart battle for the lead guaranteed, Xander.
Yeah, we definitely could have a fight up at the front. So just 3 car lengths between first and second, 4 car lengths from second to third. A lap and a half to go for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. He's pulled back away as they go through this downhill section into the teardrop. What was the place where he made that pass for the lead last time by? Once again, a strong point for him here with the penultimate circuit around as he doubles his gap back to Rivera. Rivera takes a look over his shoulder for what could be the first time all race to see that third place is back in the mix again. So Antonio Pizzonia Jr. leads this slightly disattached 4-car train out of turn number 19, over to the full throttle turn 20, and across the line to take the white flag. 1 to go. Here comes Piemonte. What a run down the backstretch. Rivera knows it. He starts to block into turn 1. It'll be a battle for second. Piemonte looking inside and got him. Sebastian Piemonte. Nice move on Rivera. Here comes Maxwell Macha for third.
Macha trying to capitalize on the fact that Rivera was moved offline. That was a very, very brave move. Oh, but no, Piemonte's now running a little bit wide through the next corner, through the turn before, through the flip-flops now. He's under pressure. This has given the race win to Pittonia Jr., but just when we thought that Piemonte had done everything he could, now he makes a mistake, and he's really under pressure. Rivera trying to come back at him with Macha holding a watching brief, look to see if he can pick up any crumbs that might fall his way. Into the teardrop for the final time. White flag goes for the drivers further back in the pack. Who's going to be second? Piemonte has it. Rivera wants it. And Maxwell Macha is hoping that they both slow each other down and he can sneak through. Oh, and there's a little bit of side-by-side contact there into turn 17. Pittonia Jr. is away, but still, who's going to take second? Into the final corner we go. Macha to the inside. Macha takes over P3. What a finish, Sander.
Oh, man, it had everybody on the next door to the skybox on the mechanics and parent stands going wild with that final battle for second, third, and fourth in the youngest division. Some great racing here, clean racing. Sebastian Piemonte holds on for second. Antonio Pizzonia Jr., by the way, won this race here in heat number 1 for Micromax. He ends with a nearly 2-second margin of victory. He looks back to see he's got a little big gap out back. All of a sudden, where'd everybody go? Well, they were fighting that hard for second, third, and fourth. Piemonte there second. Here comes Maxwell Macha there. Nice little thumbs up between both the kids as they come across. And Macha ends up in third. Julian Rivera, after going up and down and leading a good part of the first half of this race, he ends down in the 4th position, of course. Dominic Vera 5th. Melville Dos Santos 6th. Blaise Dianez moves up a couple spots in the end to 7th. Was at the one point all the way down in 9th. And Matisse Lacroix at 8th, and Aiden Kishon rounds the field out here in Micromax, and they'll make their slow parade lap on in. But Antonio Pizzonia Jr. played his cards well in that one, ran him down, got past, found a little more speed, and really capitalized in the part of the racetrack where he was the strongest. And that is what you want to do. That is textbook racing when you're battling for the lead and you catch a driver with time left in the session, is to wait a moment, follow them for a lap, see where you are the best compared to them. Absolutely. And that's where you want to make the move, or you want to make your move right before your best part of the racetrack so you can build that gap after the pass is made.
Exactly. And another thing, that after that brief little incident at the start where they had to, maybe get in the correct positions, we had 9 drivers start that race, 9 drivers finish. That's the first race we've had all day where everyone who has started has finished that race. So if the Micromax drivers can do it, everybody else can do it as well, drivers.
Yeah, they all should. And, I mean, they had a little bit of everything. They had a red flag without a wreck, so they still got the red flag in.
And we had lots of battling for the race lead, battling for the race lead, battling for second position. You can't feature all the drivers. I would say that Blaise Dianez, Matisse Lacroix, and Aiden Kishon, they had a tremendous fight for what is last place, effectively, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now, their lap times, one thing that they're just starting out on their karting journey, their lap times 1:12s compared to a 1:08.6. Let's keep an eye on those lap times. Hopefully, we'll get down to maybe a 1:10, because if you're battling at the back, you're racing not against you're racing against yourself. You're racing against your lap timer. You're trying to improve. You're trying to learn. This is what Antonio Pizzonia Jr. did this event last year. His very first race, he was last. And it was a case of you're racing against your lap timer, not anybody else. You're learning your lines. You're learning how to be consistent. In 1 year, he's gone from being at the back of the grid to winning a race. So let's monitor the progress of Blaise, Matisse, and Aiden. But from the youngest to the fastest, it's DD2, and it's up next.
Yeah, they are already onto the racetrack here, so we'll take a look at the outlaps for the DD2s as the first couple moments are getting set to get underway. And again, we talked about history being made with the first ever race here at Piquet Race Park being held earlier this morning with the opening heat race for Junior Max. Well, how about the first time in multiple years DD2 is racing here in the States? And, again, just a lighter grid to start, but more than anything impressive that we got as many as we did, not from a lack of drivers or interest, but more so
a
just
lack of
from
wagons.
a lack of wagons, a lack of go-karts to put them in. A massive, massive effort from all parties involved, from the RTX camp to the chassis manufacturers, Rotax, BRP, and all the drivers here to get their logistics to the States. Is again, it's a specialized chassis with front brakes on the car, and then you of course have with the engine the paddle shifters to go to first or second gear, a high or a low gear behind the steering wheel. So it's a completely different package than what is normally run from the 6-speed gearboxes to the single-speed karts. It's a hybrid, of course, of the two of them. And to get those go-karts here stateside, that was one thing from Gianluca Savaglio he mentioned is from the crash. He was like, well, we don't have a backup go-kart. If I would have wanted that thing up, our weekend would have been done. As they come towards the start-finish line, here we go. Green flag in the air, and Savaglio leads them, but Taskinen around the outside has the momentum into turn 2. He'll try and hang it tight, but he slots into second, and Savaglio will block the inside to turn number 3.
Round the outside on that purple Praga car, Australia's Jonathan Markuson challenging for second position, but he drops back into P3. So it is a Canadian 1-2. It's Toronto's Gianluca Savaglio leading Edmonton's Matthew Taskinen. Matthew Taskinen has got the red and he's got a different colour race suit on that he would normally find. He's not racing his Team Canada race suit. And you got Markuson in third position. Markuson spent all night building up that Praga kart 2 nights ago. He's there in third. Now then you got in fourth position the first of the next 2 CRG chassis, Manuel Ochoa. Very late entry, the Peruvian driver in fourth position, and then Colin Livingston in fifth position. Colin, I think, was very much responsible for bringing the CRGs here, and is out to make up the numbers and have some fun.
And that's such a cool story about his fellow CRG teammate in Matthew Taskinen, of course, with Matthew Taskinen running that Chinese Taipei race suit. We've seen it all the time in the Rotax Grand Finals that so many of the different countries' drivers will trade T-shirts,
yes.
right?
Not
But not
race
so
suits.
much race suits. So Matthew Taskinen obviously found one of the Chinese Taipei drivers. We'll have to get more on that story as the weekend progresses that had the same suit size that he did and traded race suits for his Team Canada suit to a Chinese Taipei race suit. Such a cool event, of course, that brings the entire world together, the Rotax World Finals, and Matthew Taskinen has a piece of memorabilia from that that'll last a lifetime.
Yeah, indeed he does. And it's interesting. Savaglio, in 2021, Gianluca Savaglio was top 6 in the DD2 class. His first ever race in the DD2 out in Bahrain, he was in the top 6 there. A bit of a real surprise package that weekend, or that week rather, in Bahrain. Qualified for the senior Rotax class last year through the Canadian Championship. Didn't make the final in senior Rotax last year, finished 44th overall. Matthew Taskinen raced in the DD2 class, he finished 43rd overall. Jonathan Markuson was one of the most unlucky drivers in DD2 in Portimao. He was top 5, top 6 during the heat races, but then had a massive issue in his last heat race and in the pre-final, which meant he just missed out on qualifying for the final. But again, just shows we don't have this. Only 5 of them are okay. Without being disrespectful, Colin Livingston is here just to sort of, to have fun, to sort of help promote the class, promote the CRG kart in there. He said he's not expecting to challenge for the honours. Manuel Ochoa raced in the DD2 class as well. We got some very, very talented drivers on display. A couple of them were saying that the fixed gearing ratios weren't quite right for this circuit. They said, look, if they'd have changed the fixed gearing ratio that was provided for this event up 1 to counteract the really slow, tight, twisty nature of the circuit, they said the karts should have been a little bit quicker off the corner and even more spectacular to watch. However, I think they are absolutely spectacular enough at the moment. It's not going to be a case of, in this race, especially, Xander, you're not seeing a lot of overtaking. It is a bit processional. However, what we are watching is drivers absolutely at the limit of their capabilities, because you've got the paddle shift, but you're up and down through the 2 gears, corner after corner after corner, and these are the fastest karts. These are 135 kilometres an hour chassis. The corners come even quicker. But we have got a battle, because here comes Sydney's John Markuson having a little nibble around the rear end of Matthew Taskinen CRG.
Yeah, he is closing in. He was pressuring him on the opening lap, faded back on lap number 2, and now the Canadian has company there. Look at how deep that Jonathan Markuson is able to close in on the braking power of that Praga chassis and the Piquet teardrop, and I'm sure he'll close in again with probably a good amount of maybe front brake into that car to go in deeper on the front end without the rear end stepping out compared to Matthew Taskinen, who seems to have a little bit more of a free and slidey rear end on that CRG as they exit the final turn on the limit there.
And you could see this class more than any other shows the viewers the bumps here. Watch the drivers, especially through the fast sections. You can see the karts sort of coming into the hairpin. And, you know, that's not, obviously there's lots of grip here, but you can see the drivers bouncing up and down over the curbs there, okay, but then under braking here, you can see the Matt Taskinen's arms up and down on the kart there. That's the bumps. And over the crest into turn number 10. And again, Markuson, they're having to try and hold the wheel under power, trying to keep that kart tight, but it's the next couple of corners. Watch. I don't know if we can get a close-up, but watch how physically demanding these karts are. Over a bump at the exit of the teardrop chicane. Now we're into turn 16. There's a big bump there on the exit. Under braking here. This is a relatively smooth section. Now, this is where your filling's going to fall out. You want a good dentist for this next couple of corners. Across the line, you can just see the drivers there up and down the kart. They're really getting a physical workout.
Yeah, they're getting quite a bit there as they go to turn number 2 here. So 5 laps complete at the halfway marker almost in DD2's opening heat race for Matthew Taskinen and Jonathan Markuson. They've kind of traded laps back and forth. That time by Taskinen pulled back away by 0.2. They were actually even to Gianluca Savoglio that lap around. Taskinen a little bit better, but Savoglio put some quick lap pace early on to build the margin he's got. These guys, more than anyone else, have to worry about tire management. The heaviest go-karts on the structure, the fastest go-karts here with the front brakes especially, adds a lot more front tire wear than the other classes, and they've got a lot of laps that they've got to survive. 2 12-lap heat races and a 19-lap main event here each day. So they've got to be careful about, again, how much they push the issue, push the envelope in these heat races, especially when you're considering in the grid size that while Jonathan Markuson would like to get around Matthew Taskinen, he may not want to force the issue all too much here in heat number 1 as we see him slide it through that final corner.
Quite right, you make an excellent point there, Xander. Yes, what's the worst that can happen? I'll finish 5th. What's the worst that can happen? I'll start the final from the 3rd row of the grid. Manuel Ochoa is 4th position. I mean, these Mojo tyres are getting whooped like a government mule around this circuit, has to be said, through turn number 5, into turn number 7 and 8 now, up towards 9, and now the hard braking to turn number 10. I mean, if Taskinen opens the door, Markuson is going to do the gentlemanly thing and go through, but he's not going to force the issue too much. Round the trees here at turns 13 and 14. Oh, he has a little look at the inside. He's, wants to make sure that we got something to talk about, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it just enough to stay exciting there is Jonathan Markuson. Here comes your race leader, Gianluca Savoglio, and there is the fight for second with Taskinen hanging on. Taskinen not really worrying about it at the moment, not going defensive, although, again, that's almost kind of a hidden respect the drivers have typically, especially in the higher classes Markuson, wow, really getting a lot of curb there in turn number 20 to get that Praga around that corner at full song, but you won't see them get overly aggressive here. That's the one thing you'll see out of the experience and respect to the veterans that have gone to the World Finals. They know not only is it a lighter field in terms of total numbers, so no need to fight for each position as tightly this part of the weekend, but it is still just a heat race. They won't be taking each other out here for second or third in heat number 1. At least I would hope not. The way they're driving, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you always you hope you never. Sometimes you never underestimate these drivers, and sometimes you never overestimate these drivers. But this is looking really, really like two mature, experienced drivers, and of course there is a ticket for the grand finals available for this class. So again, you think to yourself, oh well, you've only got to beat 4 of the drivers. True, that is part of it. But then you've got to think, who are the 4 of the drivers you've got to beat? They're very, very talented, and they all think to themselves, okay, why do I want to make my job even harder in the very first race of a 2-weekend, 4-round championship? But Markuson now gets a run, and he almost piggybacking on the back of Taskinen's kart going into turn number 2 here. We're on lap 9 out of 12. Savoglio leads by 3.7 seconds. So the 18-year-old Toronto-based driver for the Racers Edge Motorsport team, that Esprit chassis that Savoglio is using, is obviously showing no ill effects from its brief trip into the foam barriers. And in fact, after we moved the barriers after Salvador Delavette's accident in testing, Gianluca was the first driver to kindly test the new foam barriers for us, which, you know, gentleman that he is. But now Marcus looks like he's fallen back a little bit. I think he had a real good go, and he thought, oh, Taskinen is not really in the mood to, you know, let me go. So rather than force the issue, I'm going to sort of save my tyres a little bit for a lap or two. And
again, it will just be a lap or two as the white flag will wave here this time in DD2. So 1 lap to go in the opening heat race for DD2. Max across the line. And Gianluca Savaglio will come around this time to take the checkered flag. I believe might be a lap or two short, but in any case here, won't change much on the run order for them. Just a couple laps less than what was originally intended. You might have heard a little bit from Marcuson, but like you said, I think he was already starting to back off of Matthew Taskinen there for second. Manuel Ochoa, about 9.5 seconds back in the 4th spot. It has been all about this specific Canadian here, Gianluca Savaglio.
I think we're going to have that. Yeah, there's a white flag going out again. I think, yeah, so maybe this is Colin Livingston paying the flag man a couple of extra dollars saying, get me off this cart. I'm tired. I've had enough. But again, with the difference in race lengths between juniors and seniors, and you know, it's again new team here at Piquet Raceway Park, both on and off track. Here we go. Then Gianluca Savaglio takes the checkered flag, and that is DD2. Taskinen in second, Marcuson in third. Manuel Ochoa, the Peruvian driver, the youngest driver in the field. He's still only 15 years old. Is Manuel? He crosses the line, and again. Manuel only was entered into this class yesterday. We had 7 entries in total, but then 3 sort of didn't materialise, and so Manuel sort of stepped into the breach, as it were, to boost the grid to 5. And Colin Livingston, let's check his lap times. All right, a 102.7 for Savaglio, your race winner, a 106.3 for Livingston. Again, like we talked about in Michael, let's follow his progress. Colin, the 49-year-old. CRG reporter from Edmonton, Alberta, who remembers, we were chatting to him about the Champ Car race at the airport in Edmonton back in the late noughties, early 2010s. But that is the first round of heat races for every driver in the history books. We have had 6 races, 6 different winners. Now we're into the second round of heat races, Andy.
Yeah, you talk about history books. Every single driver on the entry list now gets to say they were one of the first 100 to partake in the first ever official race event here at Piquet Race Park. So that is super cool. Now they all get to go and show their flex their muscles another time before the main events get underway. That's right, another round of heat races. Heat number 2, kicking off with Junior Max once again, is gridded up. They'll be set to go right after this. Of course, all the heat racing action, all the qualifying sessions are free to watch here live on YouTube and on Facebook periodically as well. But if you would like to watch the main events, do not forget to hit that join button right below the video to become a KC Premium member and watch the mains. It is $9.99 a month, or I believe it's $12.99 if you're on an iOS device. So if you want to save a little bit of money, log in on an Android or on your laptop to get the membership. And then again, that gets you the main events for today, for tomorrow, for next weekend. It'll also go through the Florida Winter Tour Rock Cup weekend as well for main events from there. So you get multiple races a month of main events. If you can't afford it, that's fine. The replays get posted on Wednesday following each race weekend, and you got free heat racing, which these heat races, Henry, have not disappointed yet.
Absolutely not. And of course, one more thing, Kart Chaser are far smarter than Netflix. No password sharing either. So it's one and you're in, that's it. So here we go. But without further ado, free on Kart Chaser. It's the second round of heats, and they're coming up now. Junior Rotax is first up, and you're looking at on the screen the driver, that bright green race suit. This is the driver that made history this morning by becoming the first ever race winner here at Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Park. It is Gennaro Trapper, 14 years old, from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and Gennaro will start the second heat from the front row of the grid, and they'll already be given the signal. They will go around again, so we will have 2 rolling laps for what will be a 12-lap heat race, and hopefully the entire complement of drivers, 12 in total, will be out. We've got several drivers who are a little bit slow off and running, and the back of the pack, Josh Sankaprasad is one of them. The 206 and 207 are also at the tail end of the field. There we had a lot of problems. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 12 drivers in total. So the I'll call it the Dirty Dozen because they do. But the 12 strong junior Rotax field to run you through. Trapper in the green race suit be on the front row of the grid. We've got Salvador Della Vecchia, Frederic Lemieux, Victor Alencar, Javier Chaparro, Eric Cuesto, Francesco Paredes, Chase Lee, Nathan Dupuis, Josh Sankaprasad, Olivier Marac, and Tiziano Antola Nieto. They are your 12 strong field outside the front of the grid on that Lando Norris chassis with the white crash helmet. I believe that is Lemieux. You have another of the Lando Norris karts belonging to Salvador Della Vecchia. Gennaro Trapper had everything his own way in the first heat race. Will we have a similar performance in heat number 2? 12 drivers, 12 laps, 100 and a many corners in total. 140 corners for those that don't think I know maths. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Trapper gets a good start into turn number 1, and Trapper still leads. 12 drivers go into turn 2. 12 drivers successfully make their way out of turn 2. At the back of the field, there's a little bit of bumping and boring, but it's Trapper streaking away at the head of the field. It looks like Salvador Della Vecchia has made a good start on the outside of row number from the inside of row number 2 to take second position. Lemieux, I believe, is down to 4th position. I'm trying to say, is that Eric Cuesta or is that Victor de Allen? It's not Victor de Alencar. That he's got the bright blue chassis, but we'll have a look to see the next time around who is in 3rd position. It's Cuesta, I believe. Yes, with the hot pink crash helmet. But as we were in heat number 1, Gennaro Trapper leads the way. On the outside of turn number 18, battle for 4th place was on between the 2 Lando Norris chassis. That was Lemieux and Della Vecchia. Sorry, it was Chaparro and Della Vecchia. That's the battle for 4th position. Behind them in 6th is Victor de Alencar, Francesco Paredes 7th, Nathan Dupuis 8th, Oliver Marac 9th, Sankaprasad, Chase Lee and Tiziano Antola Nieto. That remains the running order further back in the pack. Still lots of battling going on, but up at the front, Gennaro Trapper has the advantage. And we're on lap number 2 out of 12. Through the midfield part of, or the middle part of this very technical lap here at Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Park. Now we're up to turns 17 and 18. Good scrap for 2nd place. As we watch the battle on your screen, I think Xander has found one of our senior drivers down on the pit lane. And he might be ready to chat to potentially Wes Duchak.
Thank you, Henry. Down here on the grid with Wes Duchak. Wes, not the best morning here in north of West Palm Beach. Walk me through what happened there in that first heat race.
Yeah, I mean, started off okay. I had a good start. I lost a position in the first corner because I was starting on the outside, so it's par for the course. Second lap comes around, guy dive bombs me, just leaves no space on the outside, and straight into the wall I go. So just normal racing shit, but it's all right.
And talk me through the repairs, obviously. You guys had to scramble here in the run from the heat races all the way through that lunch break gap. Got a race. You didn't have a lot of time. What all did you have to change that was all bent up on that thing?
Oh, I mean, the chassis was all bent. I mean, it was on the table for a good half an hour, 45 minutes. Had to change steering column, spindles, everything in the front end because everything was all bent up. So kind of a scramble to make it. I mean, we basically just finished putting it back together about 5 minutes ago, so.
Well, we're happy to have you back at least here, Wes. We wish you the best of luck. At least you get to roll off. Do you get to roll off? Is it static grids here, so you get to roll off where you're qualified? So at least you're not coming from the back of the grid, but hopefully some better luck and better points in this one, right?
Yeah, it should be good. Thank you.
All right, Wes Duchek here. Back to you in the booth. Henry here with Junior Max's second heat race.
Thank you, Xander. Thank you, Wes. To apologise to our viewers if there was a somewhat fruity word that sprung into Wes's vocabulary there, but that is racing for you. And again, the emotions and passions sometimes run high. Haven't missed anything in terms of position changes out on circuit. Gennaro Trapper leads by 1.5 seconds. However, this is the battle of a second place between number 215, Eric Cuesta, and Salvador Della Vecchia in kart 209. They come through turns 17 and 18. Holding a watching brief in fourth place behind them is Frederic Lemieux. Here's your race leader, though, coming through to complete what would be lap number 4 out of 12. And Cuesta has his hands full with Salvador Della Vecchia, who looks to the inside. Oh, he squeezes up the inside. Put a new number into P2. It's 209. Salvador Della Vecchia, the driver from Puerto La Cruz in Venezuela. And the partying on the streets of Puerto La Cruz, if Salvador can get up and maybe challenge Gennaro Trapper for the race lead. Early stages still in the 12 lap junior road tax heat. We're on lap number 5 out of 12 now, so we're not even approaching half distance. And second, third and fourth on your screens coming into the Piquet teardrop corner. We have down towards now turn 16, up the straight towards 17, hard on the brakes through turn 18 now. You get a good panoramic view of the back half of this Piquet Raceway Park. Here's the battle going on behind the fifth position, rather. It is Chaparra de Alencar at the back of this group with the bright blue machine. In the middle back, Nathan Dupuis is the third kart in line. Francesco Paredes in the yellow race suit is the second kart in line, and they're all chasing number 201, Javier Felipe Chaparro. So it's Chaparro in fourth. Fifth is Paredes. Sixth for Dupuis. Seventh is de Alencar. And now back to the two karts in front. Now, have we had a change for second place? I think we have. I think that Salvador Della Vecchia is pulling away. Cuesta is third, and Cuesta is now holding up the Frederic Lemieux kart. So, after watching her brother do so well in the Minimax race earlier on, it is the turn of Frederic Lemieux to make her bid for a top result. Here's the 4-kart battle going on for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. It is still the Lando Norris machine of Chaparro at the head of this group. Paredes, who will not make the same mistake. He will not mistake the white flag for the yellow, for the checkered flag again. Out of turn number 4. Through the flip-flop section. Meanwhile, Gennaro Trapper continues to extend his advantage. He's in cruise control at the front of the field. Now was that a couple of karts? No, getting wadded up. It was just the Paredes chasing Chaparro. Dupuis dropping back into the clutches of de Alencar as we go through the next couple of corners. In front of this pack, the battle is still on for third position, but Salvador Della Vecchia has cleared off in second. You could just see Cuesta and Lemieux battling over third place. So this is fifth place. Oh, there's a move. That was Lemieux passing Cuesta at turn number 2, or going into turn number 2. So we're looking at there, and now Cuesta trying to come back at turn 4. The undercut coming out now through the flip-flop section. Will we get side-by-side action? Not quite. Down towards turn number 8. Now out of turn 8, turn 9. Up towards 10. Will Cuesta look to the inside? Yes, he will. Will he make the move? Yes, he does. And Lemieux has to really sort of get back into the swing of things now because she's lost a bit of momentum, and closing in are Chaparro, Paredes, and the chasing pack. We're quick to close in on these two drivers as they sort of force each other offline and battle amongst themselves. And just a quick glance, see the rest of the running order. Behind this group there, we got Josh Sankapasand in 9th position, Chase Lee 10th, and Tiziano Antola Nieto running 11th. Sadly, Oliver Marak has retired. So Marak retiring after such a good job in the first heat of driving up through the field into the top 6. And there's another move. There is Paredes, pass, and Dupuis passing Chaparro. Good opportunism there from Nathan Dupuis, passing Chaparro. The last time he tried to do that, though, it ended up with Chaparro doing a full 360 in the air. But Gennaro Trapper, a long way in front of this group. In fact, he is 10 seconds in front of this group you're watching on your screen. He leads by 3.5 seconds over Salvador Della Vecchia. Another 4 seconds in front of Questo. And then Questo on your screens there with the pink crash helmet, the sort of the bright pink bodywork on his kart. He is just about 3 kart lengths in front of Frederic Lemieux, the elder of the 2 Lemieux racing siblings. Then there's that yellow race suit of Ecuador's Francisco Paredes. Then Nathan Dupuis, Victor de Alencar, Sankapasand, Lee, and Antolo Nieto. They complete lap number 9. We move on to lap 10 out of 12 here at Piquet Raceway Park. Under increasingly cloudy skies, it must be said. The temperature here is far more pleasant than it was yesterday when it was downright chilly. I have to say, it was warm on Thursday. Many other words that aren't warm could be used to describe yesterday. Today the temperature is far more clement, as it were, but the skies, I have to say, are darkening overhead ever so slightly. As you can see the top of your screens there, yes, the somewhat sense of foreboding, ominous clouds on the horizon. But Gennaro Trapper has anything other than ominous can be used to describe his mood, because he has absolutely dominated this morning's 2 junior Rotax heats and hasn't been threatened. In fact, by the time he gets out of turn number 2 on the opening lap, everybody else is in his rear view mirror, as it were. And he has then just been able to do 2 demonstration drives. And you can imagine not only, and this is something that is the rest of the junior Rotax field will be even less enthused about hearing, but not only is he winning at a canter, but he's doing it as well as probably, certainly almost, looking after his tyres. So whilst everybody else is battling and scrapping and clawing for every position behind Gennaro, and therefore using up a little bit more of the goodness out of their mojo rubber, Gennaro is just cruising around. You can see he's not always a good sign when a driver is in complete control when they're happy. They don't look as though they're turning the steering wheel. Now, there are 20 corners on this circuit. You look at Trapper on the wheel, and he is not making any rapid movements. He's not, any oversteer or understeer. He hardly looks as though he is turning the wheel. Takes a long look over his shoulder as he starts his 12th and final lap into turn number 2. And again, that is just kart and driver working in total harmony. Through turn 3, arms rigid. Through turn number 4, again, hardly looks like he's turning the wheel. Tiny steering inputs. He's staying well clear of all the curves, saving tyres. That Esprit chassis is working wonderfully well. So the AM Engines team have got the wagon hooked right up as he comes into the teardrop corner for the final time. The next time, if you are watching back in Buenos Aires, or in fact anywhere in the world, and you want to see Gennaro Trapper do the treble and keep a clean sweep in the Junior Rotax final, please, you need to join Kart Chaser, their monthly subscription. Gennaro Trapper is 1 win away from victory here in the Rotax Winter Trophy. He cruises across the line as if to say, where'd everybody go? The answer is they went and battled behind him. Salvador Della Vecchia, last year's Minimax Winter Trophy champion, finishes second, making up for his DNF in race number 1. Frederic Lemieux will finish in P3. The young Canadian lady, well, I think when you combine the results, she is going to be potentially in with a shout of starting alongside Gennaro on the opening row of the grid for the final. Eric Cuesto in 4th position. Francisco Paredes finishes 5th and this time decides to stay on track until he sees the checkered flag. 6th is Nathan Dupuis, another very, very solid run for that young Canadian. Javier Chaparro is 4th for the, now, let's see if I get this right, the Cotica Mara-based Colombian Javier Chaparro. Victor de Alencar is 8th. Chase Lee is 9th. And again, if you're watching back in the UK, Chase Lee's dad is from Manchester and is one to watch for you English karting fans. Josh Sankapersand, if you're one of the Briggs and Stratton racing fraternity here, the 206 Briggs class, Josh Sankapersand has come out of that class into Rotax racing. He rounds out the top 10. And Tiziano Antolo Nieto, the last driver running. This is Tiziano's first international kart race. He won the DM kart contest, and this is his prize, and he's doing an excellent job, the young Peruvian driver. That is the first round of that is the first race in the second round of heats in the books. Hold on to your horses, though, ladies and gentlemen, because it's seniors up next. 25 drivers, and I saw Sophia Marak during our very short lunch break, and pleased to say that the wagon is being prepared. It's being reskinned, new chassis, and she will be back, hopefully. Rotax up now. Heat 2. Now, we'll probably get a second rolling up, maybe. Well, they look like they're all behaving themselves. Hopefully we'll have all 25 drivers out there. Forget Eduardo Barrichello won the opening race, as I recall. No, it wasn't. What am I talking? Henry, shut up. It was No Leon from Mexico who won the opening race from Eduardo Barrichello. Sandy, that's the problem. When you leave me waffle, I end up saying stupid things like calling the wrong race winner. But it is No Leon, our round 1 winner. But this is going to be another very, very interesting and, dare I say, seat your pants exciting race as the senior Rotax field come to the line.
Yeah, we'll see here. If anyone has anything for Noel Leon, we got problems in the back, though. A couple drivers coming around that were not ready for the green. The back rows will not be. The front rows will be. We're racing to turn number 1. Now, Eduardo Barrichello had to fend off Gianluca Savaglio in the first start. And we got a big dive bomb by Augusto Soto Sharipa. He nearly cleaned out the field. He saves it. They're still 3 wide, 2 wide. More beating and banging here. A lot rougher of a start for Senior Max Heat number 2. However, somehow, someway, we're still going in green through the S's, and they'll climb the hill to turn 10. It is Leon, Barrichello, Savaglio. Looks like Timothy Pernod has gone to 4th. Wes Duchek is 5th. Soto Sharipa down to the 7th spot. He's a couple positions back as Aiden Fox has gone into the 6th position. So they'll go to the Piquet teardrop here this time. And Gianluca Savaglio closes up to Barrichello. Duchek closes up to Pernod. And out of the corner here, we're all about single file as FIFO Barrichello loses the spot to Jorge Ortiz and gives a little block there behind him here. Here go your top 3 on through. There's the rest of the pack coming by as they round the final turn. Noel Leon by about half a second, just like heat number 1. Healthy margin here as here comes Gianluca Savaglio. He's got a big run on Dudu Barrichello. Almost makes that move in turn number 2. He thought about it, Henry. Didn't do it.
And I'm wondering, is Savaglio racing 2 classes? Is that going to help him or hinder him? Because it's a very physical track. Obviously, he's getting more laps, so he's got the track condition is changing all the time. The more and more rubber gets laid down. So on one hand, Savaglio might be thinking, well, I'm quite tired, But number 2, he knows exactly what's happening with the grip levels out there, and it does seem to be helping him because, of course, this is a new track to everybody. No one's got more experience than anybody else. So Savaglio getting more laps in. This is really helping him. There he goes, up the inside on Eduardo Barrichello to take P2 and into the teardrop. Now Leon is still getting away at the front, but Savaglio second, Barrichello third, the rest of the field following on behind in single file all the way back to number 327, Matthew Verose, who is at the back of the pack. I counted 24 karts at the start of this race out of 25, so somebody hasn't made it out. We're not quite sure who we haven't got on track, so I think someone may have withdrawn from today's race meeting. We'll get a full running order next time around.
Look at this here. Just run the other shot there. FIFO Barrichello has fallen way back and is in the middle of an absolute dogfight for about 15th. Was sending it down the inside there, 3 wide in turn number 3, and he's right around with Chris Verino and company. That is outside the top 10, down around that 15th, 16th, 17th spot. Isaac Canto, Manuel Gonzalez all involved there in the mid-pack there. Back towards the front of the field. Here's outside the top 5. 6th place on the racetrack there. That is, of course, Timothy Pernod. He is just ahead of Augusto Soto Sharipa, then Luciano Navarro, and then Camilo Trappa. All trailing Aiden Fox there, who holds in the 5th position, and just ahead of him, Wes Duchek in that RPG Cosmic, as they've strung out towards the pointy end of the grid here this time by. 3 laps complete, 9 laps to go across the line. Does anyone have anything different there in terms of lap times? Well, Noel Leon, he put another 4/10 on Gianluca Savaglio there in second, so big time improvements there for Noel Leon. Wes Duchek actually is closing up on Eduardo Barrichello, so potential battle looming for the 3rd spot. Duchek nearly 2.5 tenths better last time by, was about a second back across the line with Aiden Fox in tow. So the PSL Karting Bureau Arts of Dudu Barrichello along with Timothy Pernod and then FIFO Barrichello fading a little bit here in heat number 2. Maybe tried an adjustment to find some more speed and went in the opposite direction because he is slipping backwards. Gianluca Savaglio is pulling away far in the distance, and again at the same time he's got more pressure coming. Wes Duchek is trying to make up some valuable points here to get him at least a half-decent starting spot for the main event after crashing out of heat number 1 on lap number 2. 4 laps complete now here, Henry.
And it's Mauricio Olaya, the 23-year-old Peruvian driver from Lima, who hasn't gone out with this one. But I don't think we've seen Mauricio all day, so hopefully he's okay. Further back in the back there, green race suit driver making a dive bomb on the Express track. That is one of the Trapper brothers. So we've got either Camilo or Agustin Trapper making a move back there. But we're on lap number 5 now. Leon leading by 1.6 seconds, following the chasing pack there through the midfield of this circuit down towards turn number 10. And there you can see the whole Trapper family, the 3 Trapper brothers have got the family trucking firm, I think, is their sponsors, and they've got these very, very distinctive race suits. But Augustin and Camilo, well, at the moment it's Camilo in 9th place, and Augustine is a little bit further back. We're looking at Camilo on your screen. Here is your top 3. So there's Leon going through. Here is Savaglio, then Barrichello. Behind Barrichello, Wes Duchek. Spoke to Wes earlier on, so obviously frustrated at how it went down in race number 1. He knows he's got to do an absolutely a perfect performance here to even give himself half a chance of getting a half-decent grid spot for the final later on today. He's chasing Eduardo Barrichello through turns 5, 6 and 7, and now through turn 8. Behind him, Aiden Fox having a very solid run there. They drive the white race suit, the Fox and Sons number 313 kart. That is 5th position. Then it's Augusto Soto Sharipa. I have to say, the only driver here on a Lenzo chassis, Augusto Soto Sharipa, doing a very, very good job. Makes you wonder why more drivers aren't on a Lenzo kart, because the wagon obviously works.
Yeah, obviously pretty good for him right now here as he's beginning to make some headway towards the top 5. That time by Sharipa was a bit off the pace of Leon, but beyond Leon and Wes Duchek, he was the quickest. So You watch across the line, Wes Duchek, though, he should be close enough to battle with Dudu Barrichello for third here in a few moments. That time by, he'll knock another, actually lost a tenth of a second, sorry. He was making up time, made a mistake that lap. Such a long lap around this racetrack here, and again, like we talked about, the bumps really make it a one-lane circuit, a very narrow shot through each corner. If you're just a hair off, the bumps really magnify that and have you maybe 4 feet off the curb when you would have been only 1 or 2 feet off of it. So as we watch Duchek come through turns 10 and 11, you'll see he's starting to make ground back up towards Barrichello. He's left Aiden Fox behind in the 5th spot, who will have to worry about Soto Sharipa in the closing stages of this race if he doesn't really get a move on. But Wes Duchek now only 3 car lengths back from Dudu Barrichello as they go through the S's, or the long sweeper that heads into the final switchback 180s here, turn 17, 18, and then over to 19 on the run to the final corner. The battle for third there as Savaglio looks back. No challenge at all from Dudu Barrichello across the line. 7 laps complete here this time by for the race leaders. 5 laps to go. Noel Leon over Savaglio, and this fight for third, Barrichello versus Duchek through turn 3.
At the back of the field, Matthew Barose and Gonzalo Molina have both retired, leaving 22 runners. We're watching the battle for P3. Eduardo Barrichello holding off Wes Duchek. Meanwhile, in front of them, Gianluca Savaglio inches away in second position, but Gianluca is not making any inroads on the race leader. Noel Leon, the Mexican driver, now has a 2.5 second advantage into the teardrop. Duchek in that sort of Piquet Sports Rollerson Performance Group sort of collab. I think that's what the trendy word the kids use now.
Yeah,
A collab.
Yeah.
Yes, a collab between the two, and well, hopefully there's a collab going on, but hopefully there will not be a clash going on as Duchek doesn't get too close to Dudu Barrichello. Behind them, then it's the red and white liveried Fox and Sons machine of Aiden Fox. But in the second half of this senior Rotax race, Xander, and once again, Noel Leon is controlling things. I have to say, it's been a lot tamer than the first. I think the drivers after that first race, they've all gone to themselves, geez, that was a heat race, that was hard hitting, we need to peg things back or else we're not going to be out for the final because we're going to use up our equipment and maybe our bodies.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, I think, a little bit more harsh at the start, but like you say, very tame here in the middle to final parts of this heat race. At the same time, it's been kind of magnified or helped by the fact drivers have gotten quick at different parts. We saw Barrichello having Duchek only a car length behind him just a lap and a half ago. He's now pulled away from Duchek, coming in very late, and they both have hunted down Gianluca Savaglio. So Gianluca Savaglio is going to have company here. This time by 3 laps to go, 9 laps complete, and Savaglio is going to have pressure coming from the form of Dudu Barrichello as they go to turn number 1.
Now this could be fatigue starting to set in. 2 races almost back to back for Gianluca Savaglio. The first of those races being DD2, which is such a physically demanding category. So this could be Savaglio beginning to sort of tire ever so slightly. Of course, Barrichello is as fresh as the proverbial daisy as they head round turn number 10 and into the last portion of this lap, this winding infield section that goes on seemingly forever. Now out of the teardrop into turn number 16 rather, up the straight towards 17, and this is the area of the track. It's these hard braking zones and then the switchback. We've got to, brake, turn, and then opposite turn. They're the bits that sap your energy, Xander.
Yeah, that just the physicality of it, like you said here for Savaglio, especially when you factor in how many sessions and how many minutes you're on track on these RMC Winter Trophy race days. I mean, you're on track beginning at 8 a.m. in the morning, 2 full rounds of 10-minute practice sessions, and then, of course, that 10-minute qualifier for each division, and then each heat race is roughly 12 to 13 minutes, running 65-second lap time, so you put 13 minutes on the body there in DD2, in senior, here again for another round to make it nearly 30 minutes per class of just heat racing. And then, of course, you got 20-minute main events with 19 laps there. So in terms of the length of the day, 2 hours and some change at track time, maybe 2.5 hours for Gianluca Savaglio in the 2 fastest two most physically demanding divisions, Senior Max and DD2 Max, and in a definitely competitive Senior Max field here. In DD2, he can maybe let off the gas a little bit with Matthew Taskinen compared to the gaps they were in heat number 1. But in heat 2 here for Senior, he's got to pull up, and he is doing himself that. He's pulling himself up by his bootstraps to keep the margin back to Barrichello as the white flag waves. A safe margin now, maybe 7 or 8 car lengths. Meanwhile, Duchak, a late race charge on the afterburners. He's only a car length out of turn 2.
He is thinking, okay, I'm going to save the best till last. If Eduardo Barrichello thought that he'd done enough, and now he's going to realize, oh no, I'm still going to give it an extra couple of percent. Here comes Duchak. This is where he came to grief at heat number 1, coming out of turn number 9. Holds on now, Barrichello takes the defensive line into turn number 10. What can Wes Duchak do? They threw that flip-flop section into 13 and 14. We've got 5-6 corners to go. Will Duchak make a move? No, but Eduardo Barrichello has to defend. Now Barrichello's going to have to defend all the way to the end. Checks over his shoulder. No move up the inside there from Wes Duchak. Duchak, though, is not going to want to, try and risk it all. He's had one bad finish, so he needs to make sure he gets at least one decent one. But the man they're all trying to chase is Noel Leon. Leon takes the checkered flag. Savalio second. Eduardo Barrichello's third. Now, watching the battles further back. This is Timothy Pinot and Camilo Trapper finishing 7th and 8th. Jorge Ortiz in 9th. Rounding up by the top 10 is Ethan Thorne. And waiting for 11th place, it was Luciano Navarro. But there's been a problem on the last lap. Navarro has stopped on the last lap. So it's Santiago Ego Aguirre coming home in 11th position. Then Manuel Gonzalez, Manuel Ochoa, the other driver doing double duty. Oh, there. You can see on one of our cameras has caught the number 326 kart of Luciano Navarro. There he is, and he stopped at turn number 2 when he's in the kart again, which makes me wonder, was he assisted into that runoff area, or did he do it of his own free will? I am not quite certain. Tim Horrell finishing 20th position. Xander, obviously you know Tim, wheelchair user. He has got a specially adapted steering wheel run by William Steele, made that himself again. He's got a thumb control for his throttle. He's got like a bike pedal for the brake as well. Finishes in 20th position, a 105.1. Really good to see Tim out there. He's the oldest driver in the field, 31 years old is Tim, but he's out there competing and doing really well.
Yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job. He's, of course, one of the many drivers, handicapped drivers that William Peets, who is the track designer here at Piquet Race Park, has helped coach and bring into the sport through the hand controls that they have on those cars. And it's such a cool story to see them kind of getting a second chance at adrenaline in one of the few sports where you can do it all off hand controls and still be able to withstand it. So kudos to Tim Horrell.
The same classes. No separate class.
No, nothing separate. They don't want any special treatment.
Absolutely.
They want
anywhere in the world, and you want to race next weekend at the Orlando Kart Center, entries are still open. If you want to see just how much track time the Rotax Winter Trophy gives you, please go and register on the official Rotax Global app. There are many teams here in the paddock who will rent out equipment, engines, etc., etc. You still have time to race in the last 2 rounds of the Rotax Winter Trophy, which will be, of course, covered live by the team here at Kart Chaser. That's it for the Rotax plug. Now we're back to the racing. It's Max Masters up next.
Let's take you through your starting lineup here for Masters Max. Once again, it's a static grid, which means, of course, the grids remain the same from where they qualified to Heat 1 and then to Heat number 2 as well. We saw Rubens Barrichello and Antonio Pizzonia Sr. get into it a little bit there in Heat number 1, to put it lightly, Henry.
I think it was 1-0 to Rubens.
I would put that at 1-0 to Rubens.
Psychological warfare, not physicality. There was no contact.
No contact. It was close, though. It was close. It took, again, 2 ex-Formula 1 pilots, 2 professional-level racing drivers to not have contact but have a high level of aggression. And like you said, 1-0 to Rubens so far in the battle between them. Beyond them, Harold Watson, the showman, rolls off third. Mundi Lawyer, one of the elder statesmen in the field, rolls off in fourth. Vince Carey rounds your top 5. Laurent Mardan, story with him, of course, last year, won a ticket through dropping down the order of finishing, I believe, 3rd at the Rotax Nationals or something of the sort, maybe back at the Winter Trophy here. Got a ticket defaulted to him, had a
Yes.
conflict, could not make it, of
Yes.
course, as the Rotax World Finals conflicted at the beginning of it with the finale of the Super Nationals. And Laurentiu Mardani's a race driver, and he is a team owner for Team Technokart USA as we come across the line here for Masters Max, and we are green down to turn 1, and around the outside, Pizzonia tries again. This time he gets clear on Rubens. Rubens gives him a little shot, but he will hold the lead at turn number 3.
1-1, I think Antonio is saying, although it's very early stages yet. This is a great step. Now, further back in the pack, I think we have had only the 15 drivers once again as Antonio Pizzonia leads Rubens Barrichello out of turn number 8 up towards turn number 9. This is turn 10 rather. That's where the problem happened earlier on for Antonio. It's Mundy Lawyer into P3. The showman Harold Watson is 4th. Laurentiu Mardan is 5th with Vince Carey rounding out the top 6. And interestingly enough, these were, I think, 5 of the top 6 in last year's Max Masters class. Great to see so many drivers coming back from last year, the inaugural running, to race again, and really the cream rising to the top. That's not taking anything away from the rest of the field, however. These are the 6 most experienced drivers in this event, in this the history of this event, all racing up at the front. And who is that breaking away in 7th position? We will get a clear picture of that next time by, but it's Antonio Pizzonia leading. Vince Carey and Laurentiu Mardan getting well acquainted with one another again. Slight territorial disputes there. I think Romania asking for a bit of New York City, and New York City saying no, thank you very much. Up to turn number 10. Rubens now closing in, stalking his prey. And he's looking at the rear bumper of Antonio Pizzonia's kart thinking, okay, sunshine, where can I pounce? Can I pounce into the Piquet teardrop this time around? No, not quite. Will I wait though? The move looks like it is on the cards. Into turn number 17, no. 18, no. Now Rubens will get into the slipstream of his fellow countryman and ex-Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia as they head through turn number 20 onto lap number 3 out of 12. They complete lap 3 out of 12, and it's still nose to tail between Pizzonia and Barrichello. Behind these 3 drivers, Mundy Lawyer runs in 3rd position. Watson the showman is 4th. Then it's Vince Carey, Laurentiu Mardan, Lucas Iglesias is 7th, followed by Diego Rodriguez, Daniel Ramirez, Dioniso Espejo, David Leprovost, Andrew Leprovost, then Francisco Barber, Victor Kuzmichov, Logan Fluelling, and David Fluelling sadly did not take the start. So 15 drivers started, 15 drivers still running. They're all chasing driver number 617, the 41-year-old ex-Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia from Manaus in Brazil. And there is Mundy Lawyer and his countryman Harold Watson. They are fighting over 3rd position. Into turn number 20 go the chasing pack. There's Lawyer, red crash helmet. Then, predominantly black race suit on that red speed chassis is Harold Watson, chasing him through turn number 2. They are pulling away from Vince Carey in 5th. Laurentiu Mardan in 6th. Diego Rodriguez is now up into 7th position, but the top 6 have pulled a gap of 3.5, nearly 4 seconds over everybody else. And now Barrichello, he spent a couple of laps, we're on lap 4, watching, analysing, and of course these are very different chassis. The green Tony Kart chassis used by Antonio Pizzonia, part of the OTK brand of kart. Then the Birrell ART, a completely different chassis design. There are, I would say, OTK. Well, OTK, you have a Tony Kart, an Esprit, a Red Speed, a Cosmic, a Lando Norris kart. The list goes on, and they're basically the same chassis, just different colours. The Birrell, a completely different family of karts, and different design philosophy, but at the moment proving equally as effective as the Tony Kart in the lead of this race. Now Barrichello stalks Pizzonia through turn 3, now out to 4, through 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. That is how quickly the corners come up on you here at Piquet Raceway Park. down to 10. Oh, Rubens had a little nibble up the inside and is as close as he has ever been. Antonio Pizzonia can probably reach over his shoulder and tickle Rubens under the chin. He's so close. Into the teardrop now. Rubens, half a cart length back. He looks to the inside. Barrichello, will he make the move into turn number 16? No, he cannot. It's too fast and it's too tight through there. Here's the braking move into 17. Rubens takes the lead. Now what can Antonio Pizzonia do about it? It's 2-1 Rubens by our score up here in the skybox at Piquet Race and Entertainment Centre out of the final corner. Barrichello checks over his shoulder, casually flicks a glance, a fleeting glance, the way of his countryman. And Pizzonia, now this is where Pizzonia, and it sounds strange saying he lost his head earlier on, but he overdrove the car trying to get back on level terms with Rubens Barrichello, but it looks like he's not going to get that opportunity because Barrichello is already fleeing the scene of the crime, as it were, into turn number 10. Now out again through 11, and again Marion Kramers is here working with the PSL kart team and the Barrichello family, and one of the world's foremost kart racers, the professional kart racer, part of the Birrell factory team, Marion, and we'll say on lap number 6 now, and it's game on up at the front. It's game on for third place because it is still Mundi Lawyer holding off the showman Harold Watson and Vince Carey in 5th position, with Laurentiu Mardan holding on to 6th as we get the cross flags halfway home. Xander Clements.
And man, oh man, excuse me there, Henry, here. Sounded a little bit raspy as I got back onto the mic after a short little break, but does Antonio Pizzonia have anything left here? Again, we look at the lap times as of last time by. He obviously lost quite a bit through the exchange with Rubens, so he's still needing to kind of re-get the rhythm again. We've talked to the drivers. You talk about a new racetrack here. The amount of rubber that's gone down on that one lane without a lot of racing here over the last few days, it's taken rubber quite a bit. At the same point here, it has also not really been raced on the outside. It's not like we've seen a lot of passing, a lot of drivers going offline. So I can only imagine how dirty it is, how many marbles, pieces of dust and sand are off the line. And then, of course, you think, how long does it take for those tires to clean back off where the drivers can run into a rhythm again? We were in Homestead just 2 weeks ago for the SCUSA Winter Series here on Kart Chaser, and the drivers were saying it would take them sometimes 2 laps from one pass, one lap, one corner of going offline, 2 laps to clean the tires off and get grip again and be able to go back to full song. So we'll see where Pizzonia lines up this time by the start-finish line in lap times comparison to Rubino here across the line. They're dead even, a 104 flat, literally 6,000ths apart, so no change in the front gap. It's still about 8 to 9 tenths of a second. This battle is the closest on the racetrack with the likes of Mundi Lawyer versus Harold Watson and Vince Carey as they head through the S's. But that is another thing here to keep in mind, folks, is as much as we've seen the battling really knock drivers back on the grid, the one that gets past, the pass-E, as you called it earlier in this one, Henry, could take that driver an entire minute and a half before they're able to really go back and mount a counter charge. And that is something for a lot of drivers that are watching to take note of when they look to the main event, that if they pass someone with maybe only 2 laps to go, they won't have to worry about that final lap because they won't be able to get back to them.
And as the day progresses, as we go through this race by race, one other element that we haven't talked about yet, and I'm going to mention the M word, Xander.
Oh.
Marbles.
Yes.
Because off track, the rubber, the Mojo rubber, is being shredded on this very, very new, very abrasive, very bumpy circuit. And again, through the corners, off the racing line, you're starting to see those little build-up of rubber marbles off at the side of the track, and that is a problem that is only going to increase exponentially. The more laps we do, the more these tyres, like I said, these tyres are getting whipped like a government mule here as they come out of turn number 8. Here's the battle for third position. You can just see on the outside of the circuit, you can see the rubber being laid down, so much rubber being laid down, but then it's those balls of rubber on the outside. So every time you do try and force the driver offline, the driver that gets forced offline, it is going to take even more time to get back in it because they're going to have to get all that crud off the tyres, the dirt and detritus that is forming the outer rims of this 864-metre tortuous ribbon of tarmac here in Loxahatchee, Florida, just north of West Palm Beach.
That's a very good point there, Henry, about the marbles multiplying over the course of the race weekend. And you talk about marbles being the M word. I'm going to mention the word you're never supposed to mention at the racetrack, the R word. Rain is looking a little bit. It's looking a little bit gloomier as here's a good pass down the inside by Vince Carey. Nice move there on Harold Watson, but again, the skies, like you mentioned earlier, they're getting darker. The sun's gone away. It's supposed to just be cloudy as we've got problems for Harold Watson. The showman slowing here through the exit of this is turn number 8, and oh no! Harold Watson, hands on the helmet there. He looks back. Is it the chain? Is it something else with the motor? Maybe the ignition? One of the ground wires maybe has, got a scrape in it and ripped and torn. In any case, the 6:02 will watch the final 3 laps of this heat race from the sidelines as he sadly pulls that kart into the grass, and that promotes everybody up one more spot. So Carey had made the pass there as he was starting to fade, got into 4th. Laurentiu Mardan gets promoted to the top 5. Diego Rodriguez to 6. Iglesias, Ramirez, Espejo, and now Francisco Barra from 11th up to 10th as we go back up front here for the final 2 laps. Can Antonio Pizzonia Sr. hunt down Rubens Barrichello? Well, last time by, he lost 0.2 of a second to Rubino. We got a black flag across the line. Oh, Laurentiu Mardan. Laurentiu Mardan with a broken left rear bumper.
And that was that happened in a hurry. He's looking down. I'm not sure if there was something else wrong with that kart. I was about to say show over the showman. Now, Laurentiu, I wouldn't sit there if I were you.
Yeah, I don't know about that one over there, Henry.
Sitting back,
he's going to get up. I think he realized that quickly. That barrier, those barriers moved. The entire setup of those KISS barriers.
They're designed to move and sort of move that. So as the kart impacts them, they're designed to hold, move, and sort of counter the impact there. But yes, it's still knocked him on his backside, as it were. Well, here is a look at the lead duo. They've both eased off a little bit now. Is that driver easing off? Rubens did a 103.7. Antonio a 103.6. He's just gone round in his personal best lap. I was about to say, I think maybe they're both easing off. Not the case. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. putting in a new fastest lap of the race, 103.683. Just showing and just say to Rubens, okay, well, it's not over yet. I'm still quick enough. We're on the last lap. I don't think he's got enough time to make a move for the race lead. He just wants to let Rubens know, again, psychology. Rubens will look at the race results and he'll see that Pizzonia did his best, the best lap of the race on the penultimate lap. And then I'll just give Rubens something to think about before the final.
Yeah, that's the thing, excuse me, with the veteran drivers like Rubens Barrichello. He knows with a 1 second gap starting the final lap, and even with that starting 2 laps to go, that he could dial his pace down. He could slow the gap down. And you can see him. He is in cruise control mode coming out of turns 18 and 19. It doesn't matter whether it's a second or half a second. All that matters is he's first to the checkered flag, and he will be. Barrichello sweeps the heat races in Masters Max. He wins Heat 2. Pizzonia Sr. finishes second. Third across the line will go to Mundi Lawyer. Vince Carey will finish in 4th. And a lot of attrition taking out some of our drivers inside the top 5 and top 10. There's a look, of course, at Harold Watson in the 6:02. Laurentiu Mardan, the other driver, also with a mechanical failure in the final few stages of this heat race that will hurt their points and push them further down the grid, which will make it more exciting for us in the skybox here at Piquet Race Park to watch that main event see the showman and Laurentiu Mardan, the wild Romanian, have to come through the field here in today's main event in Masters Max, which again, they will have 19 laps, but of course this does make things a lot harder for them to have any chance of challenging Pizzonia Sr. and Barrichello, who have been the class of the field thus far here in Loxahatchee.
And again, I have to say that Mundi Lawyer and Vince Carey doing a very good job. Obviously, Rubens has won both races, but Pizzonia Sr. had that bad result in race number 1. Harold Watson, second in race 1, a bad result in race 2. By being consistent and quick, Lawyer and Vince Carey, they're going to be starting right behind Rubens Barrichello, I believe, for the final. And if you want to watch that final, ladies and gentlemen, please go and subscribe to, not just subscribe, you've got to join.
Yeah, it's a join button. There's 2 buttons below to not get confused. Subscribe is, of course.
There.
Yeah, right there. Right down below here. Right below us. Yeah, right about there. Yeah, there you got it. Yeah. You see it. When you go onto the camera, you got it. That's it. That's it there, yeah. But yes, there's the subscribe button that, of course, subscribes you to all of our videos, all of our live streams. That keeps you in the know notification-wise for all
of our streams. We have over 32 plus race weekends we are doing this year. We have
That's
a
a lot.
full calendar schedule. So you get a lot of racing action and you get a lot of value for your dollar if you do hit that join button. If you aren't already a KC Premium member, of course, you would have been able to watch the main events live last week in St. Petersburg for that Rock Florida Winter Tour. There's the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the Florida Winter Tour second and third rounds. You have, of course, the RMC Winter Trophy, the Road Tax Grand Nationals as well. The main events will be on that KC Premium membership. So, again, that is at that button below, right down here. Hit that join button, $9.99 a month on standard devices. If you're on an iOS device, make sure you hit the join button off of a different device. Don't do it on your iPhone because the iPhone, it charges you about $3 extra. Not us, Apple. Apple having a little beef with YouTube there. That's separate from us, though. We try to keep it as cheap as possible, so we're giving you that little secret to save you a couple dollars because it doesn't go to us on that extra little fee that Apple charges on that. But in any case, if you subscribe there, it supports us. It makes it possible for us to continue to make improvements here. Of course, we're so lucky to have the likes of yourself here, Henry, and the RTX group and Rotax BRP bringing us and helping it make it possible for for everyone here at all these race events here. It's obviously a major production charge as well, so helping offset that charge is those subscriptions, and it grows the sport as a whole because we can add more cameras. We're working on a lot of cool stuff. We've been able to have some drone interaction in some of our live streams. I have more of that this year. Hoping for onboard cameras by the time we roll into Newcastle Motorsports Park. That would be mega to have some onboard cams to show you the speed of these Rotax engines.
And again, so Kart Chaser are going to be on board. Every single ticket for the Rotax Grand Finals that is awarded in the United States this year will be covered live, courtesy of Kart Chaser. 6 this weekend. No, not this weekend, but 6 this championship this weekend and next weekend at the Orlando Kart Center, and then the rest awarded at the U.S. Nationals in September at the Indiana at the Newcastle Motorsports Park as well. But all eyes are on this event. This is going to be the biggest Rotax event of the year. Nearly 100 drivers. Entry still available for the next 2 rounds at the Orlando Kart Center next weekend. Please contact the Grid 14 RTX group there, see how you can enter. All the fees are there as well, but there are teams and lots of teams in the paddock here that are hiring out equipment, so come enjoy the fun, come and see what Rotax can do for you in 2023. Join the Rotax family. But the engines are signaling down on the grid. We are going to be underway very shortly. Last couple of heat races to go. It's going to be Minimax, I believe, up next.
A healthy Minimax grid indeed. 17 drivers in total as we bring them around. These kids here, a very short turnaround. So, of course, those first 3 classes we just saw, Junior Max, Senior Max, Masters Max, they had a little bit of a longer gap from their opening heat race. The Mini and the Micro Max drivers, they're going out within the last, I believe, hour or so. So it'll still be a very similar racetrack from where they were a moment ago, where they should be able to take a lot of that information they learned in heat number 1, whether it was from the driving perspective, where the grip levels were, or from chassis adjustments. I've heard a lot of times drivers and team owners and coaches and data engineers talk about heat races as really open test sessions, Henry, as they use these to, again, try changes. Because, you know, especially in heat number 1, that's the best test session of all, because even if you have a bad heat 1, you still start back in heat number 2 where you qualified. So in both cases, just kind of survive. Don't get in any trouble. Keep all the nuts and bolts off it. Keep it out of the outside retention walls. And, just see how it feels and get yourself the most options experimented on that you can, so you have a really known game plan and a wide array of changes you could try in the main event, and you know how they will react. Because, again, like you said, this Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex, it has never seen a race event before. It has never seen rubber of this level before. It's never even seen, to my knowledge, Mojo tires before, much less Rotax engines. So in everything about this week here, a lot of first, a lot to learn. Pavement here, every racetrack, while they try to all pave to a high level, is always a slightly different mixture based on region of the world that you're in. We're on a very sandy and soft dirt compound, and of course then they use a little bit of that in the asphalt mixture. So everything about this is just a learning experience, from the drivers to the teams to the mechanics to the parents, everyone working on the go-karts. And again, you can use these first 2 rounds of heat races to learn and try some things you think might work and figure out, put them in your notebook, and that way you have it handy to decide if you want to use that setup adjustment in that main event, or if you want to go back to where you were originally at. In terms of originally where you're at, well, Kai Johnson, we saw in that first heat race, he was the only pole man to not really be dominant. Antoine Lemieux was the
one that pulled away.
Exactly.
Lemieux has to do it from the outside row this time. Johnson back on the inside. We'll see what the adjustments he's made as the field comes into the tram lanes.
Kaiman Johnson from Mooresville, North Carolina, brings 15 Minimax karts to the line. We are off and racing in heat number 2. It's a good start from Johnson. Tucking into second place is the all black livery, one of the Blast Force karts, and then you got Edward Kennedy in the Energy kart into third position out of turn number 2. It's a good clean start for the entire field. Now, we had 17 Minimax karts on the entry. We are down to 15 runners. I think obviously we had the incident for young Bashi Jimenez in qualifying, and I think Megan Espejo may be missing. I think she crashed out of the first heat race, so maybe young Megan Espejo out of this one, but it's Kai Johnson leading up into second place. It is the Blast Force number, could quite see the number there of the kart. I think it was Bayerjon who in second position. It is it's the number 1-1.
Well, it just changed there. I think
Lemieux. Sorry, it's Lemieux. It's not the same sort of dark livery as the Blast Force team, but it's actually the Premier karting, the Paralin chassis of Antoine Lemieux into P2 as we complete lap 1 of 10. Johnson leading, but like similar situation to race number 1, Johnson not able to pull away, and in fact under a little bit of pressure.
One way off there was the 106 machine.
That's Bayerjon.
Bayerjon all the way off in the dirt there as he goes around the outside. Of course, we talked about Bayerjon had to come from the back of the grid, had to do it again here in heat number 2, and that time got some damage, it looked like, to the rear bumper.
Yeah,
so
that rear bumper is very, very low on the ground. It's not hanging off.
Oh, we got another one.
And that's number 120 car. That's Max Mokarem. So Max, the American driver, well, he's from Fairfax, Virginia. His dad was born in Beirut, Lebanon, so he's got the Lebanese symbol on the Lebanese flag on his race suit. It was not a happy opening race for Max on that comp kart chassis, and it is not a happy second race either for young Max Mokarem, who sadly will take no further part in this race. But the good news is, Max, is that your tyres are going to be really good for the final. You might be starting in the back, but your tyres are in good shape. But at the front of the field, and Lemieux is continuing to poke and prod and send a couple of little opening salvos into Kai Johnson's defences, just testing the waters, as it were, before launching an all-out scale assault.
Yeah, he already, again, has that one heat win, so as long as he runs solidly here, he can run second and would still be on the front row. Now, behind him, of course, what a great start for the second race in a row for David Zhao. Even better than heat number 1. He's up to third. Behind him there, Edward Kennedy and Iago Lempin. Right there, third, fourth, and fifth on your screen, headed through the teardrop. They've got a healthy gap out back to Matisse Brunetti and Iso Sang. As, of course, Alexis Bayerjon fell all the way back to 11th with that off-track excursion at turn number 2 at the end of the second lap. We'll put 3 laps down this time out of the 10, and here we go across the line. You'll see Antoine Lemieux on the bumper of Kai Johnson. Going to stay in line behind him through turn number 1. The same for the 3-car pack backwards from them, as David Zhao actually lost a position coming out of turn number 12, or turn number 20. David Zhao back to 4th. Edward Kennedy got by him going through into turn number 1, and Zhao's actually got more pressure here as a crossover move is attempted from behind by the 5th placeman in Iago Lempin. Lempin all over, gives him a little love tap through turn 8, runs Zhao wide. Zhao will have the inside though into turn 9, and he'll hold the lead, or hold that position for 4th here in this 3-car battle, and all the while Edward Kennedy gets a little bit further away. Edward Kennedy, of course, one of the many Americans that made his first ever Rotax World Finals start back in 2022. Lots of learning experience. Look at this. Great crossover, but he wanted the momentum.
Nope.
Zhao will hold.
Yeah, you get a good exit out of the Piquet teardrop corner. But if you're on the inside, the driver on the outside line has just got that momentum. And it's interesting. The opening to turn number 16 is really wide. However, the driver all knows the barriers are so close to the exit. They're all being a little bit circumspect, and they're backing out of a move. Here's a potential move, though, up the inside. New leader. It is Antoine Lemieux. Kai Johnson back to second, but already Johnson now trying the undercut move, can't make a move into turn number 4. We'll get a good run out of turn 4 through 5, but now it's single file racing all the way down to the braking zone at turn number 8, and even then it's difficult. So if you get past going into turn number 3, the next opportunity really is here at turn 10 to redress the balance and get back your position that you lost. So turn 3, that second hairpin at the start of the lap, is really a superb place to make a move, because if you do it right, you are guaranteed to still be leading by the time you come out of turn number 9, almost half a lap later, just because of the technical layout of this circuit. But Lemieux not pulling away, so Johnson there, and here's the battle. Now there's the move. That is the Iago Yempen passing David Zhao for 4th position. Yempen, the Peruvian driver, Zhao, the Chinese guy, and Zhao coming straight back at him. So again, good reaction there. Shows that you can do the crossover, the classic kart overtake undercut move. And there's a little bit of door handling going on through there. That is Lempen saying, I would like that position back. And Zhao saying, but I would not want to give it to you back. And Iago saying, well, I'm coming through anyway. And he did.
Yeah, he moved him just out of the groove there, and that time he gave him enough of a run, as again the move called the bump and run. Now Lempen able to run away and give himself a little gap. Speaking of running away, Antoine Lemieux last time by 4/10 to the better over Kai Johnson. With that move, he continued to pull away the rest of the lap, talking about, again, the dirty part of the racetrack, hindering the driver that gets past. So Kai Johnson, how does this second lap go here, trailing Antoine Lemieux? Can he close the gap back up to the number 115 Canadian-based driver as they exit turn 19? This time by, it'll be just 4 laps to go as they go full throttle through turn 20. There is third placeman in Edward Kennedy, and here we go across the line. Lemieux at the line will clock in at a 106.67, improves his best time by nearly 3/10. Johnson improves as well to a 106.8, but still loses 2/10 to him. Then Kennedy, then Zhao, who has gone back around on Lempen. I don't know how David Zhao got back around him again, but now they're again going to fight. And this is where I think here, Henry, that we're seeing a major difference in gear ratios. You can see how good Lemken is in the whoa, right there. What a great pass in turn 9, but how different they are in terms of power band. David Zhao, a lot more speed on the straightaways. Lempen, a lot more in the slow speed sectors.
And again, this is just 2 different teams learning, the Goodwood Kartways teams and the Nitro chassis of David Zhao. And then you've got the SLA karting team and the Powerlink chassis of Lempen. Again, learning this track, what works better. You don't know what works better in a race until you're in a race. You could practice all the gear ratio changes, all the different sprockets, all the setups during practice, but until you're in a race, you're going head to head, you don't know which works. At the moment, it looks like, well, I mean, Lempen has got much more oomph coming out of the corners, and watch now Zhao eat up Iago Lempen. What a, down the straight, hang on, through turn number 1, so that's a smaller sprocket, bigger straight line speed for Zhao, bigger sprocket, less straight line speed, far more oomph coming out of the corners for Lempen. 2 totally different philosophies going on here, and it does mean that it's making very exciting viewing. And Alexis Baerjean is thinking, you carry on battling. I am coming your way in a hurry. Baerjean back into 6th position. Iso Seng is 7th. Then it is Brunetti 8th. Louis Thomas Pelletier is in 9th place. Louis Cifres is 10th. Luke Conjanapatak is 11th place. I have to say, I was a bit disappointed about that. I thought Luke would be further up. He had a great first run because, and I know this is the reason why, there is a drink, a sports, it's advertised as sports beverage, that is promoted and launched by 2 people who are on YouTube a lot, whose names I will not mention. And Luke was drinking it earlier, and I said, no, you must not drink it, it's terrible stuff. And Luke goes, I'm a man now, I will not drink it. And he was going quicker, top 5 as a result. Here's a battle, Baerjean, he doesn't drink that nonsense either, he's picking up a position.
So he picks that one up there, taking advantage in the same way David Zhao did. And look at the gap there is again Lempen, little bit of muscle, but Baerjean will hold it through turn number 4. So Alexis Baerjean in for the second heat in a row. Has to come from the back after the penalty following qualifying that put him to the tail. There he goes. Signal said, stop hitting me out of the way. Follow me forward.
Oh.
But then he blows the corner and he goes wide in turn 10 and 11. And back ahead of him goes Lempin.
Always works better with the kart. Handles better if you've got both hands on the steering wheel. And I think that was Bergeron again. You see the adrenaline coursing through his veins there, and it just got a little bit too much for him. And sadly, it's cost him. However, considering where he was on about the second lap, going over the grass, that's not a bad recovery. But up at the front, Antoine Lemieux, 1.2 seconds in front of Kai Johnson. White flag waving. There goes the leaders through turn number one. That is a great view of how fast those karts change direction. They suddenly... Here we go again. This is gearing versus power versus acceleration. Bergeron back up the inside of Lempin, but can Lempin go around the outside of turn number 3? Now he'll get a really good run coming out of the corner, but Bergeron quicker. And watch now for Lempin. Lempin's be the only person to make a move coming into turn number 9 rather now. Can't do it there. Here is your race leader though. What another drive for? Or is that?
Indeed, yes, your race leader, Antoine Lemieux. What a great drive he has had here in both heat races. From the outside, fades back on the opening laps, drives back forward. Here's that battle back for fourth. Bergeron will not get to David Zhao. I think the last part of the racetrack being higher speed, he should be safe here from Lempin. So, the race leader, Antoine Lemieux, perfectly driven heat races will bring him both heat race wins. He wins heat 2 here in Minimax. Kai Johnson a long ways back there in second. There's Edward Kennedy in third. And here comes that fight for fourth. Bergeron will hold over Lempin. Here's further back down the order. Some final corner battles coming to the line. I believe that is going to be the battle between Kenjan Napatak and Luis Cifres.
And Konja Napatak takes 8th place on the last lap.
Yeah.
See, it shows if you stop drinking that nonsense drink, then other slightly more healthy energy drinks are available. But Luis Cifres in 9th, Mateus Brunetti is 10th. Maddox Ruiz, again, another top drive from Maddox, picking up a few places. Alex Miller and Remy Guzman round out the finish score. Now, off track there, we lost Iso Teng from there. Max McCarram also failed to finish. Hopefully, we will get the other two drivers, Bashi Jimenez and Megan Espejo, out for the finals at the very least. 2 heats to go, though, Xander. Micromax and then the return of the DD2 monsters. And again, what fascinating racing. We're learning so much here. Those gear ratio changes, such a visible difference between the two drivers there, Zhao and Lempin there. That's giving the team something to think about. Fantastic racing. Antoine Lemieux looking very, very strong.
Yeah, you talk about the gear ratio changes, using this as a test session to try some different stuff. I guarantee Yago Lempin and that crew on the Paralyn for SLA kart racing, they're going to make some changes, probably give him a little more top-end speed, because while that bottom-end speed helped him to kind of fight back a charge, he lost so much topping out on the power band down the front straightaway there. He was a sitting duck.
Yes.
There was nothing he could do, and just watch them go by. We saw him defend down the inside, didn't do anything dirty, just went low to block the position, and half the time he got passed around the outside, rasped around the inside. They'll probably make some adjustments here for that main event.
But Lempin was the only driver that was able to make the move going into turn number 9. We said that if you make the move into turn number 3, then you're virtually guaranteed to still be in front by the time you get to turn number 10, because that flip-flop section is single-file racing. But because Lempin had that higher gear ratio, he was able to dive up the inside going into turn number 9 and make the move there. I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't work for him in that race. Different situation, it might work, but in karting, there is nothing that is a better substitute than just waft.
Yeah, nothing a better substitute than WAF. It's motorsport, right? It's half the name. So,
motor.
So that's something to keep in mind. Of course, they'll continue tuning on that, tuning on the chassis as well. Everyone with notes for sure on Antoine Lemieux. 3 seconds of the margin of victory by the end.
It was Enzo Ferrari that once said that aerodynamics are for cars and for people that don't make good engines. And he was right. There we go. 2 heat races to go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you very much for joining us here at Kart Chaser. And again, thank you for keep your comments coming in on the live chat on the YouTube channel. We've got lots of support for
Antoine Lemieux got a shout out from Matt King, so saying a go Antoine. So he's got some supporters in the chat. They just watched him win his second heat race on the day.
Someone asked about the timing. Where is the live timing?
Live timing is on the Speed Hive app. We don't have that on the live stream here with you guys here today, but the Speed Hive app has the live timing and leaderboards. Also has all the results as they're posted official with penalties and everything. That's where you can keep up with everything. So on speedhive.mylaps.com. Hive like a beehive. Speedhive.mylaps.com.
Lucas Perneau, where's the yoga session? That was referred to the Rotax Grand Finals, where Rotax brought in a fitness instructor who did a lot of drivers, sort of the fitness moves that drivers get to warm their muscles up, which I, of course, being an athlete, as you can see on the screen here, the athletic figure that I have, I helped with the warm-up exercises, getting the drivers into there. And Timothy Pinot, who I believe is racing in the UK this weekend, avoided me at all opportunities. I was trying to get him on stage. Gianluca Savaglio came on stage and did some warm-up exercises on the stage, the main paddock. But Timothy Pinot, Mr. Pinot, not Timothy Pinot, but the other Pinot didn't, and that is why he probably didn't win. He didn't do his warm-ups.
That's got to be it. Well, Henry, you're getting some love here in the chat from fan Justin Dittrich saying Henry the GOAT, greatest of all time. It's a pretty big honor to give on to you, Henry.
I've eaten a few goats in my time. That's why I'm the size I am. But that's very, very kind of you. But no, I have to say it's been a great pleasure to be able to go around the world and commentate on the sport that I loved, that I've loved since I was 4 years old. And again, I can see so much enthusiasm and passion from you and the rest of the Kart Chasers team as well, Xander. But we've got race to go. I can hear Micromax engines, like Pink Floyd said, like a distant sound, a distant rumble of thunder in the distance. It's Micromax, and it's up next. 10 laps. Can Julian Rivera, Antonio Pizzonio Jr., or even Maxwell Matcha make it a second win as we continue to watch the opening round of the 2023 Rotax Winter Trophy here in Loxahatchee, Florida, north of West Palm Beach, the brand new Piquet Raceway and Entertainment Center.
So here they go onto the racetrack as the Micromaxes begin to make their way around. So we will get set to call the green here for Micro, give them a little bit more time to go through. It'll give us a moment to go to commercial for one moment here, come back with the green for this second to last heat race of the afternoon. Micromax coming your way next. Here we are coming to the green flag for Micromax, and we're underway down to turn number one. Julian Rivera leads your field. Maxwell Matcha on the outside will lose second as Antonio Pizzonio Jr. goes into that spot, and Matcha gets run way wide into the dirt as down the inside of him was the fifth placeman, I believe. The fifth place starter off the green in Micromax as the field works its way out of turn number 4 and 5. Side by side going on through there. That is going to be the driver that had to start at the tail end of the field, which was, I believe, Sebastian Piemonte. So he's already made up a number of spots. Matcha going to pick one back there on the inside of that PSL Karting Burrell Hart driver. He gets through, and Piemonte will get through for third as well, I believe, on Melville Dos Santos. as up front, Julian Rivera's got quick company. Here comes Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. quickly and decisively getting ready to fight for the lead in turn number 17. Not close enough there into 18, and the top two already start to get away early here as we work through lap number 1 of 10 in the Micromax second heat race. Across the line, 1 lap complete. Julian Rivera, the reigning RMC Winter Trophy champion, shows the way over turn number 1. And through they go to turns 2 and 3. So the top two with a big-time gap over the field. Maxwell Mancha again got shuffled wide off the start. He's having to come back through the field on that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. Crosses the line down in the 6th position as the top two rotate through turn number 4. There they go through the S's. Again, Rivera, Pizzonia Jr. looking to battle for the lead early on. It's spread out in the field behind them here. It is Piemonte, who's already gone up into the 3rd spot, of course, as we covered. Melville Dos Santos is 4th. Dominic Vera is 5th. Macha 6th. Matisse Lacroix, Aiden Cachon, Blaise Deniz, all the way down through the top 9 as the field heads towards the teardrop here. 1 lap in, working lap number 2. Julian Rivera leads them. Pizzonia Jr. with a good exit, and he'll close to the rear bumper as they head for turn number 16. And this close shot here shows you the top two drivers, how close they are. The rest of the pack is spread out decently here at about a second a pop, if not more. It's 3 seconds back to Sebastian Piemonte there in 3rd. He's gotten through the pack once again, but he needs Antonio Pizzonia Jr. to find some extra pace to challenge Julian Rivera. That time by, he lost out just a little bit in the final sector, so he'll close up in the hairpins here, down to a car length away over to turn number 3 and over to turn number 4. Again, we talked about the differences in gearing from acceleration to top-end power. Julian Rivera has kept the momentum up, and he's got a lot of top speed, it looks like, on that energy chassis as he exits out of turn number 9 over to turn number 10. I believe it's an energy chassis. If it's not, I will be corrected here in just a moment for the Micromax field. But great start for Julian Rivera on that Goodwood Kartways Energy, who leads over Antonio Pizzonia Nito in that Zanella Racing Parolin right behind him here. So first and second, 3 car lengths apart as they head through turn 16 over to turn number 17. But again, that part being the weak point on the racetrack for Pizzonia Nito here as Sebastian Piemonte was coming into view in 3rd. Last time by, Piemonte was, of course, a little bit slower, having to fight through traffic. This lap, a much better gauge as to where his pace lies to the leaders. Across the stripe, it's a 108.68, or 108.60, sorry, for Rivera, 108.52 for Pizzonia Jr., and a 109.24 for Sebastian Piemonte. So not making up any ground. In fact, he lost quite a bit there in 3rd, but he's safe and sound in that spot. Meanwhile, Maxwell Macha has rebounded back to P4. He's gone around Melville Dos Santos, who is in a good little scrap with Dominic Vera back for the 5th position. So your leaders continue to show the way down the S's over into towards the Piquet teardrop. And Pizzonia Jr. closing in, but just not close enough here. You can see a little difference in lines. Pizzonia Jr. this time runs it wide on the exit. Can't quite get the launch that he needs here with 2 laps complete. 7 laps to go this time by, as we'll put lap number 3 in the books with your leaders going through turn 17 and 18. There you can see again Sebastian Piemonte running in the 3rd spot, who has had to come from the back in both races. It only took him 1 lap here, the difference being there's just less of a scrap at the front. He needs Pizzonia Jr. to get there. He will arrive in turn 1, though, close enough to dive in turn 2, and he's going to try it, and there he goes. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. to the lead. Rivera back to 2nd. A good pass for the top spot for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. as he shows the way over to turn number 4. And through, over, down the S as we go here in Micromax. 3 laps complete, 7 laps to go, coming to 6 this time by. And we've got a change in the lead here, Henry. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. stalked his prey a little bit, learned a little, runs a little wide though, and they're going to go side by side coming into the S's out of turn 11. Almost contact there, but Rivera thinks better of it, and he stays on the bumper. Now he'll go to the outside towards the Piquet teardrop. Stays in line, no change. Little crossover move, maybe. Not going to have the momentum as they come out of 15.
And we saw these two drivers sort of congratulate each other after the end of the first race, giving a fist bump at the end of it all as they battled nose to tail. One thing I noticed out in the paddock is because the international nature of this event, you've got drivers coming in. There's groups of drivers from Peru, groups of drivers from Brazil, groups of drivers from Ecuador and what have you. They've all got family and they've got mechanics with them as well. And there's really is, they're cheering on, not just their own family members, but they're cheering on their rivals and countrymen. There's lots of really good atmosphere, lots of cheering and shouting out in the paddock. And of course, this is the first event here. There are people here I've noticed as well that are just turning up for some of the other activities here, for the paintball, for the crazy golf, for some of the other things that happen here. And they're watching this kart race. They can't believe what they're seeing. They're staying and watching through the fencing and really excited about what they're seeing as Rivera giving the Pitsonia Jr. all he can handle and a little bit more. And just remember, these drivers that you're watching now in Micromax, they're 7, 8, 9 and 10 years old. That's it. Inches apart at over 60 kilometres an hour, 70 kilometres an hour even. And Pitsonia Jr. checking and defending. Now, Xander, we start looking at the gap back to the third place battle between Piemonte. Well, it's not a battle. Piemonte all on his own in third. He is 4.2 seconds behind this scrap at the end of lap number 5. So we're at half distance now. And the more these two battle, the closer that Piemonte will get, although they are pushing together. There's Rivera pushing Pitsonia, working together. That's a great example of two drivers working in unison. 8 wheels go quicker than 4.
Yeah, 8 wheels definitely quicker than 4. Lap time by, both of them at a 108.7 compared to a 109.2 for Piemonte and a 109.98 for Maxwell Macha. So they are continuously adding half a second to a full second over the field by running single file and kind of feeling each other out, if you will, learning a little bit. This is the longest I think Julian Rivera has trailed Antonio Pizzonia Jr. throughout the heat races today, and he's getting a really good look at where Pizzonia Jr. has made improvements and where he may be even a little bit faster than Julian. And they've got time, of course, as Pizzonia Jr. takes a look back over his shoulder to see where the gap sits. And headed into turn 17 and 18 here this time. We'll come to the line to see just 4 laps to go. 6 laps complete as they round turn number 19 through the full throttle turn 20. Again, look at this here as they'll quickly whip the camera towards the start-finish line straight, and down the front stretch we go. Pizzonia Jr. feeling the push from behind, feeling the pressure from Rivera, but no pass in turn number 2. He stays in line.
Why is Julian Rivera pushing Antonio Pizzonia Jr., you may ask? Well, last time around, the previous lap, the gap between these two on your screen and Sebastian Piemonte was 4.2 seconds. Because these two are working together, the gap is now 5.7 seconds. We know how much time drivers lose when they're side by side and battling around this 20 corner circuit. So Rivera is thinking, I want enough of a... Julian Rivera is predicting an all-out ding-dong fight for the win at the end of this one. So he is predicting that. So he's thinking, I want as much of a buffer as possible before Antonio and I go mano a mano. And that is a mano a mano between an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Yeah, a little schoolyard fight here between Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and Julian Rivera forming up here that we're going to get to see. Monte third, Macha fourth, Dominic Vera the top 5.
Now, I think our lap ticker on the thing might be a lap.
Oh, you're right. We might be a lap back there. 8 complete.
We've got 2 to go. 2 to go. Business is picking up. Here comes Rivera. Now he's decided. Now it's a dogfight. Now it's get your elbows out, sharpen them up, because it's going to be every man, woman, and child for themselves from here to the checkered flag. Pizzonia Jr. takes a wide line into turn 18. He gets a tight line out. This is flat out through turn number 19. We haven't seen a pass here. It's flat out. Oh, wheel to wheel, inches wide. Rivera sort of jigged to the inside, and Pizzonia Jr. has to fall back. It costs him momentum. Now with the white flag in the air, Xander, can Antonio Pizzonia Jr. regain his momentum and get back onto the rear bumper of Julian Rivera? He looked to the inside going into turn 20, and full speed Rivera just jigged to the inside, then backed out of it just to force Pizzonia Jr. That momentary blip off the throttle cost him as we're through turn 10 now, and Rivera, it looks like this is his race to lose potentially.
Yeah, right there. We'll see if the officials say anything about that. It's always fine to kind of make a move down the inside to block before a driver arrives on the scene. However, they were already side by side when Rivera threw a little hip check at him to try and maybe scare Antonio Pizzonia Jr., and it worked in his favor, but I don't know if it'll stick through the officials. At race director Rusty Ferguson high up atop the Piquet Race Park skybox here, right with our cameraman, so he has a good angle of it all. Rivera will come around the final turn. He'll take the checkered flag provisionally and win heat number 2 in Micromax. Pizzonia Jr. a little bit frustrated across the line, maybe not so much thumbs up as that first heat was. Piemonte finishes in 3rd. Here around the final corner, there goes the Kart Republic of Maxwell Macha. He will finish in 4th. There's a good battle going on, and we'll see if we can pick it up. It's a round back for that 6th and 7th spot. That is Melville Dos Santos, versus Dominic Vera as well here. This is also, it looks like Matisse Lacroix and Aiden Kishon. So Matisse Lacroix out in front, Kishon right behind. Dos Santos will finish 6th, a little ways back from Dominic Vera. This is the fight for 7th on the racetrack that have been fighting the majority of this heat race here. Lacroix has the advantage through turn 20. It will hold to the final turn. Matisse Lacroix will hang on for P7. 8th to Aiden Kishon there in the number 11 machine.
And Blaise Diniz will finish 9th. Well, there goes Blaise across the line. Once again, we'll look at the lap times. 1 minute 12.3 for Lacroix and for Kishon, and a 1 minute 13.0 for Blaise Diniz. They're still on par. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up their lap times a little bit as the race progresses. So a little bit of news developing in the paddock. We saw Harold Watson, the showman, go out of Max Masters. That was a total and complete engine failure. The piston tried to do a Steve McQueen and make a great escape out of the side of the crank, and Harold is not sure if he will be able to be out, not just this afternoon, but at all tomorrow as well. They are now trying to look at finding a replacement power unit, as they say in Formula One, for the showman. So it could be showstopper.
Well, we should talk to him about being the showman, because if he's going to blow an engine up, we need some smoke, some sparks, some something, man. He's got to take some notes about that.
Exactly. All we had was a cursory sort of hand gesture, as if to say, das Auto ist kaputt in German. That is the way that we go. So we've got 1 heat to go. It's DD2 time. Gianluca Savaglio, race 1 winner. I think then he'll be straight into the finals. And during this race, maybe we'll get some thoughts of some of the drivers before they go out for the finals, to give the viewers a taste of what you can experience if you have joined Kart Chaser on the monthly subscription. But certainly now that is 11 heat races, 6 qualifying sessions, 11 out of the 12 heat races. This has not disappointed whoever earns the ticket to the grand finals next Sunday when they're handed out at the Orlando Kart Center. They will have earned them, because this has been a real workout for the drivers and the teams.
And the workout, again, will begin really when those main events drop. 20-minute main events here when we're looking at the lap times of how long they will be on this 20-turn, just about a mile-long layout. And it's bumpy, it's tight. We've seen passing in almost every corner.
And the answer is they are a little bit slow out the grid. So maybe we'll have a second rolling lap here. But just to take you through the full running order, it'll be Colin Livingston, we'll see in kart 702 on the CRG, the 49-year-old driver from Edmonton, Alberta. Jonathan Markuson, the 19-year-old driver on the Praga chassis for the Zinid racing team from Sydney, Australia. There's Jono on the screen, and that very, very smart. I've got to say, you see the different karts, the different graphics kits made by the factories. The Praga kart always looks exceptional in that sort of regal, sort of deep blue, almost like deep purple. That's showing my age with the music reference there, and the silver kart of Jonathan Marks. We'll see Matthew Taskinen in kart number 704. CRG chassis on the outside of row number 1 there with the red and black Chinese Taipei race suit. We do appear to be missing Manuel Ochoa, the Peru driver, in kart number 708, the SLA karting entry. We've got 4 runners, and 12 laps of DD2 racing gets going again. Now Jonathan Marks looks to the inside. Savaglio leads around turn number 2 only the quartet of drivers made it out there. Maybe Ochoa decided, well, I'm going to save my tyres for the final. And there's Marks having a little nibble at the inside of Taskinen. Taskinen closes the door, and that is allowing Gianluca Savaglio to break clear. I want to break free is what Savaglio is saying. He's doing a good job. Taskinen and then Markussen with Livingston falling. So I think already the next 12 laps, the main talking point of this race, unless of course there is some sort of remarkable change of performance and fortune, is going to be the scrap for second between Matthew Taskinen and Jonathan Markussen. Can either of them begin to match the pace of Gianluca Savaglio? But of course, we're not 100% sure if we're seeing the full potential from any of these drivers, because of course, with the small field, what matters the most, it's finals. Now, in the championship situation, 37 for second, 34 for third, 31 for fourth, and then 29 for fifth, and so on back in increments of 2 down to 17th position, 5 points for finishing in 17th. Now, there will be extra 50 more points are given, 50% more points are given in the fourth and final round of the championship. So in the fourth and final round of the championship, it's 30 points for a heat win and 60 points for a final win. So there is still all to play for. So nobody wants to get themselves out of contention today or tomorrow, because the Sunday round at the Orlando Kart Centre, that will be not double points, but points and a half.
And looking at the footnotes there, each driver, you don't get any points if you DNF before the halfway marker. You have to complete 75% of the session to receive points in a heat or a main event. So if you cannot just go out, in the case of Manuel Ochoa, he would be set to get fifth place points here in this heat race. That would be 13 points. However, but sitting on the sidelines, he's going to get 0.
Exactly, and that is designed specifically to prevent, because of course all the drivers are, well, I want to save my tyres, and suddenly you'll have only one kart going out, and the one kart goes out, does 12 laps on their tyres and only gets 2 more points than everybody else who have saved tyres. So that ruling is in place to prevent drivers from sandbagging and just sitting out races. It's happened before, I've seen it happen. I'm sure you have as well over time, and I'm sure the longer you do this job, you'll see it even more, where tactics come into play, and that's all well and good.
Hold on, we got a problem here. That is for Markussen.
Oh no! So the battle for second is no longer, because Jonathan Markussen has pulled up the side of the circuit, and he drags that Praga kart. Sits down. Oh, let's have a little look. Let's see if we can decipher what the problem is. He looks over there, a cursory shrug of the shoulders, and begins the trudge back to pit lane. That is not good news. That was on lap 3 out of 12. So bad news for Jonathan Markussen. And of course, with such a small grid, he's now got to be his hopes for a championship are resting on a similar problem over the course of the rest of either this weekend or next weekend, happening to Matthew Taskinen and Gianluca Savaglio. Savaglio looking over his shoulder. Now, the Alain Prost method of winning: win by the smallest margin possible, exerting as least energy as possible. That is Gianluca Savaglio's modus operandi here this weekend at Piquet Raceway Park. You'll see that Racers Edge Motorsport graphics kit on the Esprit chassis underneath there. You can see the orange chassis panels, the Esprit chassis, part of the OTK family of karts. The CRG, a very completely different chassis design of Matthew Taskinen chasing in third. Colin Livingston is going to be there in fourth place. Now, Colin Livingston was doing 1:06s earlier on in the first heat race, and a 1:06.5 in this race so far. So we're down to 3 runners. So, I don't want to be, the harbinger from shoveling snow. There's not a lot else to do today. Than watch some top-level go-kart racing. And your man Gianluca is leading the way, and he's done more laps. He could be on course for getting more trophies than anybody else, because he's in contention in senior Rotax as well. Now, into turn number 17 and 18 goes Savaglio. On lap number 6 out of 12, as we head through the final corner. He takes another long look. Now, Matthew Taskinen he was 2.7 seconds behind Savalio, and then 16 seconds in front of Livingston, and Taskinen now easing back by about a second a lap, so he's now 3.7 seconds behind Gianluca Savalio. Once again, I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that 2 years ago at the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain, a then 16-year-old Gianluca Savalio turned up in DD2, one of his first ever drives in DD2, and came top 5 in the world for Team Canada. He qualified for Senior Rotax, the direct drive class at the 2022 Grand Finals in Portimao, Portugal, and just narrowly failed to make the final. If you're looking, what are the Rotax Grand Finals? Well, this is an official Rotax Max, the RMC US Winter Trophy. Every official Rotax Max event around the world is overseen by BRP Rotax. The Rotax family has a network of distributors that distribute the engines in each nation. Those distributors have certain promoters that promote the events. Rotax give tickets to the grand finals. 36 tickets in Micromax, 72 tickets in Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max and DD2, and another 36 tickets in DD2 Masters, which is drivers over the age of 31. They also have tickets in their electric classes, the E20 junior and senior classes. Tickets are awarded based on the prestige nature of each event, so each national Rotax championship, like the US Rotax Championship that's promoted by J3 Competition that runs the East and the West trophies. They have the national finals at the Newcastle Motorsports Park in Indiana in September. They will have tickets for their champions. This event, as an international event, has tickets for each champion in each class at the end of the 2 rounds. So when you get to the Rotax Grand Finals, you have the 36 best Micromax and DD2 Masters drivers from each champions from every country, and you have the 72 best drivers from junior, senior, mini and DD2. You are given identical chassis, brand new chassis from the chassis partners, and brand new engines from Rotax in the kart raffle. You do not know which chassis you're going to get. You don't bring any of your own equipment. You race for your country in your national race suits, not for your team that you've raced with all year or the chassis partner that you've raced with all year. And it is the ultimate test of driver skill. It's fairness, it's parity, and it's to find the best Rotax driver anywhere in the world. To do it, you know you have to beat every single national and regional champion in the world to do it. So that's what I mean when you race for Team Canada. You race for Team USA. So Gianluca Savalio is trying to win his 3rd ticket to the biggest, most colourful event in the world of kart racing. This year it's going to be held between December the 7th and the 9th at the Bahrain International Circuit in Bahrain. As the white flag goes out, 1 lap to go for Gianluca Savalio. Matthew Taskinen has raced several, I think 3 grand finals for Team Canada. He trails back in 2nd position. Jonathan Markison has raced for Australia in the grand finals. He's out of this one. Colin Livingston will finish 3rd. So we watch Gianluca Savalio. So this is why the Rotax family of drivers, they travel the world trying to get tickets to this event. It is like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Who will get the golden tickets? And Savalio is coming up towards the teardrop for the final time. This is the very last heat race. We'll be going into the finals next time around. Gianluca Savalio has controlled DD2 once again perfectly. Top 5 in the world in DD2 last time, and he is on course to making another win in DD2. He wins Heat 2 here at Piquet Raceway Park with Matthew Taskin in 2nd and Colin Livingston rounding out the finish in 3rd. Yes. Yes, international. Yes, okay. So, we have our runner-up in each championship will get a ticket to a free entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy South America, which is going to be held at the end of June in Peru. So once again, another option. So the drivers that finish second in the championships, they will finish as the runner. They will get a free entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy in South America, which will take place at the end of Peru. Those of you watching Kart Chaser, my name's Henry Baudet. I'm the official Rotax commentator. I'm very fortunate enough to commentate on the Rotax Grand Finals, the British Rotax Championship, the International Trophy in Le Mans in France. I'm here at the US Winter Trophy as well. We've got the US Nationals, which I'm going to be at this year, the Transylvanian Trophy in Romania.
Switch to the paywall, the subscription when you switch streams. So tell people we're going to switch streams.